Hu Faiyang suddenly wakes up in Lai Nunxio's body in a classroom while receiving a lecture. He sees the statue of himself outside, across the window, and begins to wonder if he got reincarnated. It's been 15 years since he died. The professor asks him a question, and he is disappointed that a top-ranked 9 alchemist on the continent is being asked such a basic question. Well, nobody knows he is that since he just woke up in a young boy's body. He gives an answer and the professor gets shocked, but the whole class starts to rain insults on him since an obviously correct answer is written in the textbook. However, the professor confirms that he is correct, and she wonders how he knows the information that was not included in the textbook. She starts to contemplate that his talent could lie in alchemy, as opposed to the incompetence he is known for in martial arts due to his closed chakras. She then asks him some other tougher questions, and he answers them so easily that she even got solutions to some of the difficulties she had been having. She quickly leaves the class and everyone starts to wonder if Lai Yongxiu had suddenly become smarter. He heads to the Alchemist Tower to see Yang Di, his former disciple, so he can help him fix his weak current body. On entering the tower, he meets the receptionist and asks for Yang Di, but unfortunately, he is told that Yang Di, the former chairman of the association, stopped working there 20 years ago. Lai Nunxio wanted him to make some pills for him so he could use them in opening his chakras, but now he has to find a way to do this by himself. He then tells the receptionist a list of some materials he would need. However, Zhirong, a rank 1 alchemist, interrupts them and tells the receptionist to go and attend to someone. He checks the list and throws it away like trash. He then tells Lai Nunxio to leave as the Alchemist Tower isn't a place for kids. However, Lai Nunxio detects that Zhirong just recently became an alchemist through some shortcuts he took so he could pass the alchemist exam. Zhirong is shocked but ignores him. However, he gives him attention and starts to beg him when Nunxio tells him the consequence and how he knows the solution to it. Everyone is shocked to see an alchemist bowing to a young boy. Lai Nunxio tells him to find and bring 10 batches of every item on the list to him at the academy. The receptionist reports the event to Lord Lang, a rank 2 alchemist. He asks to check the list of the items the young boy asked for, and he is shocked that he doesn't even know some of the materials listed. He sees it as extremely valuable and tells the receptionist to keep Lai Nunxio around by all means and inform him immediately when next he comes. Lai Nunxio walks along the street and reasons that he has to find other ways since the herbs would be difficult for Zhirong to find. He checks the young boy's storage ring and sees a useful weapon, a sword, he can make use of before he opens his chakras. As he approaches the academy's gate, he is attacked by 2 guys, Du Feng and Lu Ji. Han Bai and Chen Zhen, Lai Yongxiu's best friends, suddenly appear too, to defend him. As they fight, Lu Ji breaks Han Bai's arm. However, Princess Qinruxu appears to defend Lai Yongxiu also, and the 2 guys decide to honor the princess and leave. As they leave, Lai Nunxio challenges them, and Du Feng dashes at him. He kicks Du Feng on his balls just as he tries to attack him, leaving Du Feng paralyzed. Lu Ji tries to attack him too, and he receives his fair share too. Lai Nunxio's friends are surprised by this, and they ask him if he has by any chance opened his chakras. His friends and the princess begin to fear that Lan Fi, who has opened 7 chakras and has almost broken through to the realm of a marital warrior, would seek revenge on him since Du Feng and Lu Ji are his lackeys. Lai Nunxio gets to his room and considers that his body is too weak. He decides to train to strengthen his body to at least make up for his closed chakras. He decides to practice the Tarrant body tempering technique he'd acquired from Ao Chang Kong, the strongest of the 10 martial sovereigns. He gained the cultivation method in his previous life, but died before he could cultivate it. This technique could bring him to the same level as the martial sovereigns once cultivated, even if he can't open his chakras. He starts the cultivation process and starts to feel great pain, as though his body is about to be ripped apart. He goes to the gravity training hall and enters the basic 10x gravity chamber to build his body so it can endure the pills when he starts taking the medications to open his chakras. Afterward, he goes to the 10-fold gravity training hall. As he enters the 200-chambered hall, he meets some apprentices also waiting to enter the available chambers. He takes a quick scan with his divine sense and discovers a room that is about to be vacant. He goes there, and as soon as he gets there, the apprentice inside finishes his training and comes out. The other apprentices who have been waiting for hours for vacant rooms are surprised and wonder how he could locate a vacant room very quickly. As he tries to enter the chamber, Yu Heshing, a peak-level martial apprentice with 7 open chakras, blocks the way. After a while, Yu Heshing attacks him with the crouching tiger fist technique, but it doesn't cause any damage to him. Lai Yongxiao critiques his usage of the technique and tells him the proper way to use it if he wants to land a fatal blow. Yu Heshing tries to attack him again, but he uses a strange movement and hits him instead. However, he is disappointed that he couldn't knock him out in one hit due to the weakness of his body. They are all surprised that he could do that without showing a hint of the Yuan energy that is released from those with open chakras. They all soon discover that he is Lai Yongxiao, the young master from the Lai family, the guy who cannot cultivate his strength when a lady named Luo Landuo comes in. Lai Yongxiao had tried severally to woo Luo Landuo before Gu Feiyang reincarnated, but got turned down because he is weak. She told him she would only accept him if he could beat her in a fight. Lai Yongxiao leaves them and enters the chamber. He soon begins his training. He continues to train aggressively for 3 days, even though he is feeling much pain, yet he continues. After 3 days, he comes out of the chamber tattered and wounded, and everyone wonders why he is training so hard even with his closed chakras. They soon find out that he has smashed the black iron stone they have been practicing on for years in the chamber to pieces. He goes to his room to clean up, and he uses the Tarrant body tempering technique to completely heal his wounds. Hanbag comes to tell him that the professor has been looking for him, and that Lan Fei has gone into seclusion for some days to break through the ranks of a martial warrior, so he can come and avenge his lackeys. However, Lai Yongxiao is not that worried. He borrows some money from Hanbai to go buy pills. As he leaves, Lan Fei arrives in the glow of Yuanti, the sign of a martial warrior, and injures both Hanbai and Chen Zhen. When he beholds Lai Yongxiao, he starts to feel uneasy and fearful, so he quickly launches an attack with all his strength. However, Lai Yongxiao withstands his attack and this shocks him. Lan Fei launches another attack using the flowing cloud sword technique, but Lai Yongxiao mocks his move and advises him on how to do it properly. He then flings Lan Fei's sword away with his sword, which makes him start to wonder how Lai Yongxiao can do all these even when his chakras have not been open. Lai Yongxiao punches him hard in the face, throwing him off. He moves closer to him and places his sword near his manhood, threatening him. He collects money and other valuable things, including the Lan family protection jade pendant, from him and his other men. He then releases them to go. Meanwhile, Jirong has been watching the fight all along. He wonders how Lai Yongxiao could defeat Lan Fei, and he fears that he can't handle them either. He tells Lai Yongxiao that he has been able to gather 6 batches of what he asked for. Lai Yongxiao then tells him to heal his friends first before anything else. He first refuses, but he does it anyway. He has no choice if he wants the detoxification method from him. After healing his friends, he demands that Lai Yongxiao tell him the detoxification method. Lai Yongxiao gives him the prescription and Jirong sees that it's a reliable one. He then tells Lai Yongxiao that they are now even, since he already got what he wanted. However, Lai Yongxiao tells him that the prescription will only remove the toxins from his body without causing any side effects, but there's another problem the toxins have caused. They have begun to weaken his soul power. He tells him that there's little chance of him ever breaking through to the ranks of a rank 1 alchemist again. However, he also tells him that he knows a way he can recover his soul power and become a real rank 1 alchemist in just 50 days if only he would become his servant. Jirong first protests against being his servant, but later summits and Lai Yongxiao gives him the soul cultivation art, a very rare soul refining technique. Lai Yongxiao desires to become an existence surpassing even his previous life, breaking through into the realm of the legends, and he is relying on the divine soul expansion technique, which he discovered shortly before his death. He believes this technique must have had something to do with his reincarnation. Using the divine pendant he got from Lan Fei and the materials Jirong got, he practices the cultivation technique and finally opens 5 chakras. Seeing that the jade he got from Lan Fei was very effective in arousing his body's potential, he aims to also obtain the other 4 jade pendants from the Lan family. His 2 friends come to see him and warn him about a potential threat. Lan Fei's half-brother, Lan Xuan, ranked 3rd in the entire academy. Lai Yongxiao makes him his next target instead, as he needs to get his hand on his divine pendant also. Lan Fei goes to see his uncle, Wang Feng, to help him get his divine pendant back from Lai Yongxiao. Wang Feng, a teacher in the academy, tells him that he will find a way to use the academy's rules to expel Lai Yongxiao at the academy's annual assessment that will be held in 7 days as long as Lai Nunxio can't show his chakra glow. They will then retrieve the jade from him as soon as he leaves the academy. Lan Fei feels that 7 days is too long to have Lai Yongxiu expelled and comes up with a plan to get him expelled before then. Lu Yongxiu receives a letter while practicing his cultivation in his room. He checks it and sees that it's a love letter from Lu Landuo, asking that they meet up at Maple Grove. He dresses up and leaves. Meanwhile, some guys were sent by Lan Fei to plant some things in his room while he is away. However, unknowingly to them, Lai Nunxio finds out. He heads back to his room after they had left and sees female underwears under his bed cover. He decides to play along also. He goes to Maple Grove, and on getting there, a young lady comes running to him asking him to save her from a guy who is trying to assault her. However, Lai Nunxio had already sent someone to inform the academy officials. The dean of students, Teacher Feng, appears with some other people, and the guy and the lady are shocked. They were planning to frame Lai Nunxio, but he was smarter than them. After a while, as they attend to the issue, Lan Fei appears with some people reporting that there's a thief who steals female students' underwear in the academy. He claims that someone saw the thief running in the direction of Maple Grove. He points out Lai Nunxio as a suspect with the backing of the witness and requests that they search his dorm to prove his innocence. Lai Nunxio agrees and decides to take them to his dorm. On getting to Lai Nunxio's dorm, they are surprised to meet Wang Feng, Lan Fei's uncle, already waiting there. Wang Feng tells them he hears that a perverted thief is causing trouble and is there to observe and capture the thief. After a while, they all head into Lai Nunxio's dorm to search. Meng Kun, the witness, is told to do a thorough search, and after much searching, he is shocked as he doesn't find any evidence to prove that Lai Nunxio is guilty as he was expecting. He whispers to Lan Fei that he can't find what they planted in Lai Nunxio's room, and Lan Fei gets shocked. Wang Feng, knowing that their plans did not work out, makes up excuses and says the school will look into the matter. He tries to leave, but Lai Nunxio protests that Lan Fei must give him an explanation for what just happened. Lai Nunxio accuses Meng Kun of bearing a false witness and says Lan Fei, his boss, must be responsible for this. He then says they must search Lan Fei's dorm too. On getting to Lan Fei's dorm, with nothing to hide, he willingly tells them to search his whole room. After a while, a chest is brought out, and when Lan Fei opens it, they shockingly find several female underwears in it. A piece of information also reveals that Lan Fei forces his lackeys to do horrible things. Everyone starts to demand justice. Wang Feng is surprised that Lai Nunxio could be that good at scheming. Lan Fei begs his uncle to help him, but his uncle despises him and leaves. Soon, the academy's verdict was released, and Lan Fei was expelled. Hanbai informs Lai Nunxio about the expulsion and tells him they are doomed to fail as the year's examiner is Wang Feng. Lu Yongxiu doesn't budge. He says he will also kick Wang Feng out along with Lan Fei if he tries to do anything. He then asks about Lan Xuan, and Hanbai panics as he replies that Lan Xuan has already announced that he will avenge his brother. Instead, Lai Yongxiu sees this as an opportunity to obtain his divine stone. Meanwhile, at the Tower of the Alchemist Guild, Professor Yunsheng makes an upper first-tier quality axe based on the solution Lai Yongxiu gave her in class. She presents it to Shihan, the president of the guild, and he commends her. He then asks her how she could do it, as she had always failed in the past examinations, and she tells them the solution Lai Yongxiu gave her. The masters are all surprised and commend her smartness for discovering a solution, as they celebrate her in Zhirong. As the country's rising star, Su Yuantio, one of the alchemist guilds, spills that Zhirong is severely poisoned from cheating to pass his assessment. However, he gets disappointed when Zhirong shows them he is in good condition. He has been following Lai Yongxiu's prescription. Su Yuantio is shocked and decides to use his divine sense to examine him to expose him still. The force of Zhirong's soul power pushes him away, and he is shocked at how Zhirong's soul power could be this strong. He starts to feel enormous pain and begs that the president allow him to retire and return to his birthplace to spend the rest of his life there. Su Yuanchio's soul power had reduced, and his body had aged due to Zhirong's strike. Zhirong is surprised at the result he could achieve in just 5 days of practicing Lai Nunxio's soul training technique. The president is amused by his progress. After that, Nunsheng tells Zhirong she wants him to guide one of her students, who has great potential to become an apprentice alchemist. Not knowing it is Lai Nunxio, Zhirong tells her that he will take him in only on the condition that he meets the minimum standards of an apprentice alchemist. 3 days later, there's the annual exam at Jiaolan Academy, and the exam is used to promote the students who pass and eliminate the students who fail. Wang Yang is the examiner in the stead of Professor Yunsheng and seeks to make Lai Yongxiu fail, this time to avenge his nephew, Lan Fei. He changes the rule of the exam in this regard, stating that every student must open their chakra and be able to throw a punch with a force of over 1,000 pounds if they want to pass. He asks who would be the first to be assessed, and Lai Yongxiu steps out confidently. He opens all 7 chakras, and everyone becomes shocked. He then then leaves a large crack on the rock with a powerful punch that makes everyone compare him to a martial warrior. This leaves Wang Yang dumbfounded, as he never expected him to be that powerful. Lai Yongxiu excuses himself and takes his leave. As he leaves, Lam Xuan arrives and gives him a battle challenge letter to avenge his brother. He tells Lai Yongxiu to either get on his knees and apologize for messing with the Lan family or accept the challenge and get completely destroyed. Lai Yongxiu's friends get scared for him and try to talk Lan Xuan out of the fight, but Lai Yongxiu accepts the challenge. He then promises to beat Lan Xuan to his knees and make him lick his shoes in 3 days. Lai Yongxiu visits the alchemist tower, where he sees a martial apprentice, Lu Yu, finding it difficult to carry out a pill refining process. Miss Lu Yao, the alchemist guild receptionist, arrives and recognizes him. She tells him that Master Liang praised him after he read his prescription that day. He then tells her that he has come to see Zhirong, and she decides to take him to meet him. Lu Yu is disappointed that he failed again and tells Lu Yao that maybe he doesn't have the talent to become an alchemist. Lai Yongxiu instructs him on refining the medicine successfully, and Lu Yao encourages him to try it out. Lu Yao takes Lai Yongxiu to Zhirong's room, and she is surprised at how prideful Zhirong is acting around Lai Yongxiu like a servant. After she leaves, Lai Yongxiu tells Zhirong that he wants him to refine some pills. Zhirong is shocked and tells him he can't refine them, but Li Yongxiu tells him he will guide him through the process. Zhirong gathers the ingredients, and they begin to refine the pills. After a while, Zhirong successfully refines the pills, and he is filled with awe. However, Lai Yongxiu complains that the purity of the pills is so low. He then takes the pills and further purifies them. Zhirong finds this unbelievable. He has always known about the purification of ingredients and not objects. Lai Yongxiu plans to use the pills to break through the origin realm in 3 days. Zhirong is shocked by Lai Yongxiu's mastery and desires to follow him forever. As Lai Yongxiu heads back, he sees Lu Yu rejoicing that he has finally refined the medicine. Lai Yongxiu leaves immediately to go and cultivate in seclusion, as he must condense yuan energy and break through the origin realm if he wants to defeat Lan Xuan. Nunxing meets with Zhang Lishan, the academy dean, who tells her about the events that happened while she was in seclusion. Nunxing is shocked to hear that Lai Yongxiu accepted Lan Xuan's battle challenge. She worries about Lai Yongxiu and tells the dean that the fight must be stopped as Lan Xuan is more powerful than he is. At the martial arts arena, Lan Xuan sits down, waiting for Lai Yongxiu to come. As Lai Yongxiu is delayed, everyone thinks he has run away for his life as they haven't seen him for some days. However, to their shock, Lai Yongxiu suddenly arrives. As he walks closer to Lan Xuan, Teacher Yunsheng interrupts and says the match is cancelled. Others begin to say he was fearless because he had planned with Teacher Luo beforehand. However, Lai Yongxiu still proceeds to fight Lan Xuan, saying he will destroy him in no time. Yunsheng is surprised at Lai Yongxiu's strong will and concludes that the only thing she can do is to prepare to save Lai Yongxiu when it's time. Suddenly, Lai Yongxiu unleashes the aura of a martial warrior around him, and everyone becomes shocked, wondering how he could be a warrior of the origin realm. Lan Xuan also unleashes a stronger aura, and everyone comments that Lai Yongxiu won't last one move. The dean also arrives to watch the match. He notices something strange about Lai Yongxiu's movement and is startled by his advanced martial technique. Lan Xuan makes the first attack, but Lai Yongxiu dodges it while still maintaining his pace and movement, which the dean believes he is trying to complete a strange set of steps. Suddenly, Lai Yongxiu starts to bar the force of heaven and earth, which drops the jaw of everyone. Soon he is seen using the floating life seal technique, and even the dean is shocked as he couldn't find a way to do it. He wonders if Lai Yongxiu is Yang Di's disciple. The force of the backslash technique becomes so overwhelming on Lan Xuan that it knocks him to his knees and rips all his clothes. Suddenly, the floating life seal smacks into the ground, completely paralyzing him. Everyone is surprised as they never expected Lan Xuan, a 9-star martial warrior, to be easily defeated by Lai Yongxiu, who is merely a 1-star martial warrior. Lai Yongxiu hits Lan Xuan on his stomach with his foot, breaking his stanchion and crippling him. He then makes him lick his shoe as he promised. The dean quickly runs to stop Lai Yongxiu, but he has already done damage to him. Lai Yongxiu tells him to mind his business, and he becomes angry. Nobody has ever dared to speak to him that way. Lai Yongxiu insults him and gets so angry that he unleashes a terrifying aura. However, Lai Yongxiu doesn't fear and still stands with his head high. The dean is surprised that even with the difference of the 4 major realms between them, Lai Yongxiu can still emanate a powerful fighting will. Nunxing feels that Lai Yongxiu's expression and demeanor are similar to Lord Gu Faiyang's. Lai Yongxiu swallows the origin blasting pill, the other pill he refined with Zhirong, and starts to make hand movements that cause the winds and clouds to rise. The dean becomes terrified and wonders who Lai Yongxiu really is. He reasons that this is Lord Gu Faiyang's great wind and cloud palm. He stops him and tells him not to be so ruthless. He tells him he will let his offense slide, but there won't be a next time. Yunxing goes to tell him to disperse the power, but Lai Yongxiu sits down in a particular pose and starts to absorb the energy from the origin blasting pill. On seeing this unique pose, she observes it and reasons it contains some rules. She then decides to use the pose also to meditate. After a while of meditating using the pose, she discovers discovers that the bottleneck in her cultivation has completely opened, and she has ascended. She later opens her eyes and sees Lai Yongxiao watching her. He congratulates her on her advancement, and she realizes that Lai Yongxiao has also advanced to the level of a 2-star warrior. She demands an explanation from him, but he tells her that he needs to rest for his body to heal from its injuries completely. She then tells him to come and meet her in her office in 3 days. The news soon spreads that Lai Yongxiao defeated Lan Xuan in just one move, and everyone starts to dread him. Even Lan Du is surprised. After 5 days of seclusion, Lai Yongxiao attains the peak 2 stars warrior level with the first tier's soul power restored. He heads home and meets Nunsheng waiting for him there. He tries to avoid her, but she catches him and realizes he has quickly attained a new level. She asks him several questions, demanding explanations for how he has quickly changed when she was away in seclusion. Lai Yongxiao says Yang Di taught him everything, but she doesn't believe him as Yang Di never knew how to use the Great Wind and Cloud Palm. However, since Lai Yongxiao doesn't want to tell her the truth, she tells him he should follow her as she has found a master for him. She takes him to the Alchemist Association to meet Zhirong. Zhirong, not paying attention, tells Nunsheng to take him to the lobby for an apprentice to test his soul power first. Miss Lu Yao sees him and begins to appreciate him for helping her brother succeed in refining. Lai Yongxiao gets flirty, and a commotion soon starts in the hall. This attracts Zhirong's attention, and he discovers that it's Lai Yongxiao. He is shocked and starts to commend him for his diligence before everyone for coming from a far place to learn. Nunsheng tells him she is about to take Lai Yongxiao for the test, and he tells her she doesn't need to. Thinking that Zhirong doesn't want to accept him as his student, she smacks Lai Yongxiao on the head and apologizes. This makes Zhirong uncomfortable. She is hitting his master. Nunsheng continues to smack Lai Yongxiao, and Zhirong gets totally uncomfortable. He begs her not to hit him again. Suddenly, Zhang Qingfen, Tan Shui head Imperial Alchemist, arrives and everyone makes way for him. Nunsheng wonders why Master Zhang came to the guild and reasons that it could be because of his daughter's rare and incurable illness. Lai Yongxiao and Zhirong excuse Nunsheng and leave for a secluded place to discuss the sickness. He tells Zhirong to inform Master Zhang that he will treat his daughter with the golden needle acupuncture technique. He gives Zhirong a list of some of the materials he would need and heads to the marketplace to get the other materials himself. He sees Zheng Liang, an apprentice, trying to assault Meng Wu and goes to rescue her. Meng Wu remembers it's the guy he and Lan Fei conspired against. Zheng Liang brags that he is Zhirong's disciple and Long Ho's sworn brother and tells Lai Yongxiao to apologize and give him a few hundred golds as medical fees if he wants him to overlook this. Lai Yongxiao brings out a pouch containing gold and drops it on the ground for him to pick. As he tries to pick the pouch, he sees a terrifying gaze from Lai Yongxiao and gets scared that he might be killed if he picks it. Suddenly, he sees Long Hao passing by and calls for his help. Long Hao intervenes and tells Lai Yongxiao to apologize to him and leave the bag of money. Zheng Liang then tries to pick up the money bag, but as he bends to pick it up, Lai Yongxiao kicks him on his stomach, sending him flying. Zheng Liang becomes crippled and realizes that his Diantian has been broken. Long Hao becomes angry and attacks Lai Yongxiao with his sword. However, Lai Yongxiao catches his sword with 2 fingers, and Long Hao is shocked. Long Hao unseals his jade moonsword and attacks Lai Yongxiao with it, thinking he would deal damages to him with it. However, Lai Yongxiao seals the sword so Long Hao cannot unseal it again. He becomes sad that his treasured sword has been broken, and he orders his men to kill Lai Yongxiao. Lai Yongxiao trounces all of them and takes Long Hao's sword from him. Then the state guardians arrive, wondering why there is a commotion. Long Hao quickly identifies as an Imperial city guard and tells them to save him. One of the state guardians, Hui Ming, tells Lai Yongxiao to surrender, but he refuses, asking how he knows he is at fault. Hui Ming says the Imperial guards cannot be wrong and launches an attack at him when he isn't yielding. Lai Yongxiao unseals the sword he got from Long Hao and resists the attack. Hui Ming sees that he is holding a mystic weapon and desires to take it from him. Lai Yongxiao, knowing that the 2 state guardians are warriors of a realm above his, decides to take the initiative and attack first so they won't crush him. They begin to combat. Hui Ming unseals his longsword and blocks Lai Yongxiao's sword with it. He then discovers that his longsword has become ineffective. Wu Guang, the other state guardian, realizes that Hui Ming is already in danger, so he jumps in and attempts to stab Lai Yongxiao from the back. However, he discovers that it's his shadow residual. Hu Guang then realizes that Lai Yongxiao lured him in so he could kill them together. Both of them use a combined technique to make the state guardian Great Bow and attack him with it, causing Lai Yongxiao to be defeated. Meng Wu quickly runs away as instructed by Lai Yongxiao and heads to the Li family mansion to ask for help for Lai Yongxiao. Meanwhile, Hui Ming takes the moonsword from Lai Yongxiao and leaves with it. Long Hao gets angry that Lai Yongxiao made him lose his sword, so he arrests and locks him in prison. Meanwhile, while one of the guards takes Meng Wu's message to Master Lai, Yi, the Lai mansion butler, stops him and tells him to inform her that the master has already been informed and she shouldn't worry. Lai Yongxiao wakes up in prison and cannot move as the meridians of his limbs have all been severed. He sees an old man who tells him they are in the Long family's private prison. The old man tells him about how he was unjustly locked in the prison since since he was young and also showed him the other prisoners that have been locked in the prison for a long time. Lee Young-seo is surprised and tells him he will help everyone escape prison. The old man tells him to accept his fate as there is no escaping. Lee Young-seo starts practicing the heavenly tyrant body training technique to repair his broken meridians. Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Association, Yunsheng tells Jirong that Lee Young-seo has been missing for some days. Master Zhang tells them to continue with the golden acupuncture technique as they can't wait for Lee Young-seo any longer. He thinks Lee Young-seo is an apprentice trying to learn the technique. Jirong now has no choice but to reveal that Lee Young-seo wants to perform the technique, and Master Zhang gets very angry. He tells them to lock him up and be executed after this ends. Yunsheng intervenes and tries to persuade Master Zhang, telling him that Lee Young-seo's advice helped her become an alchemist, and that Lee Young-seo defeated Lang Stuan using the floating life seal. Master Zhang is shocked and wonders if he is Yang Di's disciple. He then orders that they find Lee Young-seo at all costs. Yu Hejing and Lu Landuo are at a bar close to the academy. Yu Hejing tells Lu Landuo about Lee Young-seo's recent feats, but she tells him she doesn't want to hear them. She tells him also never to bother her again and leaves. Yu Hejing is vexed that she rejected him after chasing her for so long. Manhwa, a part-time saleswoman at the bar, brings some drinks to him so he can buy them. He recognizes her as an academy student and advances toward her, asking her to be his girlfriend. She rejects him, and he tries to force her, but Lee Young-seo's friends see them and decide to intervene. Yu Hejing gets scared when he discovers they are Lee Young-seo's friends, and he immediately leaves. After he leaves, they both talk about how they have been unable to find Lee Young-seo for some days. Meng Wu overhears them and reveals what happened to them. At the Long family courtyard, while Long Ran, the second young master of the Long family, practices martial arts, he discovers that his father is unhappy and decides to ask what is wrong. His father, the leader of the city guards, tells him that the whole country has been searching for a young man but hasn't found him. He asks Long Ran about his brother, and he tells him that he went to the prison to find some guy that injured his arm some days back. The father soon gets frightened when he discovers that it is Lee Young-seo. Soon Master Zhang and Professor Yunsheng arrive, and Lord Long becomes really terrified. They tell him they discovered that Lee Young-seo had been locked in his mansion for days, so finding him has been difficult. Lord Long apologizes, saying it was his son's doing, and decides to take them to Lee Young-seo's prison. He just fears that Long Hao has not yet killed him. Meanwhile, in prison, Lee Young-seo discovers that his broken meridians have been fully repaired, but the Yuan Qi flowing through his body needs time to recover fully. Long Hao arrives with his men, and they soon torture him. Lee Young-seo sees that 35 people have come to torture him, of which 12 are warriors, and 1 is a martial master. Long Hao punches him in anger, and he realizes that his body is absorbing the impact and converting them into Yuan Qi due to using the heavenly tyrant body training technique. Lee Young-seo is astonished by this, and realizes that this is why he was defeated while fighting the Terran martial emperor in his past life. Long Hao's men start to whip him to torture him, not knowing it makes him stronger. After some whippings, he just needs 10 more whips to break through to the 3-star martial warrior, but they stop beating him since they realize that he is stubborn, and they decide to use the powder called insanity to clear the mind to torture him instead. The powder causes the subject to become crazy for some period of time. As they attempt to use the powder on him, Lee Young-seo suddenly breaks through to the 3-star martial warrior level, and the chains holding his hands get broken. He pushes the powder away, throwing it at them and causing them to start reacting to it immediately. Long Hao orders Uncle Ma, the martial master among them, to kill Lee Young-seo. Lee Young-seo attacks him using the universal soul suppressor demon moon technique and defeats him quickly. Soon, everyone gets affected by the powder and starts to do horrible things, and Lee Young-seo takes his leave. As he opens the door leading out of the dungeon, he sees his friends and the others who have been looking for him. They are surprised he is not injured and wonder what happened in the dungeon. They all get irritated and throw up after seeing what is happening in the prison. Master Zhang introduces himself and asks if he can perform the golden needle acupuncture, and he replies that he can try. This puts Master Zhang off, but since no other person can save his daughter, he gives him a chance anyway. However, he threatens to deal with him if he fails and to reward him if he succeeds. Lee Young-seo then requests that Meng Wu and Yunsheng be his assistants while performing the procedure. At the cryo chamber where the princess is laid, Master Zhang asks Lee Young-seo about his success rate. He replies that it would have been 100% if the subject was a man, but because it's a lady, it is 90% since he would have to throw the needles from 15 meters away through curtains as he doesn't want to see the princess' nakedness. Master Zhang is shocked and thinks he is unserious. Others rebuke him for playing around, as throwing the needles from afar is dangerous. However, he tells everyone to go out, leaving Yunsheng and Meng Wu with him. Yunsheng still doubts that he can pull this off, so he convinces her by telling her he will insert the needles 7 millimeters deep into her body using the same method. He does this flawlessly, and Yunsheng becomes shocked at how he could do it. Soon, he starts the procedure, and before they know it, he is done. He steps out of the cryo chamber. Master Zhang sees him and thinks he hasn't started the procedure yet. He is shocked when Lee Young-seo tells him that he is finished. He gets angry, thinking Lee Young-seo is still joking around and playing with the princess' life. However, Yunsheng affirms that he is done with performing the procedure and that the princess is fully healed. Master Zhang can't believe this, as Lai Yongxiao started the procedure a few minutes ago. He soon discovers that Lai Yongxiao is telling the truth and wonders how he could solve a decade-long problem in just a few minutes. Lai Yongxiao gets pissed and begins to rebuke Master Zhang, and everyone gets shocked. Yunsheng tells him to apologize, but he says he will only apologize when Master Zhang has mastered the flying acupuncture needles. Master Zhang can't do anything as he knows Lai Yongxiao is more informed than he is. Yunsheng calls Lai Yongxiao's friends aside and asks them how Lai Yongxiao has transformed in just a short time. They tell him they don't know either, and they all speculate that he has been hiding for a long time and had to reveal himself now because of the current situation in the Lai family. Meanwhile, Mengwu meets Lai Yongxiao and asks if he can look at her brother. He follows her to her house to check the condition of her brother, Menbai. Seeing him, he discovers that it isn't an illness, but that her brother has a special body called the Heaven and Earth Poison Body. Mengwu asks him if it can be cured, but he says it can't. She begs him to find a way to cure her brother, but he explains that it isn't an illness, but a special body type that he was born with, different from normal people. The poison overwhelmed his weak body, which is why he is like that. He tells her that if they can work on building his strength, there will be no problem in the future. He tries using the golden acupuncture needles, but they don't work as the poison is stronger than he expected. He then decides to absorb the poison into his body. Menbai gets completely healed, and Mengwu is so delighted to see his brother alive again. She introduces him to Lai Yongxiao, saying he saved his life. Lai Yongxiao tells him to kneel and bow his forehead to the ground 3 times, and he will take him as a disciple, but he refuses, saying Lai Yongxiao is too young to be his master. Mengwu forces him to kneel and tells him that it is a rare privilege for him to be under Lai Yongxiao. Lai Yongxiao tells him that he will teach him the heavenly tyrant body training technique so he can build his strength with it, but Menbai asks that he teaches him stronger martial techniques instead. He doesn't know how powerful the tyrant technique is. However, Lai Yongxiao teaches some of the styles of the body training technique for a start. After a while, he sees some raw ores of primordial stones lying around. He sees a particular one and senses it is not just a piece of raw ore. He breaks it and sees it is the precious 5th-grade purple sunstone used for constructing gravity arrays. He takes it for himself and takes his leave. On his way back, he is glad that he found a new disciple with an amazing body constitution who could be the best among his disciples in the future. He concludes that it's time to make a Xuan weapon for himself since he accidentally got a purple sunstone, so he decides to go to the Alchemist Association. On getting to the Alchemist Association, Miss Lu Yao welcomes him and tells him that Master Zhang and President Xi are looking for him. He wonders why and goes to meet them anyway. On getting to their office, he goes to sit down like their boss and asks them why they have called him. He is given an invite to a banquet the king is hosting to celebrate Yunsheng and the princess's recovery. He is surprised that this is the reason they summoned him for. They then ask him if he is Yang Di's disciple, but he says no, and they wonder how he then knows the floating life seal and the golden needle acupuncture. Lai Yongxiao, quite impatient, decides to leave, but they beg him to wait a little and present some gifts to him as a small token of appreciation: the badge of a second-tier alchemist and a Xuan weapon. President Xi apologizes as he only has the authority to issue second-tier badges, even though the technique he displayed is more advanced than the second tier. Master Zhang presents his precious Xuan weapon to him, but Lai Yongxiao comments that it has many flaws. He goes on to list out the flaws that Master Zhang begins to see the weapon as scrap metal. He asks Lai Yongxiao on how he can refine Xuan weapons of higher quality. Lai Yongxiao tells him that he plans to refine a Xuan weapon for himself, and they can watch and learn while he does it. Yongxiao is taken to the refinement chamber, where he sees the auxiliary refinement array. He is surprised to see such a high-caliber array, and remarks that the refinement process should be much easier than he had thought. President Xi informs Yongxiao that the array was constructed by Yang Di. Yongxiao then asks Jiran for the raw materials he requested, but Jiran tells him that the materials were meant for pills. Yongxiao knows this and shares that he plans to refine detoxification and origin-impacting pills for a disciple he has just taken in, alongside refining a Xuan weapon. The others in the room are shocked at his plan. President Xi informs Yongxiao that he has never heard of anyone using the same array simultaneously for 2 different kinds of refinement. However, Yongxiao is undeterred and approaches the array to begin the refinement process. Master Zhang, however, doubts Yongxiao's abilities and calls him arrogant. He believes that Yongxiao will soon realize his mistake when he fails. Despite the doubts of those around him, Yongxiao puts all the materials into the cauldron together, shocking the others. They wonder if he is breaking all the principles they have always known. As Yongxiao continues the refinement process, he explains each step to them. Soon, the others realize they have been foolish for doubting Yongxiao's abilities. As he continues the process, they all wonder at his precise control of the rhythm and movements. Eventually, he completes the process, but he feels drained of energy. Zhirong offers him some calming spirit-nourishing pills, but he throws them away, deeming them to be of low purity and only suitable for pets. President Xi then approaches him with various pills, but Yunxiao dismisses them all as trash, except for the fantastical white crane pill, an aphrodisiac. After meditating for a few minutes, minutes. He informs them that his spirit power has recovered by a third. Zhirong is shocked to hear this, as it typically takes him at least 7 days to recover fully after refining. Yangxiu hands over the sword he has just refined to President Xi and Master Zhang for review. They inspect the weapon with their soul powers and find that it is of first-grade rank, with perfect construction as if created by the heavens and earth and the energy flowing through it. Master Zhang asks how to unseal the sword and what form it will take once unsealed. Yangxiu reveals that he has incorporated 2 gravity arrays into the mystic weapon, which, when activated, can generate a 100-fold gravitational force. He could have added another array to generate 1,000-fold gravitational force, but this would cause the sword to self-destruct due to the strong pulling force, rendering it useless. Zhang and Xi are amazed by Yangxiu's words. They ask to study the sword for a few days, but Yangxiu rebuffs them, saying he cannot afford to part with his only weapon, especially not for the scrap metal Zhang gave him earlier. Yangxiu then opens the array chamber and presents the pills he had refined. Zhang and Xi are awed by the flawlessness of the pills, while Zhirong, who has witnessed Yangxiu's mastery before, is not surprised. Zhang and Xi are famous, but only within Chanshui. In contrast, Yangxiu was a world-renowned 9th-tier sovereign alchemist in his previous life, with alchemists from all over the continent seeking his advice. Yangxiu leaves the duo in awe of his expertise, surpassing even their admiration for Yang Di. Later, Yangxiu visits Meng Wu's house, where he meets her brother, Meng Bai, who has just returned from mining activity. In a rage, Yangxiu slaps him so hard that he starts coughing up blood. Meng Bai is angry and refuses to acknowledge Yangxiu as his master. Yangxiu responds by inflicting more pain on Meng Bai, who remains stubborn and insists that Yangxiu kill him instead. Yangxiu becomes even more enraged and attacks Meng Bai, but Meng Wu intervenes and begs him to stop. Suddenly, Li Daiyuan, a 5-star warrior, overhears the commotion and steps in. Meng Bai reports Yangxiu to him and asks him to save him. Li Daiyuan agrees to teach Yangxiu a lesson and offers to take Meng Bai as his disciple. Meng Bai tries to stop the fight, but Yangxiu challenges Li Daiyuan, claiming that he will not fight back and will not use his primordial tie. Yangxiu even offers to kneel and lick Li Daiyuan's shoes if he can just hurt a single strand of his hair. Li Daiyuan laughs and launches an attack. Just as Li Daiyuan is about to strike, Yangxiu uses the universal soul suppressor technique and commands Li Daiyuan to kneel and lick his shoe. To everyone's shock, Li Daiyuan obeys. As Li Daiyuan attempts to lick his shoe, Yangxiu kicks him away. Yangxiu declares he no longer wants Meng Bai as his disciple and prepares to leave. However, Meng Bai pleads with him, expressing his willingness to become his disciple again. Yangxiu presents Meng Bai with a seemingly impossible challenge to open all 7 chakras and break through to the first origin realm in just 5 days. Meng Wu protests, pointing out that Meng Bai has only recently opened 5 chakras, but Meng Bai accepts the challenge nonetheless. Yangxiu departs to cultivate with his sword's assistance, enduring 10 times the normal gravity. After 5 days, Yangxiu achieves a breakthrough, reaching the 4-star warrior level. Curious about Meng Bai's progress, he approaches Meng Wu's residence and overhears her warning Meng Bai to stop training due to the re-emergence of poison in his body. However, Meng Bai refuses to give up, stating that he would rather die than abandon his training. Eventually, he opens all 7 chakras and becomes a 1-star warrior. Overjoyed, Meng Bai informs Yangxiu of his accomplishment, and Yangxiu absorbs the poison from his body. Meng Bai then asks Yangxiu about the strange sensation he felt as the poison was being absorbed, prompting Yangxiu to explain the unique properties of Meng Bai's body type. Meng Bai realizes that the poison Yangxiu has been absorbing has been benefiting him. Yangxiu gives him some pills to suppress the poison whenever he is not around. As they converse, Li Daiyuan enters. Li Daiyuan gives Yangxiu information about the purple sunstones. He tells him that the Duke and his family had sealed off the ore veins containing the stones. Yangxiu tells him to infiltrate his family's mining team and find the purple stones for him. He offers to pay him 500 gold coins a month. After Li Daiyuan leaves, Yangxiu invites Meng Bai and Meng Wu to the king's banquet at the imperial palace and tells them to change into new clothes. As they dress, Li Yangxiu enters the street to get some snacks. While he walks across the street, eating the snack he got, a stranger wearing a hat runs past him and calls his name. Yangxiu skillfully throws the stick of his snack at him as he runs off. The stick maneuvers itself to the stranger's front and pierces his palm, making him powerless and unable to mobilize his Yuan Kai. He is shocked and wonders how Yangxiu did that. Yangxiu grabs him and flies off to another place to question him. He discovers that it is Lai Xian, a Duke family staff member working with his 4th uncle. Lai Xian tells him that rumors about him have reached Fly Yi, the Lai family's butler, and he plans to make things difficult for him if he attends the banquet. Yangxiu tells Lai Xian that Lai Yi is not a big problem to him, and that if he tries to get in his way, he will destroy him. Lai Xian tries to talk him out of going to the banquet, saying Lai Yi has strong forces backing him, the king. Lai Yangxiu doesn't listen and tells Lai Xian to tell his 4th uncle to relax and do what he has to do, but that he won't back down, and he doesn't mind putting the king in a different position if he is tired of being the king. Yangxiu then takes his leave. At the palace entrance, Yangxiu's friends see him, and one playfully punches him while greeting him. He is shocked to see his his hands swollen and wonders what Youngseo's body is made up of. Youngseo gives them the origin-impacting pills to break through to the martial warrior level, and they are surprised at how that will be possible since they have only opened 4 chakras. After a while, Manhwa arrives at the banquet with her brother in a gorgeous dress, and Youngseo's friends are amazed, thinking she is Youngseo's girlfriend. They all head into the main banquet hall, where only those with some of the most significant presences in the country are allowed to enter. Youngseo and his guests had to sit at another family's spot, not the one designated for the Lai family. Lai Yi interferes and Youngseo makes fun of him, causing everyone to laugh. Lai Yi gets angry, and one of his men launches an attack against Youngseo, demanding that he kneels and apologizes to Lai Yi. Just as he is about to hit him, Youngseo dodges it, throws his banquet cup up, slaps, hits, sends him to his knees, and grabs the cup back in a well-controlled fashion. Everyone becomes shocked. Youngseo kicks the guy away and begins to talk about how Lai Yi was an enslaved person who was granted the Lai surname. He calls Lai Yi by his slave number. Lai Yi gets very angry and attempts to attack Youngseo with his sword. As he tries to stab Youngseo vanishes, shocking Lai Yi. Xiao Qingwang, the commander of the city guards, makes a movement with his fingers from afar, which throws Lai Yi back to his position. Xiao Qingwang is surprised by the martial techniques that Youngseo demonstrated. Even he cannot boast of understanding them. The king, Qin Zheng, arrives with Princess Ruxu and Professor Yunsheng, and everyone bows to him. Everyone soon starts presenting their gifts one after the other to Yunsheng and Ruxu, since the banquet is in their honor. When it is Lai Yi's turn, he gives an egg of a demon beast, which amazes everyone. Demon beasts are known to be very powerful existences in the Tianwu continent. Many people have tried to tame demon beasts in the past to make them strong and reliable companions. While some have succeeded, most have failed since demon beasts are short-tempered, violent, and cruel, making it difficult for humans to tame them. However, someone came up with a method to get it when they are still an egg and become familiar with it from when it hatches so it will be loyal when it grows up. Ruxu thanks Lai Yi for the gift, but Youngseo does something contradictory. He tells everyone that the egg is already dead and rotten. However, Lai Yi denies it, asking him for evidence. Youngseo stands on his claim and says that they should cut the egg to find out, but the king tells him to be careful in his speech. King Yang presents expensive and valuable gifts to get Yunsheng's attention and seek her hand in marriage. However, Yunsheng turns him down, and he asks her if she has anyone she loves in mind. The tale goes back to 15 years ago, when she was just 5. Her master returned after a trip, and it seemed she had become another person. She became short-tempered and increasingly dissatisfied with her disciple's cultivation progress. From then, she always heard her master crying, gnashing her teeth, and muttering the name of Gu Fainyang. The martial sovereigns of the Nine Heavens realm gathered together to fight Gu Fainyang, and as they planned on how to defeat him, he arrived. The fight ended just before it started because Gu Fainyang was way more powerful than all the 10 martial sovereigns combined. However, only Ku Hongyan, Yunsheng's master, was left. She loved him but wanted to defeat him because he never considered her, no matter how she tried. She summoned the Purple Stars formation and used the Purple Cloud sword. She was so determined to kill him. However, Gu Fainyang was powerful and resisted her, using the Star Strike sword, Omniscient View. Meanwhile, little Yunsheng was watching as they fought. She fell in love with this man's demeanor, but she couldn't watch the fight to the end before she lost consciousness. When she woke up, her master had gone into seclusion, and she and other disciples were left to look for other masters. Yunsheng started to travel the continent to see this man's face again. She learned that Gu Fainyang defeated the 10 martial sovereigns with just a single move. His fame spread throughout the entire continent, and after a while, she heard that Gu Fainyang had died. She got sad and eventually decided to stay in the country of Tianshui at Jilin Academy, where Gu Fainyang's statue resides. Back to the present, she looks at Youngseo and remembers that his fighting demeanor when he fought Lan Xuan was similar to Gu Fainyang, but it's a shame that he is not him. King Yang questions her further, but she only tells him he has passed away. He asks her what he did that made her heart so loyal to him, and she tells him all of Gu Fainyang's achievements. Everyone is shocked, including Youngseo. Yunsheng leaves the banquet hall. If Yunsheng had agreed, King Yang would have gained a faction of the city guards supporting him, and that is why he wanted to marry her, so he could use the force in his plan to ascend the throne. Meng Bai doesn't know who Yunsheng was talking about, and Meng Wu explains it to him. Meng Bai and Youngseo's friends soon start to insult Gu Fainyang for losing the opportunity to marry the most beautiful woman on the planet at the time, Huang Yang, not knowing he is the one standing with them. Princess Ruxu meets Youngseo and demands the gift he prepared for her. Youngseo tells everyone he'd like to play a musical piece for her. Lai Yi mocks him, calling him broke, but he puts him in place, reminding him he is a slave. Princess Ruxu is excited, and others begin to feel jealous as they spend a lot just to bring gifts for her. But she is eager to listen only to Youngseo, who didn't spend a dime. Youngseo starts to play the instrument, and everyone becomes shocked when they hear him playing the Guangling Odyssey. Someone suddenly runs into the banquet hall to report that all the flowers in the garden are in full bloom, and everyone is shocked, wondering why the flowers would bloom at this time. Xiao Qingwang realizes that Youngseo just played the piece Gu Fainyang used to play, the heavenly piece that caused the god of flowers to awaken, compelling the flowers to bloom. The king commends Youngseo, but Lai Yi tries to talk it down. However, Lai Yi soon reveals that he has also prepared a gift for Xiao Qingwang. despite Xiao Qingwang's protests that he hasn't done anything deserving. Lai Yi tells him about a battle with Martial King Yi Xiaoshan 8 years ago that caused him an internal injury he couldn't cure. Lai Yi claims to have obtained a clear dragon's eye pill to heal his wounds and boost his cultivation. Xiao Qingwang is shocked, as he has been nursing the injury for a long time with no improvement. The king realizes that if Xiao Qingwang were to lose his abilities due to injury, Zhang Lishan would be the only martial king left in Tanshui, which would significantly impact national power. Thus, he commends Lai Yi for his immense contribution and offers him any reward he wants. Lai Yi demands to marry the princess, knowing that his position in the Lai family is shaky and that a higher status would be a significant advantage. Princess Ruxui is shocked and protests, but the king has no choice but to grant Lai Yi's wish. Princess Ruxu becomes angry and smashes the egg of a demon beast on the floor, releasing its rotten contents and filling the hall with a foul smell. Everyone realizes that Yangxiu was right. Princess Ruxu tries to use the situation as an excuse to avoid marrying Lai Yi, but the king still praises him. As the king attempts to make a decree about the marriage, Yangxiu interrupts, revealing that the clear dragon's eye pill is fake. He further explains that it could be deadly if it comes into contact with Xiao Qingwang's blood after ingestion. Yangxiu suggests that they test it by putting blood on it and giving it to a dog. The pill is set before him, and he calls Meng Bai to add a drop of his blood to it, knowing that Meng Bai's blood is poisonous due to his heaven and earth poison body type. The pill is then fed to the dog, and after a while the dog falls and dies. Everyone is shocked. The king gets angry and orders his guards to lock Lai Yi up. He is left with a dilemma of whether to kill Lai Yi. He reasons that if he doesn't kill him, he has to give Xiao Qingwang a proper explanation. If he kills him, there's no way he would keep the Lai family in check. Xiao Qingwang greets the king and decides to leave, but Yangxiu stops him and asks to check the condition of the injuries. The king accepts, since he was the one who cured the princess and could have a solution to this. Yangxiu checks his meridian and accurately detects all the symptoms he has been having. However, he refuses to tell him the answer since Xiao Qingwang addressed him as little guy. He demands that Xiao Qingwang addresses him as young Master Yun. Everyone becomes shocked, and Xiao Qingwang, being a well-respected commander, refuses to call him such. After a while, he reluctantly agrees and pretends to be fine. After the banquet, Ruxu appreciates Yangxiu for helping her. Yangxiu tells Xiao Qingwang that he will be leaving and will inform him when he remembers the solution to his injuries. After that, his friends praise him for all that happened earlier, and they ask him how he knew the pills Lai Yi brought were fake. He tells them they were not fake and explains the truth about the trick he pulled at the banquet hall. They become shocked that he could bravely do that before everyone without the fear of being caught. On their way home, Qin Yu, the second prince of Tanshui, requests to have a chat with him. They soon start to converse. Qin Yu tells Yangxiu that Commander Bad told him he would meet his life's benefactor that night, and he wonders if Yangxiu is that person. Yangxiu has heard a few things about Commander Bai before, but he is shocked when she appears before him. He thought that she was a man. Yangxiu jokes that Qin Yu already has a capable person as his benefactor, and he wouldn't like to take part in any coup, which startles Qin Yu. Commander Bai commends Yangxiu for his bravery and tells him that it would be of great benefit to the Lai family if he could help the prince in the process of becoming the king in the future. Initially, Gu Fiang did not plan to involve himself in the things faced by the Lai family, but since the body he resides in was raised by the Lai family, he has no option but to be involved. He reasons that getting a guarantee and strong backing for the Lai family would be his gratitude for being born into the family. He tells the prince to promise that the Lai family will always enjoy prosperity, prestige, and peace. After that, he asks the prince how he can be of help, and Commander Bai asks him if he can really cure Xiao Qingwang. Everyone had factored Xiao Qingwang's injury being incurable into plans, and Yangxiu curing it would greatly overturn the plans. Yangxiu responds by saying he can perfectly cure him, and they get shocked. Yangxiu tells Prince Qin Yu that he can be assured that the king is supporting him and wants to make him king instead of his brother Qin Yang. Yangxiu further tells him that the king is sick as he observed a silver tint in his eyes at the banquet. He tells Prince Qin Yu that the king dying suddenly will not be a blessing to Tanshui, and he should go and tell the king to announce him as king. Qin Yu tells Yangxiu that the king is just using him as a pawn to fight against Qin Yang. He initially didn't want to fight for the throne, but the king is forcing him in a bid to protect himself. Yangxiu realizes that the king has a very strong desire for the throne and has no intentions of stepping down, so he decided to use Qin Yu as a distraction to prevent Qin Yang from focusing on him. If the king dies, it will be difficult for Qin Yu to stand against Qin Yang without support from the throne, which is why he needs Yangxiu to cure Xiao Qingwang so he can win him to his side. Qin Yu tells Yangxiu that the battle between him and his brother for the throne will be decided by 6 powerful people, and if he can win the votes of the majority of them, he'd have no worries about opposition from the minority. However, Yangxiu tells him that the king has to die for this plan to work, as if everyone knows that Kui Yang poisoned the king, the tides will turn in his favor. Qin Yu then promises to see to it that Yangxiu marries Princess Ruxu if he can help him succeed. Suddenly, the tent they are sitting in is attacked with several arrows, and Commander Bai quickly protects the prince. Qin Yu tells Yangxiu not to worry, as he has experienced many attempted assassinations like this before. However, Yangxiu replies replies that this one is quite tricky and not like the other ones in the past. Suddenly, fiery arrows are fired at the tent, but Bai blocks them with a barrier formation. The barrier formation gets shattered and the tent gets destroyed, but none of them is hurt. Then, Gao Feng and Jimeng appear. Commander Bai tells the prince that one of them is a martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm, while the other is a great martial master of the Three Powers realm. The odds are against them. The fight soon begins. Jimeng goes to attack Qin Yu, while Gao Feng attacks Commander Bai. Qin Yu blocks Jimeng's attack using the Brahmin embroidered flag of oceans and clouds, and since he can't kill the prince yet, he decides to attack Yang Xiao and the two other maids. Commander Bai tells them to run and call for reinforcements. While they try to run, Jimeng uses a sword technique called Peach Blossom Sword intent to prevent them from escaping. However, Yang Xiao tells him it is not properly done and brings out his own sword to show him how it should be done. On seeing Yang Xiao's demonstration, Jimeng becomes humbled. He has been training to use the Peach Blossom Sword for 30 years, but compared to Yang Xiao, his sword strike feels like dirt. Jimeng asks if Yang Xiao can teach him if he follows him, and he agrees. Gao Feng sees that Jimeng has decided to follow Yang Xiao, so he flies off. Commander Bai is impressed and compliments Yang Xiao's combat abilities. She reasons that Lai Yang Xiao has hidden martial intentions and is more difficult to read than she thought. The next day, news reaches Yang Xiao that Lai Yue has been released but has been stripped of his official title and is only left to continue controlling the Lai family. So he visits him at the Lai mansion with Jimeng and some guards. On seeing him, Lai Yi orders his guards to attack and kill Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao orders his men to attack Lai Yi too, and while they are about to lay hands on him, Lai Yi unleashes his aura as a 5-star great martial warrior. Yang Xiao is surprised he is that powerful. Jimeng decides to intercept and help fight Lai Yi, but he couldn't do much. Yang Xiao then launches an attack with his sword. Lai Yi blocks it with his sword but realizes that Yang Xiao's sword unleashes a 10-fold gravity field. The combat continues and suddenly a 4-quadrant realm martial lord arrives. He tries to take Lai Yi with him, but Lai Yi tells him he wants to finish off Yang Xiao first. The martial lord then attempts to attack Yang Xiao, but Yang Sheng arrives and stops it. She asks Yang Xiao why an expert in the martial lord realm wants his life. He replies that he doesn't know and asks why she is there. She tells him that she heard that he performed the Guangling Odyssey the previous day at the banquet, which caused the flowers to bloom, and says she wants to hear it too. However, he tells her that he can't play it as there are conditions that have to be met before he can play it, and the conditions are not available at the moment, like the previous night. He tells Yunsheng to inform the king that a martial lord realm assassin has appeared in the country and is working with Lai Yi. He tells her to tell the king to order that they be searched for and killed. She then asks him if he can really treat Shou King Wang and promises to send people to guard him while he treats him. She leaves and Yang Xiao heads further into the Lai mansion, and there he meets Lai Chenyang, Lai Yang Xiao's old fart state lord. He is surprised to see that Yang Xiao has opened all his chakras and has become a 4-star martial warrior. Yang Xiao asks why he is hiding there and tells him he could detect he was there through his breaths. Lai Chunyang is shocked when he hears this. Yang Xiao asks what his thoughts and decisions are about the Lai family's situation, and Lai Chunyang puts the question back to him, asking what he thinks. Yang Xiao says Lai Chunyang hid away and allowed Lai Yi to take control so he could observe the whole situation and know how the king would respond to it. Lai Chunyang is astonished by how Yang Xiao analyzed the whole situation and becomes excited that the Lai family has a befitting successor. Yang Xiao tells him that he is not concerned with the political matters of the family, but as for the matters regarding the country, he is supporting Qin Yu in becoming the next king. Lai Yunsheng is surprised as the Lai family has been known to always support the eldest prince, Qin Yang. However, he promises Yang Xiao to bring the whole family to join him in supporting Qin Yu. After a while, they both head to a secret underground, and on getting there, Yang Xiao meets a 3rd-tier alchemist and a 3-star martial lord. Dashing, the 3-star martial lord, has been sick for years and is not recovering. The 3rd-tier alchemist is fed up and is about to give up. He tells Lai Chunyang that he has tried his best and there's nothing he can do again. He prepares to take his leave and Yang Xiao interferes. He questions the alchemist's capabilities, which gets him angry. The alchemist attempts to hit him for disrespecting him, but Yang Xiao hits him first. Yang Xiao shows him the badge of a 2nd-tier alchemist that was given to him by President Xi. Lai Chunyang is shocked, and the 3rd-tier alchemist accuses him of forging the badge. He is surprised that Yang Xiao could slap him even with the fact that he is a 9-star martial warrior. Yang Xiao sends him away, and Lai Chenyang, surprised that Yang Xiao is really an alchemist, wonders how much Yang Xiao has been hiding from him. They soon begin to discuss how Dashing got injured in a battle that was supposed to be fought by Lai Yunsheng. Yang Xiao learns that it was in that same battle that Shou King Wang got injured. The battle was between the Tan Shui and the 100 Battles country, and they fought for one of the 3 superior auxiliary countries' positions. Yang Xiao is surprised at how there would be an intense battle for rankings, and Chenyang explains to him that the higher the ranking of a country, country, the more cultivation resources that would be allocated to them. He further explains the order of the rankings to him and tells him about the highest of them, which is the Heaven Gathering sect. Chumiang warns him never to provoke them if he ever goes to the Dusk Flame Empire. They then discuss Dashing's injuries, which were inflicted by the same person who injured Xiao Qingwang, Marshal King Xiaoshan of the 100 Battles country, using Benum Kai. Nuncio tells Chumiang that the martial lord that saved Lai Yi earlier also used Benum Kai. They realize that Lai Yi doesn't just have the support of the king, but also of the 100 Battles country. Nuncio tells them that if they want to cure the injury, they have to get someone who uses extreme Yang Qi, and he recommends Lord Dunshang. Chumiang immediately prepares to go and bring her, but Nuncio stops him. He tells him that he will need to first refine some medicinal pills that can suppress the cold poison, but he lacks the necessary ingredients. Chumiang gives him the key to the family's secret vault that contains many treasures. Nuncio is surprised and reasons that he will be able to get all the resources he needs to boost his cultivation there. He leaves and meets the fourth uncle to take him to the secret vault. The fourth uncle is surprised that Nuncio met Lai Chunyang. He takes him to the entrance of the secret vault, and on getting there, Nuncio sees the array formation guarding the vault and immediately recognizes it is the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire Array. The fourth uncle is shocked that Nuncio could identify as the old master. Lai Chunyang has brought many experts to check it in the past, and none of them could identify it. Nuncio enters the vault and wonders what divine artifact is powering it. After walking for a while, he sees a stone tablet. He tries to see what is in it using the Moon Eye technique. However, the immense power from the tablet affects his eyes, such that it starts to bleed. He then practices some cultivation and shatters the tablet into pieces, revealing the powerful force in it. He discovers it's the Divine Realm tablet. He wonders what it really is to have such an enormous amount of power that could burn his soul through his Moon Eye technique. He reasons that it could be an artifact of the 10 Worlds realm left behind by the legendary martial god, as it is only the power of the martial god that can directly hurt the soul. He immediately starts to practice the Great Expansion Divine Cultivation technique and sends the Divine Realm tablet into his sea of consciousness. The vault immediately loses its beauty and treasures and turns into an ordinary cave. Then Nuncio breaks through to the peak of the 5 stars martial warrior level. However, he finds out that no matter how hard he tries, he can't control the tablet within his consciousness. He leaves the vault and heads to the Alchemist Association to see Zhirong, so he can refine some medicinal pills for Xiao Qingwang and Dashing. He is told that he can't see Zhirong as he is cultivating in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Nuncio tells them to call him anyway, that Zhirong won't get angry if he knows it is him. They refuse and he tries to leave, saying he won't be making Xiao Qingwang's pills anymore. On hearing this, they quickly stop him from leaving and decide to go call Zhirong out. After calling Zhirong, he gets angry, but when he sees Nuncio, he starts to act very courteously around him, causing the others to be surprised. Zhirong takes him to the largest training room, where he shows Jimeng the peach blossom and tells him to learn the concept behind it before he returns from his cultivation. He then heads to the refinement chamber with Zhirong to refine some pills. He tells Zhirong that he will take over from where he stops when his soul power gets exhausted. He then activates the Divine Realm tablet and summons all the treasures that were in the secret vault. He tells Zhirong that some of the medicinal pills he wants to refine this time are of pure yang, and he can't control the whole process with his current soul power, so they both have to cultivate and advance to the level of second-tier alchemists first. Meanwhile, while Nuncio cultivates in seclusion, a major event occurs in Tianshui. Lai Chunyang suddenly reveals himself to the public, regains the power of the family, and declares Lai Yi wanted all over the country. He then uses the opportunity to root out Lai Yi's accomplices and confiscates the property of several court officials in the capital who supported Lai Yi and suppressed the Lai family while he was away. However, Lai Yi could not be found anywhere. It seemed as though he disappeared completely from Tianshui. On this note, Lan Guang, Lan Stuan, and Lan Fei's father visits his father to discuss the whole situation. He points out that Lai Chunyang has been particularly dealing with people from Prince Qin Yang's faction. His father is shocked and wonders why he is now going against Qin Yang, whom he used to support. He thinks about why Chunyang is doing all these and reasons that it could be because of the newly emerged Lai Nuncio. Also at Qin Yang's residence, Qin Yang worries about the events happening. Lai Yi visits him and tells him he has plans that can ensure his successful ascension to the throne. Qin Yang gets angry and sends his men to attack him, but 2 martial lord warriors arrive to protect him. Guofeng informs the prince that Lai Yi is powerful, and the prince decides to listen to what he has to say. Lai Yi tells him that he will help him accomplish 3 things, which are to get Lai Chunyang out of the capital, kill Xiao Qingwang, and keep Zhang Lishan under control. He goes on to explain how the plans would be carried out, and the prince sees it's a very great plan. Meanwhile, Zhirong and Nuncio are still busy refining pills. Zhirong informs Nuncio that some of the ingredients are almost exhausted. Nuncio tells him to refine more, and he is shocked. He asks if Nuncio will give him the recipe to refine them, and Nuncio replies that he should know better already, since he has been following him for a long time. A few moments later, Zhirong sits and begins cultivating. He starts to feel a sensation that he is about to break through to the second-tier level. Suddenly, Lu Dio calls for Nuncio Xiao, and this affects Zhirong's cultivation. His consciousness immediately starts to fall deep into the abyss of knowledge, and if he is not rescued, his spirit would be injured and he could die. However, Xiao rescues him. Zhirong tells him that he almost broke through to second tier before Liu Yo interrupted. He is shocked when Xiao replies that he actually broke through already. Xiao too has broken through to become a 6-star martial warrior and second-tier refiner. Zhirong is shocked by Xiao's rapid progress. When he met him, Xiao was neither a warrior nor a refiner, but has ascended so much in just a short time. Liu Yao reports that Xiao's father, Lai Changfeng, has been cut off and surrounded by the army of the 100 Battles country in the Shining Gold City, and they have lost contact with him. Xiao is surprised that a lot has happened within 10 days while he was cultivating, and he heads there immediately. On his way out of the Alchemist Association, he sees Jimeng, who had also been cultivating since they went to the refinement chamber. He has ascended to 2-star, and he swears his allegiance to Xiao. However, Xiao rebukes him for just ascending to 2 stars in 10 days. Everyone around is shocked to hear this, as ascending 2 stars in just 10 days is a very difficult thing to achieve. Xiao, however, tells Jimeng that he will be considered his aide from now on, as he sees that he has the spirit of perseverance. As they step out of the Alchemist Association, they meet Commander Bai, who was sent by Prince Kinyu to escort him for fear of being attacked by assassins. As they head back, they are attacked by some assassins under Lai Yi's lead. Xiao gives Jimeng an origin-blasting pill and tells him to hold off the 2 martial lords while he faces Lai Yi. The 2 martial lords mock Jimeng, but they become shocked when he suddenly breaks through to the martial king realm and wonders what kind of origin-blasting pill he took. They begin to fight, and the 2 martial lords are shocked by Jimeng's techniques. Jimeng uses the peach blossom technique and overpowers the 2 martial lords. Lai Yi is shocked, wondering what pill Xiao gave to Jimeng that made him powerful enough to fight 2 martial lords. He covets the pills and plans to take Xiao alive, so he can force him to give him the pills. Xiao and Lai Yi begin fighting, and Xiao unleashes the 100-fold gravitational force with his sword, which knocks Lai Yi's sword off his hand. Xiao takes Lai Yi's sword and uses one of Lai Yi's sword techniques, freezing sword intent. Lai Yi is shocked and asks how he could do that. Xiao replies that he can replicate low-level skills just by looking at them. He unseals the 2 Exuan swords with him and prepares to attack Lai Yi. Lai Yi wonders how Xiao is doing all these, and also the fact that the energies coming from those swords have different chi elements. Lai Yi thinks that he has to take him out fast and immediately launches an attack. However, just as Lai Yi approaches him, Xiao uses the Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon, and commands him to kneel. Lai Yi kneels immediately, and Xiao attempts to attack him, but the other 2 martial lords quickly rescue him and escape. Xiao feels bad that he was careless and reasons that he won't be able to use that technique again since Lai Yi knows about it already. Xiao and Jimeng meet Commander Bai, and she tells them that Go Feng and his men ambush them. At Kinyu's mansion meeting hall, Lai Chunying, Prince Kinyu, Commander Bai, Xiao, and Jimeng meet to discuss the situation. Lai Chunying tells them that Xiao's father is locked in Shining Gold City, and requests for backup have reached the capital. Xiao asks him what he thinks, and he says that the request to help is fake. He says the real motive is to mislead them, so that once the Lai family's power is out of the capital, Kinyang can do whatever he wants before they return. However, Lai Xiao says that the request could be real. He tells them that the 100 Battles country is not only planning to distract them alone, but also to invade the Shining Gold City, so they have to fall for the trap even though they know it is, as the consequence of ignoring the request might be grave. Yin Koi is angry with his brother for being so selfish and even willing to sacrifice the common people. He says he could stop competing for the throne and leave it for his brother if this is what it would take. However, he is told that the country needs him instead, as the future of Tianshui would be at stake if Qin Yang becomes the king. Commander Bai asks Xiao if he has any ideas. He says he does, but there are too many ears in the meeting hall and would only reveal his plan if some untrusted people leave. Kinyu tells his men to leave, and Xiao reveals that they could defend both sides of the city at the same time. Chumiang says that the only force that can support them in the Shining Gold City is the Central Army. However, the Central Army is under Qin Yang, but Chunyang says that he can call for soldiers using his prestige. The only problem is that he cannot leave the city to lead them, and the troops do not like to follow orders except it's him. Xiao tells them he has 3 people in mind that can carry out the task. He reveals that he found a way to suppress Dashing and Xiao Qingwang's poison, using the pills he refined. They commend his intelligence and ask him who the 3rd person is. He says it's Marshal King Zhang Lishan, Prince Kinyu's teacher. Kinyu becomes shocked. Yu says it's impossible, as his teacher would never involve himself in political affairs, and will only make a move when the 100 Battles country's main army approaches the capital. However, Lai Xiao tells him that he doesn't need Zhang Lishan to make a move and reminds him of what happened 60 years ago in the Tianshui country, when the dean of the jail and academy organized an army made up of capable students to combat the revolutionary army that had caused a revolution in the south and was approaching the capital city. This resolved the emergency and pushed the Revolutionary Army back to the south. This group of students was later called the State Guardians. Lai Yunxiu then suggested that since most academies have started to form training missions for students to sign up for, the training mission can be changed into supporting Shining Gold City, and the rewards increased. Qin Yu is surprised by this idea and commends him. Lai Yunxiu further says that Lord Yunsheng would be needed to dampen the benumbing qi inside King Wang and Dashing. Lai Yunsheng reasons that this is a great idea, as it would bring many of the strongest warriors in Tanshui to Qin Yu's side. Lai Yunxiu tells Qin Yu not to fear, as he already has 3 martial kings supporting him. Qin Yu wonders who the third person is, and that's when Lai Yunsheng reveals that he has already stepped into the 5 elements realm and become a martial king. Qin Yu is delighted with Yunxiu and asks if he will be his brother after becoming the king, a very esteemed honor for anyone. However, they all are shocked when he declines and says they should discuss it later. The prince still suggests that he will announce it after he ascends the throne, but Yunxiu tells him he is not interested and never to mention it again, which shocks all of them. Lai Yunxiu completes a statement that Lai Chunying made, and Jimeng repeats and suddenly breaks through to a martial lord realm. Commander Bai is shocked as Jimeng just started following Yunxiu not long. Yunxiu tells Jimeng that he will have Jirong prepare some pills for him to further break through into the martial king realm. They'd all disperse to attend to different tasks regarding what they had just discussed. Yunxiu and Lai Chunying return to the Lai family's residence to make preparations towards the emperor, allowing them to mobilize forces. Meanwhile, Qin Yang is angry with Lai Yi that he failed even with all the support of the warriors he had. Lai Yi states that it was all because Yunxiu and Jimeng were insurmountable. Qin Yang is surprised to hear this, since Yunxiu and Jimeng had lower cultivation than his men. Lai Yi tells him that Jimeng suddenly had the strength of a martial lord after taking a pill, and Yunxiu had a third-tier Xuan weapon and knew secret techniques. Even Go Feng confirms that there is something strange about Yunxiu, as they had a perfect plan to kill Qin Yu that night when Yunxiu won Jimeng over to his side. However, Lai Yi assures Qin Yang that their plans are still proceeding perfectly, as the whole country will be under his control when the Golden Lion Army returns to the capital and gathers with the Central Army. Qin Yang asks what if Lai Yunxiu treats King Wang, but Lai Yi assures him that his master will send experts and he won't survive. Lai Yi leaves, and Prince Qin Yang and Go Feng begin to talk about Jia Renyi, Tanshui's top scholar. Go Feng tells him that arrangements have been made regarding Lai Chunyang's disregard for the country's laws. Qin Yang hopes this will get public against the Lai family and bring them on his side. At the Lai family residence, Yunxiu and Chunyang return and meet a group of scholars protesting against Chunyang's actions. Chunyang becomes scared of them because Jia Renyi is a descendant of a saint, the idol of scholars whom even the former king respected dearly. Killing these scholars would drag the Lai family's reputation into the mud. However, Yunxiu thinks that if Jia Renyi can show up now, he must have something with Prince Qin Yang, so he decides to clean them all up. He moves closer to them and sees a grand qi of justice condensed from their union, so he sees this as a great supplement for his cultivation. He immediately starts to absorb the qi. On seeing this, the scholars begin to increase the density of their qi so it could kill him, not knowing it would only make him stronger. Yunxiu pretends he is being affected by it, so they can be motivated to continue increasing the density. After a while, they collapse to the ground out of exhaustion, and Lai Yunxiu appears unscathed, having reached a mid-level 7 stars martial warrior. The scholars are surprised and wonder how he is still very fine and appears stronger. They are shocked when they discover he was using their grand qi of justice to make a breakthrough in cultivation. He then threatens to kill them for surrounding the Lai family with malicious intentions. One of the scholars dares him to kill them, claiming that they are of saintly principles, and he'd be in great trouble if he did. Yunxiu scares him by faking as though he wants to kill him, and they all begin to plead for their lives. Yunxiu then gives them a recitation to repeat all across the capital, asking them to insult Jia Renyi with excitement, otherwise he'd kill them. He and Chunying head to the Lai family's secret chamber to see Dashing. After checking Dashing, Yunxiu gives him his pill, and he faints. Dashing wakes up soon after, sad that he fainted again like usual. However, Yunxiu tells him to try to stand up, and he is shocked. Dashing tells him that he hasn't stood in 5 years, but he becomes surprised when he begins to feel his legs again. He is excited and asks him how he did it. Yunxiu tells him that it is a temporary cure, and they would need extreme chi to help him fully recover. Dashing stands up for the first time in 5 years, and Chunying hugs him with excitement and tears in his eyes. Yuanxiu breaks the ice by telling him he must command an army in a few days. Dashing can't believe his ears and thinks it's a joke, but Chunying confirms it is true. Dashing accepts and tells Chunying he'd do whatever he is told. Then, Chunying challenges Yuanxiu about emptying the Lai family's treasures that have been saved for 100 years. Chunying retrieves little from him, telling him he would return for more. They head to the meeting hall, and King Wang is shocked to see Dashing. He thought he had died from the benumbing poison 5 years ago. King Wang discovers that it was Yuanxiu that cured him. Yuanxiu tells him it is temporary and would need extreme yang qi from Yunsheng for a full recovery. Yuanxiu shows King Wang the pills he refined, and he is shocked that Yuanxiu could refine second-tier pills. Yuanxiu promises to repay Lord Yunsheng with any amount she wants if she can help King Wang and Dashing. She replies that there is no need for reimbursement since King Wang and Dashing are important pillars of the country, and helping them is within her duties. However, she requests that he will play the Guangling Odyssey. The meeting ends and Yuanxiu goes into seclusion to cultivate. Yuanxiu wonders why he hasn't broken through to become a martial master, and is still stuck as a mere 7-star martial warrior even after absorbing Meng Bai's poison and the grand chi of hundreds of scholars. He starts cultivating. He activates the monument he got from the Lai family's secret vault. He soon discovers that he can train his body and soul simultaneously. After a while, he generates so much power and absorbs all of it, which causes him to start expanding and be at risk of combusting. He starts to consider the limitations of his body and almost thinks of giving up, but he gives up that thought and continues with it until he breaks through to the 8-star martial warrior level. Chunying calls for an emergency, and when he sees Yuanxiu, he is shocked. He is surprised that he has advanced to become an 8-star martial warrior in just 2 days after becoming a mid-level 7-star martial warrior. He then tells him that Jia Renyi was furious about what happened with his scholars. He gathered all the instructors at the Imperial Academy, waiting for the Lai family to take responsibility. Chunying tells Yuanxiu that he ran away after seeing them. Yuanxiu asks why he is scared of them and tells him that, as martial artists, they only believe in strength and care less about reputation. This makes Chunying realize that he has just been a coward ever since, and he aims to leave everything aside after Qinyu's matter is solved to focus on training. Yuanxiu and Chunying proceed to the Imperial Palace, and when the guards would not let them in, Yuanxiu kills them. Yuanxiu announces from outside the palace that he needs to inform the king about emergency matters pertaining to the military. The palace officials see this as rudeness, and the commander of the palace guards, Jing Feibai, launches an attack on him. Yuanxiu avoids the attack, and Chunying immediately dashes at Jing Feibai and kills him instantly, shocking everyone. The other guards block them, and Yuanxiu continues to shout that he has urgent military intelligence to report to the king. A few moments later, the king tells them to come in, and when they walk towards the central palace, the Imperial Academy Grand Mentors block him and begin to protest against them. Yuanxiu observes the chi they generated, and he is disappointed as the amount is lesser than the other scholars from earlier. He unsheaths his sword and kills some of them. They become shocked and clear the way for them. On getting to the palace, Jia Renyi tells the king that he has to kill them for killing the palace officials. He tells the king that he killed them because he respects the law. Qinyang interrupts him and says that murder must be punished with death. Yuanxiu asks Qinyang if he knows the law, to which he replies yes. Yuanxiu then asks for the Ministry of Personnel and asks him what the punishment for blocking someone with urgent military intelligence is. The Ministry of Personnel replies that it is death. Everyone in the palace realized that this was why Yuanxiu said he had urgent military intelligence to report to the king. Yuanxiu justifies all his killings with the law, and even implicates Jia Renyi. Chunying is shocked at how he settled everything and wonders if this is really his grandson. The king punishes Jia Renyi's nephew and pardons Jia Renyi because of his accomplishments in the past. However, Yuanxiu doesn't accept and protests that the law should affect Jia Renyi too, as no one is above the law, even the prince. Jia Renyi accuses Yuanxiu of mocking the king's imperial pardon. He says Yuanxiu doesn't regard the king, and Yuanxiu declares that he doesn't. The entire officials present in the palace become shocked. However, Yuanxiu finds a way to maneuver himself out of a seeming offense and put all the blame on Jia Renyi's, saying Jia Renyi defied the imperial edict and sought to take the throne. Rini gets very angry and soon falls and dies. On seeing this, Youngseo seeks forgiveness from the king since he has shown remorse with his death. The king pardons Rini, and they carry his dead body out of the palace for a befitting funeral. The king then asks Youngseo about the urgent military intelligence he killed the guards for. Youngseo tells the king that they have lost Beitu town. The 100 Battles country has besieged Kunshin city, and reinforcements must be sent immediately. The king is shocked that this was the information they called urgent, as he was already aware of it. Qin Yang says Youngseo must be killed for killing the imperial officials over outdated information. The king tells Youngseo that Kunji city's army is enough to guard the city, so he thinks the reinforcement request is fake. Youngseo replies that the request could be true, and this could cause Tianshui to lose all its 13 cities. One of the imperial court officers says that Youngseo is exaggerating the situation because his father is stuck. Youngseo draws out his sword and threatens to kill him. Qin Yang sees this and tells his father, the king, to sentence Youngseo to death for threatening a minister. This angers Qin Yang, and he hits Qin Yang. Youngseo manages to convince the king, and he orders Li Chunying to lead the army as general and select troops from the central army. However, Chunying tells the king that his body has weakened over the past few years, but he will find someone dependable to fill the role. They all leave the imperial court. Qin Yu tells Youngseo that the student tryouts for the army have started in Jilin Academy and asks if he would love to watch them. Youngseo agrees, and they head to the place. Meanwhile, at the Jilin Academy during the sign-up, the teachers refuse to let Meng Bai sign up for the tryouts, saying it's a privilege only for those enrolled in the academy, and also that Meng Bai is too green for malnourishment. Meng Bai starts to make a fuss and says he will bring his master. The teacher asks who his master is, and Youngseo, who has just arrived, replies that it is him. Meng Bai is excited to see him and complains that they would not let him sign up. Everyone is shocked that Youngseo is his master, and they are surprised to see Prince Qin Yu and Chunying. Qin Yu admonishes everyone, and they all become more motivated to sign up. Commander Bai later comes with a report that over 2,000 students signed up, which includes martial masters and martial warriors. Qin Yu is excited as these students would be important pillars of the country's future. Zhang Lishan comes to admonish them and gives the stage to Qin Yu to say a few words to them. Qin Yu tells them the rewards of participating in the battle and says Li Youngseo will be their commander. Two students, Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu, protest against it and say they will only accept it if he can win them in a fight. Youngseo tells them he will fight both of them at the same time. Everyone is shocked and thinks he is insane for wanting to fight two martial masters simultaneously. Even Luo Landuo, who has always called him trash, is present to watch him. Lin Yu launches an attack using the tiger and dragon spear technique, but Youngseo blocks it easily with the concealed tiger fist, the technique Meng Bai has always wanted to learn. Everyone is shocked, and Lin Yu attacks with an even more advanced technique, and Youngseo blocks it again with the immortal golden body without dodging the attacks. This shocks everyone, and Landuo begins to feel bad that she used to push him away, and now he is way more powerful than she is. Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu then attack with maximum power. Youngseo blocks it with the Lotus Sword Song technique. He decides it's his turn to attack. He launches his attack and defeats them in one move, which shocks everyone and leaves them speechless. The next day, everyone gathers at the army assignment field. King Wang announces with a loud voice that sounds across Tianshui that all the state guardians should report immediately. After hearing the loud voice, everyone perceives that King Wang has been cured. All the state guardians start to report one by one until they are all complete. King Wang makes an order that all the 124 generals of the Central Army should be executed for disregarding the king's orders. Qin Yang protests against this, and King Wang says he will be executed, being one of the generals too. Qin Yang becomes scared, and he is captured, ready for execution. Ga Feng quickly heads to the king to get a decree for his safety. Qin Yu wonders if ascending the throne really means that he is above all, since an official like King Wang could just order the death of his brother. King Wang orders their execution, but Ga Feng arrives just in time with a decree from the king. He reads out that the king has given all the generals a chance to atone for their crimes, even though they refuse the mobilization order of the king. The king also writes that Qin Yang will be given 100 lashes as an example. However, King Wang still orders that all the generals be executed except Qin Yang, who will receive 500 lashes instead of 100. All the other generals are executed, and King Wang orders the 124 vice-generals to report immediately. He leaves and allows Chunying to continue from there. Chunying announces that Dashing will be the mission's commander, and everyone is shocked to see him. Lin sees his father, and both of them start to sob. Dashing receives the commander's seal and assigns roles to the people in charge of each troop. Yunxiu is made the chief of logistics, who will be in charge of the 2,000 students and also would protect the supplies. They all set out immediately. After a while, Yunxiu inquires about the next city they are headed to and how much it will take to reach there, and he is told it will take 10 days to reach Sunshore City. Dashing asks him what he thinks of the troops, and he answers shabbily. Dashing tells him that the students don't have life experiences of battles, so their killing intent is low compared to the main troops who have experienced life and death. Yunxiu takes up a challenge and swears a military oath, putting his head on the line that the students will emit more killing intent than all the soldiers in 10 days. And if he wins, he will take up the position of commander-in-chief, while Dashing will do the odd jobs for him. He jumps off to join the vehicle containing the students. Dashing heads to the basement to meet Yunxing and King Wang. She tells him that the method Yunxiu gave her for their treatment is also helping her strengthen her extreme yang qi, while suppressing the frost qi in their bodies. Dashing tells her not to bring that up as he will beat him till he's half crippled in 10 days, but King Wang tells him he won't get the chance to do that. Yunxiu tells his friends about the oath, and they tell him that it's not possible as killing intent is only increased in the face of real battles. Yunxiu tells them he will just make the students experience a real battle. He then commands that the students advance at full speed and arrive at Sunshore City in 4 days so that he can train them for the remaining 6 days. 3 days later, they arrive at the outskirts of Sunshore City at night, and all the students are exhausted from running for 3 days straight. Yunxiu draws a formation on the ground with Han Bai and Chen Zhen's help. He activates the formation and tells them it will help them become a true warrior in a short time. He heads back to the vehicle and sits down to start the training. He then sees his friends, Meng Bai and his sister, still in the vehicle. He stands up and pushes them out too. Chumeng decides to join too, but Yunxiu stops him as he has the cultivation of a martial lord, and his ocular skills can't control his mind, unlike the others. Jiron recognizes the formation to be the Thousand Hallucinations formation. Yunxiu tells Jimeng to protect them while he and Jiron cultivate. Meanwhile, in the forest, a student named Zhang Tao sees a beast wolf emerge from a tree, and it begins to chase him. He turns and tries to fight it, but the beast chops off one of his arms and runs away. Zhang Tao gets angry, chases the beast, and attempts to attack it, but it chops his second arm and runs away. He wonders why the beast did not kill him and ties up his wounds. He thinks that he won't be able to practice martial arts again and will not have the chance to get into Jilin Academy. He heads back home and sees his family molested and harassed by some men. He becomes angry and attempts to fight them, but they beat him up since he has lost 2 arms. While beating him, Zhang Tao becomes very angry and suddenly feels strong. His arms immediately grow out back, and he sees 2 swords in his hands. His killing intent rises, and he starts to attack them viciously. The hallucination effect wears off, and all the students realize that they have been hallucinating. They all start to cry from the terrifying situations they all face in the hallucinations. The next day, the students begin cultivating, and 3 days later, the god-slaying finger condenses from their strong killing intent. Yunxiu decides to take a walk in the city while the students continue to train. He takes Zhirong, Meng Bai, and his sister with him. Jimeng admires Yunxiu for entering the 8-star martial warrior realm in a very short period. On getting to the gate of Sunshore City, the guards stop them and demand that they pay before they are allowed to enter. Zhirong protests against it, but the guard insists they pay. However, another guard taps him and whispers some things in his ears, after which he allows them to enter. As they walk into the city, they discuss the corruption in the city and how Qin will correct them after he takes the throne. They head to the city's largest pharmacy to buy herbs. Yunxiu orders 10 sets of some common herbs, but he is told only 8 sets of ancient orchid leaves are left. Yunxiu tells him it is fine, but as he is about to collect it, Wu Guang takes it and says he will take it instead. The seller tells him that Yunxiu has bought it already, and Wu Guang tells Yunxiu to give him the herbs and Meng Wu, and he will pay any price he names. Yunxiu asks him if he can afford his price, and Wu Guang tells the seller to tell Yunxiu who he is. The seller reveals that he is the son of the Lord of Sunshore City. while the man behind him is Lord Zhang Tai, a high-class refining disciple. Yunxiu asks Zhang Tai whose student he is, and Zhang Tai replies that he follows Zhirong of the Alchemists Association, not knowing he is standing before him. Zhirong is shocked. He says he is not directly Zhirong's disciple, but is a close friend of one of his disciples. Wu Guang cuts the talk and asks how much they'd want for the herbs and the girl. Yunxiu replies that he wants their heads and orders Zhirong, Meng Bai, and Meng Wu to beat them up. After finishing beating them, they head out of the pharmacy. Wu Guang immediately fires a signal to get back up for his revenge. The team leader, Bai Bingbei, realizes that the four are martial warriors, with Yunxiu at the peak 8-star level. He reasons that they are from a strong background, and that he should not take the risk of capturing them. However, Wu Guang pressures him to beat them up and send the girl to his room. Bai Bingbei asks them to call their superiors, and Yunxiu uses the cloud-piercing arrows, the highest-grade military signal, which calls all his 2,000 students at once. On seeing the troop arrive, Bai Bingbei becomes afraid that he has provoked someone he was not supposed to. The city lord, Wu Lianshan, arrives, and he is shocked to see that the entire troop is full of kids. Wu Guang complains to him about them, and Wu Lianshan disciplines him instead and apologizes to Yunxiu. Yunxiu suggests that they find somewhere to talk. Wu Lianshan leads him to his residence. At his residence, Wu Lianshan is excited to hear that Yunxiu is dignified and on an assignment for the country. Yunxiu requests him, and Wu Lianshan tells him he doesn't have to be polite since everyone is doing their part for the country. Yunxiu tells him that he and the other 2,000 came about preparations, so he hopes they can get some supplies from him. Wu Lianshan quickly replies that he is short on supplies too, and Yunxiu says he could help with some of his wealth. Wu Lianshan says he doesn't have much savings as he has always cared about people and acted honestly. He then declares that he will skimp and save to fund them with 10,000 gold coins. However, Yunxiu tells him that that's so generous of him, but they don't need 10,000 gold coins, and he would have some of his men come to pick a few things by themselves. After a while, Han Bai and Chen Zhen enter, and they tie him and his subordinate up before the students troop in to carry some treasures from the house. They discover that Wu Lianshan has amassed a lot of treasures, even more than the entire Lai family. Wu Lianshan tells them they cannot touch some treasures as they belong to Qin Yang. This gives Yunxiu more reason to touch the treasures anyway. Han Bai asks Yunxiu if he should kill Wu Lianshan and his subordinate, but Yunxiu refuses, frees him, and they all leave. Wu Lianshan orders his men to send letters to Prince Qin Yang immediately to send reinforcements to attack them. One of his men whispers that General Kang is around, and Wu Lianshan tells him to immediately report what happened to him. While Yunxiu talks to his students, they begin to hear the thumpings of soldiers approaching them. Han Bai observes that something is wrong since the defense brigade of Sunshore City only has about 5,000 men, and this army consists of a lot more than that, with 100,000 men at least. They soon discover it is the Golden Lion Army. Kang Liken, the Golden Lion Army general, challenges them, but Yunxiu mocks them for losing control over the Whitehead town, which angers Kang Liken. He sees Jimeng, a martial lord, and wonders who they are. Jimeng calls out to him, and Kang Liken recognizes him. He is shocked that Jimeng has become a martial lord. He asks Jimeng why they are robbing Wu Lianshan when they are all under Prince Qin Yang. But Jimeng tells him that he is no longer serving the eldest prince. Yunxiu tells Kang Liken that he is the head of logistics of the East Army advancing, and they came to gather supplies to which Wu Lianshan gladly gave all his worth. The Golden Lion Army had received information that the capital ordered the Central Army to rescue the Shining Gold City. However, Kang Liken wonders why they are this small. Soon, Lai Yi appears and whispers in Kang Liken's ears. Liken immediately orders that they capture them immediately and kill those that refuse. Yunxiu orders his students to disperse and kill them off, and they start to slay many of the Golden Lion Army soldiers. Kang is shocked and wonders how there is an army that contains only martial warriors. However, he reasons that they won't be able to handle the 400,000 soldiers surrounding them. Yunxiu then orders his students to get into formation, use the killing intent technique, and charge toward the south. The students enter formation immediately, and their killing intent condenses and attacks the Golden Lion Army. The Golden Lion Army tries to block it with their lion chi but fails. Lai Yi orders that they should target Yunxiu first to break the formation. King Licken dashes toward Jimeng while Lai Yue tells his accomplices to attack and kill Yunxiu. Yunxiu joins the student in charging toward the south, and the two martial lords of Lai Yi chase after him. They launch attacks on Yunxiu, but he uses the Golden Lion Army soldiers to shield himself. Lai Yi then orders the martial lords to attack Yunxiu's companions to lure him out. Guang, one of Lai Yu's martial lords, attacks Chang Feng and slashes him with his spear. Lin Yu quickly runs to meet him, and Yunxiu intervenes to combat Guang. Yunxiu tells Lin Yu to retreat and take Chang Feng to Zheron for treatment while he faces the enemy. Yunxiu and Guang begin to fight, and Yunxiu realizes that he might die at the pace of this fight. Yunxiu's students see Yunxiu holding off Guang alone, so they decide to assist him. They start to charge back toward Yunxiu and Guang, still using the killing intent technique. Jimeng and Kang Licken continue to fight, and Licken fears Jimeng might take him down. Zherong announces to everyone that the reinforcements have arrived while he treats Chang Feng. Lai Yu, watching the fight, tells Yu, the second martial lord, to assist Guang in killing Yunxiu, but just as he attempts to attack Yunxiu, the god-slaying finger condenses from the student's killing intent and kills Yu immediately. Everyone is shocked. All the students become exhausted. The god-slaying finger used up their yuan qi in killing intent. Lai Yi becomes angry and dashes at Yunxiu. They all hear King Wang's voice from a distance, and Yunxiu intends to hold them down till King Wang arrives, while Lai Yi intends to kill him before King Wang arrives. Lai Yi and Guang attack Yunxiu together, but Yunxiu blocks all the attacks. He then uses the four quadrants elements, and everyone is shocked as only four quadrants realm martial lords can use it. Lai Yi also swallows the demonification pill and turns into a demon with power equal to a martial king. As Yunxiu starts to gather all the elements together, Yunqing sees nothing else but Gu Faiyang's demeanor in him. A cloud palm forms and hits Lai Yi to the ground and completely defeats him. Yunxiu falls from the sky exhausted. They ask if he is fine, and he says he will be fine if Yunqing hugs him. They had to check the palm dent on the ground to see what happened to Lai Yi, and to there, they don't see him but see a different person there instead, already dead. They wonder how he escaped because none saw him escaping, and they are sure the palm hit him. Dashing asks Yunxiu how they should deal with the Golden Lion Army, and Kang Licken begins to justify his actions, saying he was only carrying out his duty as the general. Kang Licken asks them who gave them the authority to punish him, and Yunxiu tells Jimeng to deal with him. Jimeng attempts to execute him on Yunxiu's orders, and Kang Licken pleads for his life, swearing to pledge his loyalty to the fullest as a martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm if they don't kill him. Dashing thinks Kang Licken can be an asset to them in the future, but Yunxiu orders his execution anyway, saying a martial lord has yet to scratch the surface on the path of martial arts. Everyone is shocked. Dashing calls up the vice commanders of the Golden Lion Army and gives them the responsibility of being in charge of the army. He tells them to make up for their mistakes and protect their homeland. Meanwhile, Wu Lianshan is unaware that Kang Licken has been killed. He asks his subordinates if Kang Licken can retrieve all his wealth. Someone comes in with the information that the Golden Lion Army has returned, and Wu Lianshan excitedly prepares to leave his residence and take revenge on Yunxiu and his students. However, Yunxiu crosses him and kills him immediately. He tells Commander Bai Bingbei to take over the admin matters of the Sunshore City temporarily. At the main commander's tent in the Central Army, Dashing, Ting Wang, Yunsheng, and others meet to discuss Yunxiu. They wonder if he is human as he was able to teach a secret killing intent technique to the 2,000 students and could use the wind and cloud palm technique, which is only characteristic of Gu Faiyang and his disciples. They consider who his master could be among Gu Faiyang's 5 disciples. However, Yunsheng suggests his master must be Gu Faiyang himself. Dashing doubts the possibility of that, saying Gu Faiyang died 15 years ago. Yunsheng replies that no one in Chanshui can ever kill him, so he must have just suffered from major injuries and ended up in Chanshui somehow. She adds that he must have also become Yunxiu's teacher by chance. King Wang says that it means Gu Faiyang is currently hiding in Chanshui. If the public finds out, he says this would put a big risk to Gu Faiyang's life, Chanshui, and the whole Duskflame Empire. Yunsheng warns that she would personally destroy anyone that leaks information about Gu Faiyang to the public, and they all agree to keep it a secret. Someone comes to report that they will be arriving at Goodwater City soon. He asks if they should pass through it or go around it. Dashing considers that the city lord their works for Qin Yang, and they would not like to cause any commotion, so he says they should go around it. However, Jimeng arrives with a word from Young Xiao, asking that they allow Jimeng and the student army to go and ask for some supplies in Goodwater City. Dashing permits them. Jimeng and the student army enter Goodwater City while the city lord, Zhao Hongguang, accepts his 27th concubine. Jimeng announces they have come to ask for supplies and tells them to continue the ceremony while they take the supplies themselves. The student army immediately begins to loot the city and quickly takes their leave. Zhao Hongguang becomes angry and orders his men to follow them. But Jimeng makes a hit that cuts a building in half and prevents them from coming after the student army. On returning, Dashing and some other commanders discover they acquired a lot of money and treasures from the robbery, which Jimeng tells them isn't even up to the 10th of what they got from Sunshore City. They are shocked and decide they will rob all the cities of the eldest prince on their way too. They loot many cities over the next few days, and the report reaches Qin Yang that Dashing and King Wang have been looting his cities. He is angry and disturbed that he is losing control over many things since Lai Yunxiu entered the scene. Gao Feng calms him and tells him they still have a trump card to use, which will favor them no matter how many people side with Qin Yu. The Central Army arrives at Eternal Peace City, a small city on the outskirts of the Shining Gold City. Yuan Zijin, the city lord, welcomes them and tells them that the citizens have already fled, turning the city into a ghost town with nobody in it. Yunxiu joins the meeting late, and they are surprised to see him. They tell him he ought to be resting, but Yunxiu tells them he is in charge of logistics, so he has to be in the meeting. Yunxiu is surprised by how Yunsheng relates to and attends to him, and he wonders if she already knows his identity. He also suspects the look on everyone's face. They start to discuss the situation around the 100 Battles country. Dashing says there is something off about them, as 100 Battles country has not made any moves since they heard about the Central Army's march towards the Shining Gold City. He adds that it only means that the 100 Battles country is not afraid of them and is waiting to take them down as they arrive. Han says it doesn't make any sense, but Yunxiu tells them the 100 Battles country may have elite soldiers capable of taking all of them at once. He later says that he doesn't think the goal of the 100 Battles country is to take land and cities. Dashing agrees with Yunxiu and immediately sends officers to go and spy on them and gather information. The meeting ends and Yunsheng sees Yunxiu off to his place. On getting there, he tells her she can return now, but she refuses, saying she hasn't found a place yet and would love to stay. Yunxiu is shocked. He tries to prevent her from staying, but Meng Wu overhears them and offers that Yunsheng can stay with her, making Yunxiu very uncomfortable. Yunsheng heads into the building and asks Yunxiu to follow her, as she has something to ask him. Yunxiu enters first, while Yunsheng follows after. She shuts and locks the door, and Yunxiu wonders what she intends to do. She does the noise cancellation seal that prevents others from eavesdropping. A lot begins to run through Yunxiu's mind. He thinks she wants to sleep with him forcefully. He attempts to help her remove her clothes, and she becomes surprised. She becomes furious and hits him with her weapon, but he barely manages to resist it. She leaves angrily, saying he would have died if not because he is Gu Faiang's disciple. Yunxiu focuses on cultivating for the next few days. He realizes that although he was injured by Yunsheng some days back, his body absorbed the extreme yang qi from her, which was beneficial for his injuries. He continues cultivating and realizes he must refine new pills and needs to start collecting the necessary ingredients. Suddenly, he notices that his godly evolution technique has disappeared from the monument of the world god and wonders what is happening. He becomes shocked when he sees the true soul phoenix, a mythical creature he has never seen before, not even in his previous life. He doubts and thinks it's the shadow of the phoenix instead, as true souls cannot be trapped in such an artifact. However, he still is surprised and wonders what is happening. Jimeng comes to call him, and they head to the meeting hall. Dashing tells him that they sent 5 batches of scouts and have lost contact with all of them. He adds the last 2 batches were equipped with cloud-piercing arrows, so they could send signals if they were in danger, but they also never returned and lost contact. Yunxiu says his prediction that the 100 Battles country army is not scared of them is true, and they're just blindly waiting for them. Yunxiu says they must have set up an array encompassing a wide area, including all 3 towns. Someone suddenly comes to report that a strange phenomenon has appeared in the sky towards the south, and they all rush to check it. They are shocked. King Wang and Dashing order that they send 800,000 soldiers as a distraction to prevent the 100 Battles country from getting this treasure that has appeared in Tianshui. However, Yang Xiu thinks they should approach cautiously, as the 100 Battles country definitely has something up their sleeves. He says they must scout the area again and offers to go alone. Yansheng disagrees vehemently, and King Wang offers to follow him. However, Yang Xiu objects, saying he needs to be with Yansheng, so she can always suppress his poison for him. He says Jimeng should follow him instead, but Yansheng still objects that he goes. He then uses the private sound transmission technique to communicate something to her, after which she calms. He and Jimeng head towards Soaring Phoenix Town, and on their way, Yang Xiu uses the demon moon detection technique to scan the town. He discovers that the situation is more complex than he imagined, as there is no single living person in the whole town, and the corpses of the people are deformed. They realize that the town has been put under a barrier, which is why none of the signals of the scouts came out. They enter the town and see that all the citizens are dead. They discover that the deaths were not caused by humans, but by some monsters. Suddenly, first-tier monster nasal bugs appear and start to approach them. Yang Xiu tells Jimeng that they are low in power, but make up for it in numbers. They can mass reproduce where corpses are numerous. This suggests why the 100 Battles country destroyed the town, to breed the monsters. They start to fight the bugs, and after a while, they eliminate all of them, and the strongest of the nasal bugs appear. Yang Xiu and Jimeng then join forces and kill the bug quickly. Meanwhile, on Phoenix Mountain, some powerful guys are gathered together, including Yak Xioshan, the one who injured King Wang. Shi Pinghong, one of them, and a 4-star martial lord, discovers that the nasal bugs he placed at Soaring Phoenix Town have been killed. He leaves on his mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar to find out who badged in. On getting to the root of the Phoenix Mountains, he sees Yang Xiu and Jimeng, a 9-star martial warrior and 2-star martial lord, respectively, and he is shocked. He was expecting to meet some more powerful guys. Well, he is about to find out who they really are. You know how Yang Xiu is, he insults him, and Shi Pinghong gets angry. Yang Xiu is delighted to see the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar, as it came just in time he needed it. He tells Jimeng to handle Shi Pinghong while he faces the beast. Shi Pinghong thinks this is ridiculous, as the beast is on the level of a martial king, and Yang Xiu is just a kid at the martial warrior level. Jimeng launches an attack on Shi Pinghong, and they begin to fight. The beast prepares to attack Yang Xiu, but sits down and begins cultivating. He plays a song for the beast, and uses the demon moon technique to control its souls. Meanwhile, Shi Pinghong is shocked at how Jimeng, a 2-star martial lord, is on par with him, a 4-star martial lord. He turns to call the beast to finish up with Yang Xiu quickly and come and help him. However, he is shocked to see Yang Xiu patting its head. The beast is his most powerful asset and trump card, into which he has invested his all. And now he wonders why the beast is not responding to his calls. He summons all his power and attacks Jimeng with the thunder-shaking Jade Flash Strike technique, but Jimeng blocks it with the Peach Blossom Sword intent, and he is shocked. He wonders how Jimeng, who is obviously at a lower rank than he is, managed to defeat him. Shi Pinghong continues to call on the beast, but it doesn't answer him as it plays with Yang Xiu. Shi Pinghong attempts to escape to get his guys to come to deal with them. However, Jimeng kills him with his favorite sword technique, Lotus Sword Song. Jimeng is shocked at his progress in such a short time of following Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu commends his move, and Jimeng is surprised that Yang Xiu already took care of a 5th-tier beast. They both mount the beast, and it takes them into the mountains. They meet Sun Sidumai and Lai Wenshi on their way. They wonder how Yang Xiu, a martial warrior, and Jimeng, a martial lord, tamed the beast. Lai Yang Xiu does his thing again. He insults them. They get angry and launch an attack. Lai Wenshi tells Sun Shumai to capture the beast, as it is a high-quality restorative that could boost their powers. Sun Shumai faces the beast and entraps it in her Decennium Bane water ring. Lai Wenshi turns into a demon using the demonification technique, which shocks Yang Xiu and Jimeng. Yang Xiu reasons that taking 2 martial kings simultaneously will be difficult, so he gives Jimeng an origin-blasting pill to enhance his strength. This pill will cause him to lose his ability to fight for a while after the battle, but he has no choice since they are in an extremely dangerous situation. Jimeng takes the pill and strengthens. He attacks Lai Wenshi and slashes him with his sword, but it doesn't affect him. Lai Wenshi giggles and grows even bigger. He then attacks Jimeng with the earth devouring technique, which leaves a major dent in the ground along its path. Nuncio takes Jinmeng and tells them to retreat as the power difference is too much, and they can't win. However, Lai Wenqi suddenly jumps before them and blocks them. Jinmeng tells Nuncio to use the same technique he used to stimulate his potential the previous day again, and Nuncio tells him that it is very dangerous. He could die since he already took the origin blasting pill. Jinmeng tells him to do it still, as they would die anyway if they don't do anything. Nuncio uses the golden needle acupuncture on him, and Jinmeng gets more powerful. He then tells him to control his strength so he won't explode. Jinmeng suddenly breaks through the five elements realm, which shocks Lai Wenqi and Sun Xiumai. Lai Wenqi attacks again with the Crimson Toad demonic technique, but Jinmeng blocks it with the Lotus Sword Song. Lai Wenqi is surprised and uses the technique again with more power, and this cracks Jinmeng's sword while he tries to block it. Now that Lai Wenqi has seen that his sword is broken, he attempts to attack again, but Jinmeng summons all the broken pieces of his sword using the cherry blossoms re-bloom and attacks him with the 10,000 blooming blossoms technique. Nuncio throws the benumbing frost sword he got from Lai Yi to Jinmeng, and Jinmeng begins to attack Lai Wenqi with it. Some Shuemi is shocked that Nuncio has the sword and asks him how he got it. Nuncio speaks to her roughly, and she gets angry but can't attack him because her trapping arts will be broken, and the beast she entrapped will escape. Jinmeng attacks to the point that Lai Wenqi can't bear it again and calls Sun Zhuwei for help. Jinmeng attempts to deal the final damage, but Sun Zhuwei intervenes and saves Lai Wenqi. Sun Zhuwei tells Lai Wenqi that they should retreat and return later, but as they try to, the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar appears behind them. When it almost catches up, Sun Zhuwei pushes Lai Wenqi to it, and the beast attacks him. Sun Zhuwei begins to rant about how she had always wanted him to die since he became a toad in a bid to get stronger. She then challenges Jinmeng to fight, but Nuncio stops him. Jinmeng is now exhausted and places on the beast, telling the beast to take him back to Eternal Peace City. He then heads to the mountain, as this is where the true soul phoenix in the monument of the world god flew, and he will not give up on this treasure. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Qi Zhenzi is getting impatient, and he asks Hu Yaming how long they'd have to wait until the array is activated. Hu Yaming tells him they must wait about 6 more hours. Qi Zhenzi begins to complain that it's getting too long. Some Shunmei comes back running. She reports that Shi Pinghong and Lai Wenqi have been killed, and they're shocked. They get even more surprised when she tells them they were killed by 2 people who are just a martial warrior and a martial king. She further says that the martial warrior tamed the beast, who also boosted the martial lord's strength by using some strange technique to kill Lai Wenqi. She tells them that the martial lord is already severely injured, leaving only the martial warrior and the beast, so she doesn't think they'd dare to climb the mountain. However, Hu Yaming perceives that Nuncio is already there. Nuncio, being behind the bush, is surprised that the opponent has a martial grandmaster and 4th-tier refiner, and he wonders where the 100 Battles country got such strong forces. Qi Zhenzi tells him to reveal himself if he wants to live, and Nuncio steps out. Nuncio sees the array and immediately recognizes it as the Crimson Bird Divine Flames array. Qi Zhenzi threatens to kill him, but Hu Yaming tells him to spare his life as he has something to ask him. Hu Yaming tells Nuncio he saw his expression earlier when he saw the array and asks him if he recognizes it. However, Nuncio acts ignorant, and Hu Yaming asks him who his master is for him to become a 2nd-tier refiner at such a young age. Nuncio replies that it is Shi Han, the Tianshui Alchemist Association's leader, and Hu Yaming tells him he thought as much. He then offers to take him as his disciple, being a 4th-tier refiner, which Nuncio sees as ridiculous. A few moments later, the array opens, and a fragment of the phoenix's consciousness flies out. The phoenix pulls them into its consciousness, and Nuncio realizes that this consciousness is even stronger than his past life's consciousness as a rank 9 alchemist. The phoenix materializes its consciousness, and they are surprised to see the Tianwu continent from ancient times. After a while, they see the true spirit fire phoenix and are shocked that they have found the treasure. Qi Zhenzi suggests they grab it immediately, but the others are wary of him as he might steal it for himself, being the strongest among them all. However, Hu Yaming reminds them that this is not the real world but the fire phoenix's consciousness, where those with strong consciousness have the most power over the space. In this case, he is the strongest. Hu Yaming begins to exert much power, and his colleagues realize they cannot match it. However, Yunxiu tells Hu Yanming to stop what he is doing as it could cause the realm of consciousness to collapse, leading to their death since it must now be weak, having been around for tens of thousands of years. Hu Yanming is intrigued and asks Yunxiu who his master is, as Shihan can't accomplish such things. The phoenix moves closer to them, and Yunxiu walks toward it to collect the true fire. Qi Zhenzi gets angry and attacks him with his power, but Yunxiu, having a stronger soul, deflects it and redirects it back to him. On seeing this, Hu Yanming is shocked that a mere second-tier refiner can utilize the power of the realm of consciousness. He sees Yunxiu as a threat and attacks him with the 1,000 thunderbolts, but Yunxiu disperses them easily. Hu Yanming is shocked that Yunxiu's soul power is stronger than his and wonders who he is. He commands that everyone attacks him with full force, and they summon their various powers. Yunxiu summons a transcendent Xuan weapon, the constellation impaling sword, and counterattacks their move. He then runs toward the phoenix to collect the true fire. He touches it, and it absorbs him into the true fire. He begins to get burnt, and it seems that he might die. But he refuses to die and quickly ejects his soul from his body, leaving his body to burn. After a while, the phoenix comes after him again and consumes his soul. However, he discovers that his consciousness is still intact even though his soul and body have been destroyed. Within the phoenix's consciousness, he sees the Tanding Mountains, where he died in the past. He realizes he is in the phoenix's memories of when it was still alive. He follows the phoenix and sees the events that happened in the past in the Tianwu continent. He sees how the phoenix fought the black flame disaster in the sky for 7 days and nights in the past before it died. He wonders how his consciousness remains intact and suddenly sees the phoenix's true flame of life. He discovers that he is still inside the divine tablet, and suddenly the flame of life engulfs him, and he gets reborn with his soul and body reconstructed. He discovers he has become a third-tier alchemist and a 3-star martial master. The phoenix's flame wasn't trying to destroy him after all. The true fire was directly absorbed in his soul, and it is too strong for him to fully control until he becomes a peak 9 heaven's martial sovereign again. However, he discovers the fire is serving as protection for his soul. A few moments later, Qi Zhenzi sees him and is shocked that he has become a 3-star martial master. He desires to kill but can't fight him because he is severely injured. He leaves with the others and threatens to find and kill him when he fully recovers. However, Sung Xuanmi didn't survive the collapse of the realm. King Wang, Yunsheng, and Dashing arrive with the beast, and they are surprised to see that Yunxiu is still very fine. They are shocked when they discover he has broken through a major realm and is now a 3-star martial master. Yunsheng reasons that Yunxiu must really be Gu Fainang's disciple. Over the next few days, the 800,000 soldiers of the Central Army head to the Shining Gold City and finally defeat the 100 Battles country's army. Yunxiu's father, Lai Changfeng, is set free, and he is surprised to see his son again. King Wang and Dashing confront Lai Changfeng for hiding the truth about his son's talents and abilities. Lai Changfeng is confused, and they tell him that Yunxiu is a second-tier refiner and a 3-star martial master. On hearing this, he is shocked and begins to sob. He had always known his son to be a complete trash who could not cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhirong is treating Jin Meng and has prevented his injuries from worsening, but his chance of survival is still slim. The army finally returns to the capital after a month, which sets the stage for the decisive moment in the struggle for the position of the crown prince. In the next scene, the army is on its way back to the capital, and whenever this happens, the emperor always leads many nobles and officials to welcome them back personally. However, the emperor refused this time, and the second prince, Qin Yu, set up the welcome ceremony platform in his stead. Many think that the king might not attend, which could be a grave offense since it would seem like Prince Qin Yu privately gathered the military officials to his side. He tells them that his father is not in good health, and he will be leading the welcome ceremony. They all begin to hail him, and after a while, the king arrives. The army soon arrives, and the ceremony begins. One of the student soldiers tells Yunxiu that he might be given the title of a duke due to his immense contributions to the war, but he replies that he will leave Tanshui once Qin Yu is crowned. Yunsheng reasons that it could mean his master is also leaving the country, and she becomes determined to follow him wherever he goes. The king soon begins to address them. He tells them he will announce the heir to the throne, and Qin Yu quickly interrupts, fearing that his father might crown Qin Yang. He asks his father 3 questions to prove that he qualifies to rule over Tanshui. The congregation soon begins to shout that the king should abdicate the throne. One of the officials accuses Qin Yu of trying to start a revolution, and Qin Yu replies that his father has done so much already and should be taking care of his health now, while his most excellent son takes over the affairs of the country. The official confronts him about who would believe him, and he asks who dares not to. Someone responds in the congregation, and they all see that Lord Kingfin and Lord Shihan have just arrived with some other powerful guys, including a fourth-tier refiner, a martial grandmaster, and one of Yang Di's disciples. Shihan introduces all of them to the king, and everyone is shocked that such powerful guys are in Chanshui all at once. Qin Yu fears that his chance of being crowned is now threatened. The king discovers that Kingfin and Shihan have broken through to the fourth-tier refiner realm and is shocked. They tell him that Lord Yangxiu helped them achieve it when they thought they could not progress further. Everyone is surprised that there is such a master in the land, and they wonder who Lord Yangxiu is. After a while, Yangxiu steps out, and everyone is shocked that he is the Lord Yangxiu they are referring to. Lai Chenying, his grandfather, quickly cautions him and apologizes to the king on his behalf, thinking he is just joking around. Yangxiu turns around and prepares to return, but Kingfin and Shihan quickly run to stop him. They affirm that Yangxiu is the person they are referring to as they appreciate him for his guidance. Lai Chenying is shocked, along with everyone else. Yuanhao refuses to believe and thinks this is ridiculous. Some Zhengzong tells Yuanhao that this is the kid he was referring to that forged his second-tier alchemist badge. Shihan replies that it wasn't forged as he is the one that issued it to him. Some Zhengzong still doesn't believe, and Yangxiu challenges him to a competition in which whoever loses will face inevitable consequences. Yuanhao asks how the competition should start, and Yangxiu suggests that some Zhengzong should choose his area of expertise, and he will take it on. They are shocked and think he is stupid as every alchemist has different specializations which obviously could put him at a disadvantage. However, Yangxiu says he will go with whatever the challenge is. Some Zhengzong states they will be refining third-tier pills. Everyone thinks this is unfair to Yangxiu, as he is only a second-tier refiner, but Yangxiu says they should go on anyway. Some Zhengzong states the type of pill he would be refining and asks for 3 sets of the ingredients required. However, Yangxiu says he would do the same but wants just 1 set. Yuanhao thinks he is crazy as refining a pill with just 1 set is almost impossible. The competition soon begins. Some Zhengzong begins his refinement process, excited to show his refining abilities. However, he turns and sees Yangxiu just sitting and eating. Some Zhengzong gets pissed and tells Yuanhao to mark him as a loss, but Yangxiu says the duration of the competition is 2, and he still has more time. Some Zhengzong continues with the refining. When he is almost done with it, Yangxiu activates the Demon Moon technique without anyone being aware and disperses his soul power, causing the pill to break. Yangxiu mocks him, saying he is back to square one, the same stage he is in. Sun Zhengxing starts the process again, and Yuanhao asks Yangxiu if this is how he plans to watch till the end. Yangxiu then stands up and prepares to begin refining. Kingfin offers him his third-tier purple tripod, but he rejects it, saying he doesn't need it, which shocks everyone. He requests 10 high-grade Yuan stones from Yuanhao, who thinks he is just messing around. He begins the refining, and as he continues, Wang Chen, Yang Di's disciple, is shocked. He is familiar with the technique Yangxiu uses. He realizes that he is using the same technique Yang Di uses and is even doing it better than him. He wonders how Yangxiu can do this. Everyone watches in wonder as Yangxiu carries out the refining process, doing what they never imagined possible. Yunqing gets more confident that he has to be Gu Feiyang's disciple. After a while, Some Zhengzong successfully refines a peak 8-turn body pill while Yangxiu is still on it. Some Zhengzong celebrates his success while Yangxiu still refines the pill and is now at 7 turns. Yuanhao was surprised that Yangxiu could refine a body pill to 7 turns without using a pill tripod at such a young age. They begin to doubt that Yangxiu can go any further, considering that the flames in the array beneath him have started weakening, and he has used up his soul power to condense the pill and control the fire. Suddenly, Yangxiu uses the Yuan Qi flames to increase the body pill's tier forcibly, and they all get shocked when he reaches 8 turns. Yangxiu reaches the limit of what the true Qi of a 3-star martial master can do, and he decides to test the Phoenix's true fire. Everyone wonders what kind of flames he is using now. After a while, Yangxiu finally refines the pill and it shocks everyone. Yuanhao is disturbed by how a youth could do what he hasn't been able to figure out for years. The ability to invoke the power of the heavens and use the thunderbolts to condense pills. Yuanhao analyzes the pills both made and discovers that Youngseo's own is unique. He asks him about it, but Youngseo tells him he doesn't know either, as this is his first time refining a third-tier pill. Yuanhao declares Youngseo as the winner, having refined a quasi-fourth-tier pill. Some Zhengzong protests and accuses Yuanhao of conspiring with Youngseo. Yuanhao gets angry and forces him to admit defeat, kneel, and kowtow 3 times as the punishment for losing, as they had discussed since the beginning. Some Zhengzong refuses to kneel, but Yuanhao orders Su Xiang to force him to. Then Youngseo begins to force him to kowtow using his powers to control him. Being controlled by Youngseo, some Zhengzong hits his head on the ground 2 times, and while Youngseo attempts to control him the 3rd time, Lai Chunyang tells him to stop, as he was the one who kept dashing alive throughout the years he was poisoned. Youngseo kicks him off the welcome platform. Yuanhao awards Youngseo a 3rd-tier badge. Wang Chen commends him and tells him he'd love to learn from him. Youngseo asks him about Yang Di in a casual manner, and he is shocked. Wang Chen thought he was Zheng Ruyan's disciple, so he should respectfully address Yang Di. Wang Chen tells Youngseo about a painting Yang Di has been trying to decipher, and he is ready to grant anyone who deciphers it any one request of theirs. King Fin tells Youngseo that the painting is still being kept in the imperial palace, as it is a treasure of Tanshui. Youngseo is surprised, wondering when Yang Di began to draw. King Fin further tells him that the painting was made by Gu Fiang in anger, when Yang Di was finding it difficult to grasp some concepts, and since then, Yang Di has been trying to decipher it. Youngseo is surprised, wondering when that happened. Then the king tells him that he always keeps the painting with him to see if he can decipher it. He brings it out, and when Youngseo sees it, he laughs. They all wonder why he is laughing and ask if he has figured it out. He asks them to read the poems on the painting, and when he explains it to them, they discover that Gu Fiang wasn't passing across any ancient art, but was only insulting Yang Di. They are all shocked, and they begin to laugh. Qin Yang offers to bestow Youngseo and his future generations with the status of royalty if he has the privilege of becoming the emperor, and also let him marry Ruxu. Qin Yu quickly says his own too, that he will bestow him with more rewards than his brother would. After a while, Youngseo walks up to the king and tells him to abdicate the throne from Qin Yu. The king is satisfied with this and believes Qin Yu will manage the country properly with Youngseo on his side. The king then tells him to promise to keep Qin Yang alive after Qin Yu ascends the throne. Youngseo agrees, and just as the king tries to announce Qin Yu as the heir to the throne, the Green Wolf battleships appear in the sky, and Qin Yang is excited that his trump card has arrived. Zhou Yushan, the eldest son of the Zhao family in the Duskflame Empire, descends from the battleship. He tells the king that he is also there because the successor is being determined, and he elects Qin Yang as the suitable choice. The king gets offended and says he is not supposed to meddle in the affairs of Tanshui. He then quickly declares Qin Yu as the heir to the throne. Zhou Yushan gets angry and prepares to attack Qin Yu, but Youngseo stops him. He and Wang Chen begin to make fun of him, and Zhou Yushan gets angry and attempts to attack him. However, Yunsheng blocks his attack and protects Youngseo. Zhou Yushan challenges Youngseo to a fight, telling him to stop hiding behind a woman. Youngseo replies that he is shameless for wanting to fight a 3-star martial master, being a 5-star martial lord. Zhou Yushan tells him to kneel and kowtow till he is satisfied, but Youngseo makes fun of him again. Zhou Yushan gets angrier and orders his men to kill Youngseo. Yunsheng launches an attack, but her martial king opponent grabs her blade and numbs her arms. Lai Chunyang, also a martial king, tries to attack the martial king, but the martial king, being more powerful, deflects his attack and sends it to King Wang. King Wang, an 8-star martial king, launches an attack, and the place explodes. Then Yuanhao orders Su Xiang, a martial grandmaster, to attack. However, Youngseo interrupts and accepts the challenge to fight Zhou Yushan. He says it would take place in 3 months, and Zhou Yushan should choose a location. Munsheng tries to caution him as Zhou Yushan is a 5-star martial lord. However, Youngseo doesn't listen. Zhou Yushan tells him he will make him kneel and kowtow to spare his life, and also says that if Youngseo loses, he will have Yunsheng. Youngseo wonders how his losing or winning relates to having Yunsheng, and Zhu Yushin replies that he can tell from her worry the other time that she likes Yangxiu. Yunsheng gets embarrassed and attacks Zhu Yushin, but Su Qiang blocks her and tells her to stop. Zhu Yushin makes his way back to the battleship, and he sees Ruxu. He draws her to himself with his powers and tells them she will go with him to quench his thirst first. Yangxiu gets angry and launches an attack with the Lotus Sword Sun. He evades Zhou Yushin's martial king and heads toward Zhu Yushin to save Ruxu. He takes her from his hand and injures him in the process. Zhou Yushin calls on one of his men, Hong Ling, to attack Yangxiu. Hong Ling attacks and captures Yangxiu with some fabric, grabbing Ruxu. Yangxiu vows to kill Zhou Yushin and his entire family, from the eldest to the youngest, if he lays his hand on Ruxu. Zhou Yushin orders Hong Ling to attack, but he leaves him, and the battleship flies off. Yangxiu is pissed with Su Qiang, as he was the only one strong enough to save Ruxu, but chose not to. Yangxiu gives his privilege to request anything from Yang Di to Wang Chen, and demands that the Wang family will protect Ruxu by all means for the next 3 months. Everyone is shocked that he is giving such a great privilege away just to save Ruxu. Wang Chen is shocked and immediately heads to get it done. The king tells everyone that the crowning ceremony will begin in 3 days for the new heir. He then orders that they capture Qin Yang and lock him up. Qin Yu has finally achieved his dream. Later, Qin Yu and Bai Mu discuss the situation's development in the country regarding the upcoming crowning ceremony. As they discuss, Qin Yu reveals his concerns about Yangxiu. He fears Yangxiu will become so powerful and threaten him in the future, so he thinks of getting rid of him, but he does not have the power or the guts to do so. He tells Bai Mu to use divination, like she used the previous time to find out if he would be a threat in the future. Divination is a secret art that harms one's yuan energy. However, Bai Mu chooses to do it still because she loves him. She begins the divination procedure and soon gets affected by it. She tells Qin Yu that she couldn't see anything, and that if she continued, she could die. Bai Mu says that her master once said that some people have souls that were once constellations that are very difficult to see through. She wonders if Yangxiu has a divine fate, and the king overhears and suddenly replies that he doesn't have anything to worry about if Yangxiu really has a divine fate. He appears in a wheelchair being pushed by Kingfin. Qin Yu becomes worried that he is screwed since he thought ill of Yangxiu, and Kingfin strongly supports Yangxiu. However, Kingfin tells him not to worry because he won't tell Yangxiu. He adds that if at all he hears, it's something he would just laugh about anyway. He then warns them never to think of going against Yangxiu, or they will face many disasters. After a while, the king tells Kingfin and Bai Mu to excuse them as he wants to have private time with Qin Yu. Qin Yu leaves the palace some hours later, and Kingfin and Bai Mu meet him. He tells them that the king has died. The next day, Qin Yu ascends to the throne and grants the court officials rewards. He grants Yangxiu the title of Prince Wucheng and gives him the ownership of the most prosperous city in Tianshui, the Martial Flame City. The court protests against this and accuses Qin Yu of abuse of power, but he stands by his decree and silences them. However, Yangxiu goes into seclusion for 7 days. After 7 days, Nunshang, Kingfin, and Lai Chenyang get concerned and decide to check on him, wondering if he is training so much because of his duel with Zhou Yushin. Yangxiu comes out of seclusion as a 4-star martial master. He tells them he is not worried about Zhou Yushin and would just beat him and save Ruxu. He gives Chunying a list of some ingredients to get for his father so he can cultivate, and he gives him another list that contains very rare ingredients he wants to use in curing Jimeng. He is told about the 1,000 Treasures auction coming up the next day, and Yangxiu is surprised and sees it as an opportunity to get some great items. He then tells Kingfin to lend him his refinement room so he can refine his sword. On getting to the Alchemist Association, Shihan is excited to see Yangxiu and drops everything he does to attend to him. In the refinement room, Yangxiu begins to refine his sword. He erases all the arrays and seals and attempts to raise the weapon from 1st tier straight to 3rd tier, which amazes Shihan and Kingfin. After a while, he finishes the refinement, and after Shihan and Kingfin analyze it, they discover that the refinement still needs to be completed. Yangxiu tells them it is an incomplete sword. He originally planned to refine it into a 3rd tier Xuan weapon. However, when he discovers that the 1,000 Treasures auction will be held soon, he plans to get some suitable materials and refine it to quasi-4th tier. They are surprised that he refined an incomplete sword, so he can continue later and ask if it won't affect the quality of the sword. He replies that it would have affected it if he wanted to boost it by a tier. but since it is a boost from 3rd tier to quasi-4th tier, it won't. The next day, Young Xiao prepares to head to the martial flame city, and Qin Yu sees him off to the capital's gates. Qin Yu sends a team of state guardians to accompany Young Xiao on his journey. King Wang tells Qin Yu to care for Bai Mu since she has decided to follow him. However, Young Xiao starts to talk about her divination. He tells her not to try it rashly on someone powerful as it can backlash and shatter her meridians. He also tells her about one of her sex elders who got crippled in the past because he used divination on someone he shouldn't have. Bai Mu is surprised and wonders how Young Xiao discovered that she used divination on him and how he knows about her sect. Young Xiao soon takes his leave while everyone hails him. On their way, the 2,000-student army crosses them, and Bai Chengfeng requests that he take them along to the martial flame city. Young Xiao replies that he is only going because of the 1,000 treasures auction and has no plans to remain there as the city lord. He also tells him that the students have not yet graduated, so they can't follow him. However, Yunsheng speaks on their behalf, saying they are better off with him than learning alone in the academy. The students start to celebrate that they will be allowed to follow Young Xiao. Luo Landuo, also among the students, desires to meet Young Xiao again, but has to keep rushing forward on the path of martial arts. Young Xiao yells at them, still stating that he is only going for the auction and not for war. Chu Miang, Dashing, and King Wang then tell him that the students have a lot of potentials and could be trained to become the strongest army in Tianwu, and could be an entity on par with the Heaven Gathering sect. Yuan Xiao sees this as a great idea, as they would form a strong force backing him. He then accepts to lead them and calls them Heaven's Core. At the Martial Flame City's City Lord's residence, Young Xiao demands the city's financial reports, and the Chief of Records, who is Ishi, explains how the city's finances are distributed. Young Xiao discovers that the past city lords have been exploiting the city's resources, and tells his dad they need to track them down and retrieve all the stolen resources. Uezishi tries to stop him as the past city lord has powerful backing, but Young Xiao doesn't listen. After his father leaves on the mission to retrieve all the resources, Young Xiao makes Uezishi the vice city lord and tells him he will handle all the city's affairs except the finance. He then takes his leave and heads for the 1,000 Treasures auction. On getting to the 1,000 Treasures tower, they meet a seller selling a 2nd-tier windbreak poisonous weasel egg. Zhirong is shocked to see such a rare item, but Young Xiao says it's just a regular green demon beast egg. The seller just made it look attractive with the crystal box used in displaying it. Young Xiao also says that the 2nd-tier egg is nearly dead and would benefit Meng Bai if cooked and eaten. Zhirong is shocked by Young Xiao's words, as the demon beast egg is considered worth a whole city. Another buyer bargains the price with the seller, but he refuses to bid it lower. The buyer buys it anyway and says he uses his life savings. Zhirong interrupts, saying the vitality of the egg is weakening and it may die within a month. The other buyer is shocked and quickly takes back his money. Zhirong further reveals that the purple stripes will show on the egg's surface if he removes the crystal box, signaling that the egg is dying. He says all these as instructed by Young Xiao. The seller refuses to agree and accuses him of just making it all up, but Zhirong shows him his badge as a 2nd-tier refiner. The other buyer leaves angrily and Young Xiao offers to buy the egg, though knowing it is dying. They negotiate the price, and after much bargaining, Young Xiao buys the egg at a ridiculous price compared with the original price. He tells Meng Bai that he bought it so he can eat it as its toxins will benefit him, and Meng Bai becomes sad. Young Xiao then brings out another demon beast egg that he got from Shi Pinghong and gives it to Meng Wu. He tells her he will teach her how to tame the beasts later so she can freely travel in the Duskflame Empire. Soon, they see another seller selling soul fruit. Young Xiao challenges the seller by asking for the name of the fruit, and the seller admits that he doesn't know. He, however, says that he saw a 3rd-tier scaled python and a 3rd-tier blood-struck tiger fight to the death for it, so he believes it must be a great treasure. Young Xiao offers to buy the fruit and the teeth of the blood-struck tiger and asks for the price. Young Xiao assures the seller not to be nervous as they are in the 1,000 treasure, but he tells Young Xiao that there are many hungry wolves amongst the crowd, ready to take from you if they see you have a lot of wealth and aren't very strong. Young Xiao also has been observing different eyes staring at him, and he wonders if these are the so-called hungry wolves the seller is referring to. Young Xiao pays for the items and Zhirong calls his attention to the people staring, but Young Xiao tells him to ignore them. Meng Bai suddenly comes running. He tells Nunxio that Chen Zhen and Han Bai, his friends, seem to be in conflict with someone, and Nunxio follows him to check what's happening. Chen Zhen tells him that they found some 100 pattern hydrangeas, but some people came to bully them on it. Nunxio reasons that this is the main ingredient of the pills for treating Jimeng, so he asks them where it is, and they tell him that some guys have taken it already. The seller says the bully hasn't paid, and Nunxio immediately pays. However, the seller tells him the item is with the bully, and Nunxio tells him not to worry as he will get it from himself. Nunxio faces the bully and attacks him, making a slash at him with his sword. The bully's men see this and begin to attack Nunxio, but he kills some of them instantly. One of the bully's men, a martial lord, attacks and Nunxio quickly calls Commander Han to help him. Commander Han, the commander of Team 1 of the Martial Flame City's defense, quickly appears and blocks the attack. He wonders how Nunxio knew he was around though. The bully identifies himself as Xingyang Ji, the Dusk Flame Empire Xingyang family's heir. Nunxio says he doesn't know who that is, and he tells Commander Hong to face the martial lord while he faces the others. Meanwhile, Man Yu and Ding Linger are watching the fight. Man Yu says he has been following Nunxio since he entered the Thousand Treasures auction. He adds that Nunxio would have discovered if he hadn't hidden well. He commends Nunxio's talents and achievements at such a young age. Man Yu decides to stop the fight as killing Xingyang Ji could cause a lot of trouble for Nunxio, since the Xingyang's family ancestors are an elder of the Heaven Gathering sect. Man Yu interrupts the fight and tells Nunxio to let Xingyang Ji go. Nunxio mentions that the person following him has finally shown himself. Man Yu is shocked and wonders how Nunxio noticed him even though he tried to hide. Nunxio says he is not ready for a chat and attempts to continue fighting, but Man Yu stops him. Nunxio tells him that saving Xingyang Ji means making himself an enemy. Xingyang Ji will still return to attempt to kill him, and one of the ingredients he needs is still in his possession. Nunxio prepares to leave, and Man Yu tells him his lady, Ding Linger, wants to speak with him. Ding Linger appears and tells him she will settle it if Xingyang Ji returns. Xingyang Ji returns with Cheng Feiji, from one of the 4 great families in the Dusk Flame Empire. Ding Linger tries to resolve the issue, but Cheng Feiji demands that Nunxio kowtows 10 times, trashes his danchan, chops off his arms, and kneels at the auction's entrance until he decides to spare him. Nunxio laughs at his words and uses the cloud-piercing arrows to call for reinforcement. Cheng Feiji mocks him that no matter how many soldiers he calls, there are not enough to handle him and his men. He boasts that he can kill 10,000 regular soldiers without stress. His men also laugh at Nunxio and threaten to crack his head open. Soon the student army, now Heaven's Core, arrives with the first unit of the State Guardians, King Wang, Chunyang, and Yunsheng. On seeing them and the student army's killing intent, Cheng Feiji and his men become scared and wonder how such a young lord has so many powerful subordinates. Following Nunxio's order, they start to kill everyone. Cheng Feiji starts to threaten them that he is from the Cheng family, a very powerful family in the Dusk Flame Empire, but nobody listens to him, and the killings continue. Ding Linger tries to stop them, saying that killing Cheng Feiji will bring disaster to the whole of Tianshui. However, Nunxio is not bothered and says he doesn't mind erasing the entire Cheng family from the Dusk Flame Empire. Nunxio summoned his forces immediately, and they began to kill Cheng Feiji's men. The killing continues and Cheng Feiji pleads for his life, telling Nunxio that he wouldn't wrong him anymore. Ding Linger and Man Yu also tell Nunxio to let them go as they can still manage the situation if he stops there. However, Nunxio doesn't listen. He orders the army to kill them and prepares to take his leave. Suddenly, a martial grandmaster, Yin Choyang, arrives and confronts the man who gave them the authority to kill people in the Thousand Treasures auction. The soldier assigned to kill Cheng Feiji finds it difficult to move his hands to kill him even as Nunxio commands him to go on with the killing, not minding the presence of Yin Choyang. It's taboo to commit murder while the Thousand Treasures auction is ongoing. Cheng Feiji becomes excited that Elder Yin has come to his rescue, but suddenly, Xingyang Ji stabs him from behind, and he slices his own throat too. Ding Linger is shocked. She wonders if Nunxio caused him to do that, and if he is really 15 years old. Yin Choyang gets angry and prepares to attack and kill all of them. Nunxio suddenly asks about Yuan Bo, and uses thought communication to talk about the secret tool in his possession called the Spatial Communicator. Yin Choyang becomes shocked. The Spatial Communicator is a secret tool developed by the Thousand Treasures Tower, that allows messages to be sent over long distances. Its value is very high, so martial grandmasters and above can only possess it. Also, each can only be used once, after which it gets destroyed. Yuan is shocked at how he knows about this, but Youngxio tells him to help him convey a message to Yuan Bo, saying an old friend on the Purple Cloud Peak, outside the Crimson Crescent City, from 20 years ago misses him. Yin Chuan reasons that the spatial communicator is expensive, and he cannot use it to contact Yuan Bo for random words. However, Youngxio tells him not to worry and just contact him first, and if Yuan Bo gets angry, Yin Chuan can just express his anger at him. Yin Chuan calms down and decides to use the spatial communicator. Yuan Bo receives the message from Yin Chuan thousands of miles from the martial flame city. He becomes excited, saying he has always known that Gu Faiyan wasn't dead. After then, Yin Chuan tells Youngxio that Yuan Bo told him to ask him to complete the sentence of a poem, and Youngxio gets it correctly. Yin Chuan suddenly bows to Youngxio, and everyone gets shocked that a martial grandmaster is doing that to Youngxio. Yin Chuan tells Youngxio that Yuan Bo told him to treat him like he would treat himself if he gets the poem correctly, and kill him if he doesn't. Youngxio turns and tells the army to return as there was only a misunderstanding. Ting Wang and others are shocked. Even Ding Linger and Man Yu are surprised, as the rules of the Thousand Treasures Tower are as unbending as iron. Yunxing reasons that Youngxio must have told Yin Chuan about Gu Faiyan, which was why he suddenly bowed to him. She wonders when she will get the chance to meet Gu Faiyan. After talking for a while, Yin Chuan gives Youngxio a gold VIP card, so he can always use it in the Commerce Alliance, with which he can buy anything in the auctions for 70% of the normal price. He plans to use this to gain access to him, so Youngxio can remember him when he becomes very powerful. Nuncio asks if the Thousand Treasures Tower has heavenly universe cleansing crystals or sulfuric haze. Yin Chuan and Ding Linger fight to provide him with what he wants. King Wang and Chunying are surprised as they had searched the whole of Tianshui for the same things the two world-famous commerce guilds are willing to give for free. They wonder what Youngxio said to Chuang that's making this happen. Chuang also gives Youngxio the VIP badge for the Thousand Treasures auctions the next day, inviting him to participate. Youngxio, King Wang, and Chunying head home while Ding Linger and Man Yu follow them. At the Martial Flame City meeting hall, Ding Linger and Man Yu speak with Youngxio, asking him to help the Tanyuan Commerce Guild win the upcoming Commerce Alliance Tandem event, Martial Arts and the Refining Arts event, held to determine the skills of each Commerce Guild's members and to distribute power and authority to them. The event starts in half a year at Song Moonrise City, the main city of commerce in Tianwu. Hearing this, Youngxio accepts to help them, but he demands that they pay up first. Man Yu objects, not trusting Youngxio and suspecting he might play them in the next 6 months. But Ding Linger interrupts and asks Youngxio what he wants. Youngxio initially asks for 50 floating battleships, but changes to 100 when Man Yu angers him. Youngxio says he will be a 4-quadrant realm martial lord and a peak 4th-tier refiner in half a year, so he promises to get them first place in the event and make them one of the 7 management guilds. Ding Linger asks if they can rely on him, and he tells them he will repay his request 100 times if he doesn't achieve this. King Wang and Chunying are shocked when they discover he closed a deal for 100 floating battleships. Youngxio tells them they should start preparing to fight against the Cheng family, who might want to avenge Cheng Feixi's death. King Wang is discouraged that he might be of help as much as he wants as he is not perfectly healed from his injury and cannot improve himself further. Youngxio assures that he will not only clear off his injury in a month, but also help him ascend to his 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster. He then gives Chunying the badge given to him by Yin Chuan to give to Zhang Qingfen. He heads outside and is told about a mountain next to the city with monsters roaming. Nuncio says there is a high chance of experts staying there since there are monsters in it, and he plans to borrow its soul power. Jirong wonders how he plans to do that, and Youngxio gives him a list of 3 arrays, telling him to gather the 2,000 members of Heaven's Core and set them up below the Martial Flame City as soon as possible. Jirong checks the arrays and is shocked as he has never seen them. Youngxio explains the significance of the 3 arrays, and Jirong marvels at how Youngxio could pull out these arrays, which only the legendary noble families are known to have. Jirong tells him that he is only a mere 2nd-tier refiner and doubts if he can set them up. But Youngxio tells him that he has adjusted and made them simple, and would only need a large number of primordial stones. Yunxiu then gives Jirong and Wuzishi, the Vice City Lord, unlimited access to his primordial stones. At the City Lord's residence, Manhwa reports to Yunxiu that the Tianyuan Commerce Guild sent over the heavenly, universe-cleansing crystals, sulfuric Haze, and other fourth-tier pills and swan weapons. Also, the Thousand Treasures Tower sent over the list of items that will be auctioned. Yunxiu puts Meng Wu in charge of the daily affairs of the residence. Still, he tells her that her cultivation is more important, and she should focus on that and only the important affairs while she delegates the unimportant ones to her subordinates. Meng Wu blushes, wondering if Yunxiu is interested in her to put her in charge of his daily affairs. Yunxiu returns to his bedchamber and summons the fierce tiger and the divine fruit he bought at the Thousand Treasures Tower. He eats the fruit and immediately advances to the 5-star martial master realm. He then refines his sword using the tiger's tusk and blood, coupled with the phoenix's divine flame, to produce a new sword which he names Tiger Tusk Sword. In the next scene, just before the Thousand Treasures auction event begins, Yin Chouyang meets Gan Deming, the Thousand Treasures Tower Elder Guardian, to tell him to add a new item to the already published list of auction items. Gan Deming blatantly disagrees, saying the list containing the information on the auction items has been sent across the continent, and adding a new item now will be difficult, except it's a 5th-tier item. Shi Zizao, the branch master, adds that Yin Chouyang doesn't even know the item he wants to include in the list. Yin Chouyang assures them that the item is of high quality and that he will bear the consequences if anything goes wrong. Gan Deming laughs and threatens to report the deaths that occurred a few days back, but Yin Chouyang doesn't fear since Yuan Bo instructed him to treat Yunxiu like he would treat him. After Yin Chouyang leaves, Shi Zizhou calls Gan Deming's attention to Yin Chouyang's attitude, saying he is acting differently from how he used to. He suspects Yin Chouyang has information they don't have for him to put his reputation on the line, which he would never have normally done. Shi Zizhou thinks it has something to do with the Martial Flame City Lord, and he tells Gan Deming to allow Yin Chouyang to do what he wants while they watch what he plans to do. The auction starts, and Shi Zizhou welcomes Mr. Mai to handle the event. After a couple of items, Mr. Mai auctions off a 5th-tier purple tripod, named the 5-line tripod, which enables even a 4th-tier refiner to use the power from the 5 elements realms. And what makes it even more valuable is that it was created by the late 9th-tier sovereign-class refiner, Gu Feiyang. Hearing this, Yunxiu gets shocked, and desires to obtain it. Since the item is very valuable and has no base price, different people start bidding. Someone from the middle guest room, where the royalties from the Duskflame Empire are staying, suddenly bids 10,000 high-tier primordial stones, and everyone is shocked. As the bid is about to go off, Yunxiu bids a high amount of 12,000 high-tier primordial stones. Though all his assets combined are not worth 12,000 high-tier primordial stones, if he doesn't fight for it, it would be difficult to retrieve it if it lands in the hands of the Duskflame Empire. The other bidder, the Duskflame Empire Court Prince, Sin Ryu, raises the bid higher and bids 15,000. Yunxiu reasons that if he knew it would have cost this much, he would have made more in his previous life. Just as the other group is about to win, the Zhou family bids 18,000 and eventually wins the bid. Yunxiu becomes excited that the Zhao family won the bid, and King Wang wonders why he is that excited when he has just lost the bid to his nemesis, the Zhao family. Yin Chouyang asks if he is close to the Zhao family, and he replies that he has only met them once, but it's good how they won as he can borrow it from them. And when Yunxiu says, borrow, you know what it means. The others are shocked and wonder if he is planning to rob one of the 4 great families of the Duskflame Empire. Yin Chouyang tells Yunxiu that the item he put for auction is about to come up, and Yunxiu summons 3 jade letters. He gives them to Meng Wu to take to Mr. Mai. Yin Chouyang is disappointed and thinks he is already done for as he doesn't expect items above 4th tier from a 3rd-tier refiner. Meng Wu presents them to Mr. Mai, and as he tries to appraise them, it affects him, and he begins to cough blood as the items are above his level of appraisal. He reveals that the information recorded in the jade letters is above 6th tier. He apologizes for his lacking ability, saying he would not have accepted to conduct the auction if he knew an item above 6th tier would be auctioned. He feels ashamed and suggests they invite an expert from the Mai family to assess the value of the jade letters. Everyone is shocked, and the items cause a commotion in the auction hall. Shi Zizhou orders Gan Deming to raise all defensive measures and instructs everyone to stay put and not try to do anything funny. He also reaches out to the guests on the second floor to help maintain order within the Thousand Treasures Tower, and intervene if someone they cannot handle acts out. Shijishu asks Mengwu to introduce the Jade Letters instead since she's the one who brought them. Youngxio starts to communicate with Mengwu through private communication, and Yu Jilin from the Duskflame Empire royalties detects that a fourth-tier refiner next door is using sound transmission. Mengwu tells Shijishu that Youngxio said that the 3 Jade Letters are the recipe for the 7th-tier Lesser Sunyon pill, the 5 Mountain Dawn gown refinement method, and the design for the 7th-tier Ashen Wolf sword. Everyone gets shocked and realizes that the items are really 7th tier. Yu Jilin concludes that the person next door is the Martial Flame City Lord, the one who killed Cheng Feji and whom Emperor Qinyu recently gave the title of Prince Wucheng, Lai Youngxio. He and the court prince wonder how the city lord in a small country has 7th tier items. Mr. Mai suggests to Mengwu that the 3 items are auctioned separately, so that the bidders can afford them and sell them for a good price. Shijishu plans to spend all his fortune to hit the Lesser Sunyuan pill. Mengwu starts talking about the significance of each Jade Letter, leaving everyone astonished. Eventually, Xi Jishu obtained the Lesser Sunyuan pill recipe, Xin Ryu got the 5 Mountain Dawn gown, while someone else in the VIP room on the second floor won the auction for the Jade Letter with the Ashen Wolf sword. The 3 Jade Letters were auctioned off for the price of 22,000 high-tier primordial stones. Youngxio is excited that he has made a fortune and is considering making more treasures. Yin Chuang is astonished and reasons that Youngxio's master must be on the same level as Yuan Bo. At backstage of the auction, Shijishu tells Gan Deming to stop all the investigation on Youngxio immediately as he could have a powerful force backing him since he could just put 7th tier recipes up for sale without much thought. They want to have them on their opposite side as the consequences can be unbearable for them. He then tells him that he will leave the Duskflame Empire for a few days, obviously to get someone to refine the Lesser Sunyuan pills for him. The auction continues, and the next item is a 4th-tier array device, which contains many extremely rare soul training arrays that can bless the soul power of refiners. Youngxio starts the bidding with 5,000 high-tier primordial stones. This array device is his primary goal for the auction, so he auctioned off 3 Jade Letters to get enough primordial stones to buy it. Someone else bids 6,000 and Youngxio raises his bid to 10,000. Prince Xin Ryu decides to play around and starts bidding higher to see how high Youngxio can go. He finally lets him off, making Youngxio pay 20,000 high-tier primordial stones instead of the initial 10,000. Youngxio gets angry and promises to make the Xin family pay for his loss in multiple folds. He whispers to Mengwu to help him do something, and she leaves immediately. Youngxio then stands up to leave as he has already gotten what he came for and wants to make preparations to get the 5-line tripod from the Zhao family. Youngxio checks with Universal Detect and discovers that the Zhao family only sent 3 people over, 2 7-star Martial Kings and a 1-star Great Martial Master. He says these people are more powerful than they are, so they would need to plan well to succeed. King Wang objects and says they might have had a chance if Chunying and the mystic Cloud-Shaking Thunder were present. Youngxio asks him how long it would take him to finish off one of them, and he replies it would take him around 15 minutes. Youngxio tells him he will give him a strengthened version of an Origin Blasting Pill, so he can become a peak Martial King for a short time and finish off one of the Martial Kings quickly while he keeps the other Martial King busy. As soon as the auction ends, Mengwu steps onto the stage and conveys Youngxio's message to everyone. She tells them that Youngxio said he is seeking to expand the city as the new city lord and enlisting help from anyone with specific rewards. Mengwu lists all the levels of martial artists that Youngxio would need and their specific mouth-watering rewards that seem impossible to meet. Xin Ryu thinks Youngxio is trying to gather martial artists because the Xingying and Cheng families would soon be after him, and if the martial artists die, he won't have to pay them anyway. Mengwu announces that anyone who wants to sign up should come to the city lord's residence the next day. The people from the Zhao family head back on their floating battleship, and on their way, they see something unusual on their way. Some strange mountains have suddenly appeared along their route, and they begin to wonder if they'd passed the wrong route as they didn't see any mountains when they came for the auction a few days back. Suddenly the mountains fall towards them, and they quickly jump out of the floating battleship to avoid the crash. On getting out, they discover it is just an illusion. Youngxio appears and uses a magical net to capture the floating battleship. He then introduces himself as the Martial Flame City Lord. He tells them he has only been the city lord for a few days, so his budget is tight, and he wishes to borrow their battleship and the 5-line tripod. He adds that when Martial Flame City starts to prosper, he will personally return them. One of the Martial Kings, Shiruda, gets angry and launches an attack, but Yunxio blocks it easily with just one hit. The Martial King is shocked as not even a regular Martial Lord can withstand his pressure, but Yunxio, a mere 5-star Martial Master, dispelled it with just a single hit. The other Martial King, Pang Chengwen, attacks too and attempts to land a hit on Yunxio. But King Wang suddenly appears, holds his hands and punches him backward. The Zhou family is shocked as they wonder what an 8-star Martial King is doing in a small country like Martial Flame City. Shiruida attempts to attack again, but gets trapped in an array formation activated by Lord Yunsheng and Lord Dashing. Shiruida tries to break off from the trap but fails. The third guy from the Zhou family, Zhu Chuan, realizes Yunxio's plan and brings out his sword from his throat through his mouth as he prepares to attack Yunxio. He unseals his weapon and attacks with his spirit snake, but Yunxio dodges it, moves very fast, and lands a hit on his face. Zhu Chuan unseals his sword again and sends a more powerful snake. Yunxio is shocked and reasons that the X1 weapon must be ranked 4 above to be capable of a second unsealing. He is surprised that the Zhou family gave such a weapon to a mere servant. Yunxio does some hand techniques and activates the life seal, sending the snake to the ground and damaging Zhou Chuan's weapon. Zhou Chuan is shocked that a 5-star martial master blocked the full attack of his spirit snake sword and wonders how that is possible. He then uses demonic martial arts, becomes a snake beast and attacks with the 1,000 snakes thrust. Yunxio summons his tiger tusk sword and destroys the move. He then dashes at him, but Zhou Chuan, knowing this is dangerous for him, quickly takes a demonification pill and turns into a complete snake. He makes a combo snake attack which begins to make Yunxio feel uneasy. Yunxio uses the demon's eye soul-binding art to stun the snake, then slashes its throat and body, spilling out the 5-line tripod. Yunxio discovers that he couldn't sense the 5-line tripod because it was hidden in Zhou Chuan's body all the while. The snake takes the 5-line tripod and swallows it again, making Yunxio realize that laying his hands on it won't be easy as he has to eradicate the snake to get it. Zhou Chuan tells him that if he hadn't shaken the tripod out of his body, he wouldn't have remembered he had it. He then launches an attack by firing the 5-line tripod at him, knocking Yunxio to the ground. The snake is surprised that Yunxio is still alive, and he prepares to make another attack. However, Yunxio sits down and drops his weapon, causing Zhou Chuan to think he wants to surrender. But little did he know that Yunxio took the hit on purpose so he could place a tampering seal on the 5-line tripod. Yunxio activates the seal and commands the 5-line tripod to absorb the snake completely. Shiruda sees this and summons all his strength to break the formation he is trapped in, so he can rescue Zhou Chuan. He runs towards the 5-line tripod and hits it while Yunxio tries to block the hit with the tyrant body tampering technique. However, Yunxio still receives a hit, and the snake escapes from the 5-line tripod. It heads toward King Wang, but Yunxio quickly controls the 5-line tripod to reabsorb it, and he begins to refine the snake with the tripod. Dashing is shocked that Yunxio can utilize the 5th-tier tripod after gaining possession. He doesn't know that Yunxio is Gu Feiyang, the one who refined the 5-line tripod in the first place. King Wang and Shiruida begin to fight while Yunxio continues to refine Zhu Chuan. After a while, Yunxio finishes refining and takes the pill out. Yunsheng and Dasheng try to look for Zhou Chuan, but Yunxio tells them not to look for him as he is already inside the pill. They are shocked and exclaim that he turned a human into a pill. Still, Yunxio clarifies that it was a demon he turned into a pill, not a human, since Zhou Chuan already chose to become a demon by practicing demonic martial arts. He adds that he has removed all the impurities and will give the demon pill to King Wang when he is done fighting to help him completely heal from his injuries and break into the 9th-star Martial King. Dashing is shocked that Yunxio wants to give King Wang such a disgusting pill. King Wang finishes killing Shiruda and returns to where Yunxio and the others are. Yunxio gives him the pill, and he takes it delightfully, knowing that he will break into the 9th-star Martial King after being stuck in his current level for 5 years. Meanwhile, Yunsheng and Dashing are disgusted and can't bear it. After a while, King Wang announces that he has broken through and is completely healed of his injuries. He then asks about Chu Chuan, only for Youngxiu to explain that he refined him into a pill, the same pill he gave him. King Wang gets angry and beats Youngxiu blue-black. On returning to the martial flame city, Youngxiu's father reports that he was able to retrieve huge amounts of gold coins and middle-tier primordial stones from the past city lords and court officials. Youngxiu tells them he is going into seclusion for a while and instructs Meng Wu to give the primordial stones to Zhirong. Youngxiu observes the 5-line tripod he just obtained. He just refined it and gifted it to someone in his previous life. He never thought it would return to him in this new life. If he can access its full power, his battle strength would be the equivalent of a peak martial king. However, he can't display its full power, yet since his current cultivation level is low. The next day, outside the city lord's residence, many martial artists wait at the gate, and they soon begin to clamor as they have been waiting for the registration process to begin, but nobody has arrived to attend to them. Youngxiu's father shuns them. He tells them that his son is still sleeping and will attend to them as soon as he is awake. This causes more commotion. However, Youngxiu soon arrives, and the registration process begins. Youngxiu assesses them, while Meng Wu and Meng Bai are responsible for registering their names and giving them their respective rewards. They are expected to remain within the martial flame city and not go out without Youngxiu's permission. They wonder how Youngxiu will find out if they try to escape, since they are many. However, Youngxiu reasons that his universal detect can sense if anyone is leaving the city, and he doesn't mind killing anyone that tries to run. At night, the Tianyuan Commerce Guild receives a letter from Youngxiu stating he wants to purchase first and second-tier Xuan weapons and pills from them. While Man Yu is skeptical about dealing with Youngxiu, Ding Linger thinks they would greatly benefit from helping him. Yin Shuang arrives at the city lord's residence, while Meng Wu reports to Youngxiu about the recruitment and the need for more supplies. He is shocked that the 5-line tripod is now in Youngxiu's possession. He complains that it could cause him a lot of trouble if the Zhou family discovers he is supplying the martial flame city with equipment, as it would appear that he is on their side. And if the Zhou family decides to raise down his branch, he won't be able to face his superiors. Youngxiu tells him to tell Yuan Bo it's from him whenever that happens. After a while, Youngxiu senses something and asks Yin Shuang to walk with him. Meanwhile, some recruits try to escape the city, calling the city lord an idiot. However, to their shock, Youngxiu suddenly appears and confronts them. They prepare to attack him, and Youngxiu calls Yin Shuang to help him. Yin Shuang becomes frustrated, knowing that Youngxiu brought him out to make him fight with them. When they see Yin Shuang, they are shocked that the Thousand Treasures Tower is backing such a small city. Yin Shuang fears that the Cheng and Zhao families won't forgive him if this misunderstanding spreads. He fights reluctantly and plans to stay far away from Youngxiu in the future, so he won't keep falling for his tricks. He kills all of them, and Youngxiu retrieves all his items. The next day, the recruits that tried to escape are hanged outside the city lord's residence, and everyone gets scared. Some are excited that they could not register the day before and decide not to register again, so they won't face the same consequences. However, they soon change their minds when they see 2 4th-tier refiners, Zhang Qingfen and Shihan, arrive with many other refiners. Youngxiu welcomes them and tells them about the city lacking pills and swan weapons. He adds that he replicated the Alchemist Association's buildings and built a pill tower for refining. He assures them that even though he built the pill tower in 3 days, it will be better than the Alchemist Association, and that they may not even want to return after seeing it. Qingfen and Shihan think this is ridiculous, and Youngxiu shows them the exterior of the pill tower. They are not disappointed. They weren't expecting much from a tower, built in 3 days anyway. They get offended that Youngxiu brought them from far away to come and refine in such a trashy place. He takes them into the pill tower and shows them around. They are blown away by what they see. It is spatial isolation filled with tremendous power beneficial to the cultivation of soul power. Youngxiu used the monument he obtained from the Li family's secret vault to build it. He gives Qingfen the recipe for the pills he needs them to refine for him, and suddenly, he senses something. He immediately runs, calling Qingfen and Shihan to follow him. It's something about Jianmeng. They head to where Jianmeng is, and Qingfen is surprised that Jianmeng is still unconscious. Youngxiu tells him that he would have given Jianmeng the 6th Sunset Gold pill to cure him, but it would have a negative effect on his cultivation. However, the array Youngxiu made Zhirong set up is already in operation, causing Yuan Qi to flow to the tower. Young Xiao plans to channel the energy absorbed into Jinmeng's body to prevent the 6 Sunset Gold pill from negatively affecting him. He starts the process and soon gets Jinmeng completely healed. Jinmeng has now broken into the 5-star martial lord realm. Kingfin and Shihan congratulate him and commend his rapid cultivation in a short time. Jinmeng returns the compliment, and they all realize their progress is all because of Young Xiao. They pay homage to him, and suddenly Young Xiao senses that someone is around. He disappears with Jinmeng and reappears in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Young Xiao meets a 9-star martial king looking jagged who says he has also come to register, demanding what his rewards would be. He lists the rewards he wants: a 4th-tier Xuan weapon, 10 5th-tier pills, and 100,000 high-tier primordial stones. Young Xiao says he can pay the price, but the issue will be the pills. He asks what pill he wants, and the guy replies that he wants the Lucent Limitless Yuan pill, a very rare and special. Young Xiao reasons this guy is only after the 1,000 Treasures Tower's power, backing the Martial Flame City. Young Xiao decides to check his background with Universal Detect, and the guy tries to block him by raising his mental defenses when he realizes what Young Xiao is trying to do. However, Young Xiao breaks the mental defenses instantly, leaving him shocked. He is surprised that Young Xiao is a 4th-tier refiner at such an age. Young Xiao tells him he doesn't have the Lucent Limitless Yuan pills, but has something else for him. The guy says he only wants the pills and prepares to leave, but he gets shocked when Young Xiao mentions a technique he came across some years back, the Moonbreak Scroll. Young Xiao asks if this meets his requirements, and he exclaims a yes, but he asks why he should trust him, and Young Xiao communicates some things to him using private sound transmission. He jumps at Young Xiao, asking for the Moonbreak Scroll, and Young Xiao tells him to fill out the registration form first, after which he will send for him later. Everyone is shocked, and Chen Yang wonders how Young Xiao was able to win a 9-star martial king with just words. Young Xiao tells him that he saw something strange about the guy's body, which is why he needed the Lucent Limitless Yuan pill. But the pills were just used to relieve the symptoms, so he offered to give him the Moonbreak Scroll, which can completely cure him. After that, Young Xiao addresses them and discusses the plan to help them increase their strength as the city lacks high-end battle power. He then takes them into the Monument of the World God, an independent space with an unending supply of soul energy, where they can always cultivate and become stronger quickly. He then tells them that with the pills Kingfin and Shihan are helping him to refine, they can all become at least twice stronger than they are currently. He then meets Kingfin and Shihan and tells them it's time to refine the Adarbisti destroying pills that can help all martial artists below Martial King make a breakthrough. He takes to a place and summons the 5-line tripod, which shocks them, causing them to wonder how a 3rd-tier refiner can refine a 5th-tier Xuan weapon. He takes some hours to teach them how to refine the pills, and the refining process begins. Young Xiao starts refining the adversity-destroying pills with Kingfin and Shihan supporting him alongside. As he refines the pills, all refiners present start to feel a surge of energy, and they all begin to break through. Young Xiao completes the refining process using the divine flames to condense the pills. All the other refiners watch in awe, wondering if they will ever be able to match Young Xiao's talents. Young Xiao breaks into the 6-star martial master realm, and Kingfin is astonished. They soon discover that Young Xiao refined 16 4th-tier pills at once, which is almost impossible for even a 5th-tier refiner. They all marvel and deem Young Xiao a god. He tells them that the method he used while refining is called the Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique, and he demonstrates it to them again, so they can learn something from it. After an hour, the refiners are left in awe of the beauty of the technique and wish they could watch it over and over. Kingfin and Shihan are also blown by Young Xiao's abilities, and decide to complete the task Young Xiao gave them so he can treat them well. They order the other refiners to return to their positions and get busy with Young Xiao's task. They all return to their duties with great zeal. In the cave at the center of Square Inch Mountain, within the Monument of the World God, Yan, one of the state guardians, tries to break the Great Martial Master bottleneck with the density of the Yuan Qi in the area but finds it difficult to. Suddenly, Young Xiao joins him to support and encourage him until he succeeds and breaks into the Martial Lord realm. Young Xiao calls everyone's attention and tells them about the new pills he just refined. He tells them that only Martial Lords and higher can take it, so they won't feel the side effects. He gives each of them one adversity-destroying pill, but gives King Wang 2 since he is the strongest among them. He tells Yan not to take the pill yet since he just broke through and still needs to stabilize. They take the pill and begin to feel intense pain, as Yunxiu pre-informed them. Yunxiu breaks through to an 8-star martial master, and then he takes his second pill, which eventually causes him to break through to a 9-star martial master. They all ask Yunxiu to give them more pills, but he explains that there is a limit to the number of pills they can take, after which it becomes ineffective. Yunxiu tells them to stabilize their cultivation, and he leaves. He doesn't need any stabilization since he already understands martial arts at the level of a peak 9-star martial sovereign, which was his level in his previous life. He meets Zhirong, who begins to cry on seeing him. Zhirong laments that he was working hard outside for him, but the other refiners who were just refining Xuan weapons have already broken through, leaving only him still at his current level. However, Yunxiu doesn't mind him and asks about the setup of the array formations he asked him to do. Zhirong replies that they have all been set up, and Yunxiu immediately goes to have a look at them. He reasons that the formations can raise Martial Flame City's offensive and defensive capabilities more than twofold. He goes to the registration ground, and Mengwu tells him the updates on the registration. She tells him they are almost out of low-tier items, and shows him the supplies Ding Linger sent. She can't open it as Ding Linger put a layer of encryption on it, so Mengwu won't think of stealing them. Yunxiu unseals it and discovers that it contains many battleships and 4th-tier items. He tells Mengwu to stop the recruitment after the remaining materials are exhausted, and she should send someone to announce an assembly at noon at Martial Flame City's courtyard the next day. Hearing this, those who are yet to register start pushing themselves to register quickly. Meanwhile, Zhirong is still sulking over not breaking through like the others that got to know Yunxiu after him. Yunxiu gives him another task to give 2 letters to Ding Linger and Yin Xiaoyang, telling them to lend the Martial Flame City some resources. Zhirong tells him about the predicament of the 2,000 students in Heaven's Core, saying Yunxiu has focused on giving the recruits many Xuan weapons and resources, while neglecting those loyal to him. Yunxiu tells him he will find a way to solve it and treat his students well. Yunxiu returns to Square Inch Mountain and takes the 3rd adversity-destroying pills, not minding the pain that would come along. After many hours, he breaks through to peak 9-star martial master. At noon, the assembly begins and Yunxiu addresses them. Chandodo, the guy that asked for the Lucent Limitless Yuan pills, becomes shocked when he discovers that Yunxiu, who was just a 5-star martial master a few days back, has now become a peak 9-star martial master. He wonders who Yunxiu really is. Yunxiu sees Quandodio and calls him upstage. On getting to the stage, Yunxiu gives him the Moonbreak scroll he promised and the adversity-destroying pills to help him cultivate and break through to Martial Grandmaster. Others think Yunxiu is a punk and ridiculous for thinking Quandodio can break through to that level in a very short time. Quandodio takes them and prepares to leave, and suddenly, a guy named Taingong from the Sky Locust sect arrives in a floating battleship. He accuses Yunxiu of stealing their soul power, and Yunxiu is surprised that they are already coming after for that. Yunxiu tells Taingong to bring his sect to the Martial Flame City if they are out of soul power, and assures him of better resources for cultivation. Taingong gets angry and attacks, but Yunxiu blocks it off with his Ticker Tusk sword. He then activates the Great Sun Golden Light Array, which destroys Taingong's battleship. He immediately summons the 5-line tripod and activates the power of the 5 elements realm, which knocks Taingong to the ground and renders him completely powerless. Quandodio is amazed that Yunxiu beat a 1-star martial lord on top of a floating green wolf battleship to a pulp so easily. Bai Chengfeng wonders if this is the Yunxiu they had always known to be trash at the time. Taingong tells Yunxiu about his sect, and Yunxiu tells him he will follow him back to the Sky Locust sect to persuade his master to join the Martial Flame City. He then summons many floating battleships. They are all shocked that Yunxiu has 3 5th-tier Tiger King battleships and over 30 Green Wolf battleships. Yunxiu informs them that their first mission is to subdue the Sky Locust sect, and he tells all those above 5-star martial to come with him. They all board the ships and head to Qian Mountain. Quandodio tells Yunxiu that based on the information Taingong gave them, they might not be capable of taking down the Sky Locust sect. However, Yunxiu replies that since they sent out Taingong, who is a marshal, it means the other marshal won't also be in the sect at that moment. He adds that they will be fine if Quandodio keeps one of the martial kings busy. Getting to the Qian Peak, they don't find any sect, but Yunxiu discovers the sect is using a Grand Mountain Guardian formation with illusion techniques. He tells them to point the battleships downwards and blast the Grand Mountain Guardian formation into pieces. They begin to blast, and the Sky Locust sect master, Nang Faichen, confronts them. Yang Xiao tells him that he has come to give them an opportunity to make the Sky Locust sect submit to the Martial Flame City while they receive some benefits. He says he will give them cultivation grounds with soul qi, 10 times denser than they had in the past, and an unlimited supply of cultivation resources. They are shocked, and Nang Faichen asks if he can really do what he just said. Yang Xiao replies that the Sky Locust sect can leave whenever he fails to meet the conditions. Nang Faichen thinks for a moment about what Yang Xiao said. He eventually surrenders and agrees to join the Martial Flame City. So far he keeps his promise. Yang Xiao commends him and says that the Sky Locust sect will be called Heaven's Resolve under the Martial Flame City. He then makes Nang Faichen the leader and uses private sound transmission to tell him about being stuck as a martial king for over 50 years, and how he will help him become a martial grandmaster with an extra 150 years of life. Nang Faichen is shocked. He has been stuck as a martial king for 70 years, and seeks an opportunity to break through to a new realm. Yang Xiao turns to his other fighters who just joined the Martial Flame City and tells them the benefits he is giving to the Sky Locust City also apply to them, and then calls them Heaven's Judgment with Hongbing as the leader. He also makes Dashing the leader of Heaven's Core, leaving Dashing surprised that the Martial Flame City's power has spiked so high in such a short time. Yang Xiao has now set the foundation for the Martial Flame City, but needs to help cultivate the army's combat capabilities, including making King Wang, Qian Duoduo, and Nang Faichen become martial grandmasters, which will give the Martial Flame City standing in the Dust Flame Empire. Yang Xiao makes one request to Nang Faichen, who then takes him to the Sky Locust sect's storage. On entering, Yang Xiao is surprised at the numerous treasures of high-tier and low-tier items that the small sect possesses. He acquires them and heads back to the Martial Flame City. On their way, Yang Xiao meets Fu Junkai, a 3-star Great Martial Master from the Supreme High Palace. Yang Xiao senses a familiar aura from him, similar to Qi Zhenzi, Yak Xiaoshan, and Lai Yi. Fu Junkai came to deliver an invitation letter to the leader of the Sky Locust sect in celebration of the Vice Palace Master recently becoming a martial grandmaster. However, Yang Xiao ridicules the act, captures him, forcefully collects the letter, and takes his battleship. Yang Xiao takes him along, saying he wants to talk with him, as he is very interested in the Supreme High Palace. Yang Xiao begins to ask questions about the Supreme High Palace, and Fu Junkai explains all he asks, which makes them wonder that the Supreme High Palace is a strong sect, and might be able to beat some of the noble families in the Dusk Flame Empire. Yang Xiao learns that Qi Zhenzi is a 1-star martial grandmaster, and that his elder colleague, He Baxin, is a 2-star martial grandmaster. He then asks about Lai Yi, and Fu Junkai is shocked that he knows about Lai Yi, as he recently learned about him too. He says Lai Yi is a disciple Yak Xiaoshan took in at the 100 Battles country, and has recently started appearing within the palace, as the Vice Palace Master trusts him very much. Yang Xiao is surprised that Lai Yi isn't dead, and is delighted to meet him again. Dashing worries that Yang Xiao might want to fight the Supreme High Palace full of grandmasters. Yang Xiao claims that he is not planning to fight the Supreme High Palace, as that would be the same as courting death, but thinks he might want to visit Lai Yi, and Dashing sees this as ridiculous. Soon, Yang Xiao suddenly perceives an ongoing fight in the Martial Flame City, and the presence is unusually strong, as though a martial grandmaster is there. He tells them to advance at full speed as he reasons if the grandmaster is from the Xingyang family. He orders his army to prepare for battle and instructs them not to leave the battleship as they face a strong opponent. On reaching the Martial Flame City, he reasons that no one in the city can withstand such a powerful attack except King Wang and others, still training in the World God Monument. However, they won't know what is happening outside, and even if they feel it and come out, it would only cause greater losses for the city. The martial grandmaster, Xingyang Kun, begins to ask for the Martial Flame City Lord, and threatens to kill everyone if he doesn't reveal himself. Yang Xiao's army becomes shocked when they see they are about to face a martial grandmaster, so one of them attempts to jump out of the battleship and escape. However, Yang Xiao kills him instantly, and warns that no one should try to demoralize the army or defy orders, or else they will be killed. Suddenly, they see Xingyang Kun lifting Mengwu by the neck in midair. Xingyang Kun vows to kill 9 generations of the city lord's family as revenge for killing Xingyang Ji, and then drops Mengwu. Yang Xiao immediately activates Taixu Heaven's capital array to save her, but Xingyang breaks the formation with a strike and Mengwu falls. Young Seo gets angry and attacks with an array formation, but Singyang-kun blocks it easily. He continues to ask who the city lord is and draws Young Seo's battleship to himself with his powers. Young Seo launches an attack with the eastbound purple mists, universe guarding, and the 5-line tripod. Singyang-kun is shocked to see the tripod and realizes that Young Seo killed the people from the Zhao family to obtain the tripod. He becomes more enraged and seeks to kill Young Seo. Young Seo uses the perception arts, soul absorption, which shocks Singyang-kun and makes him wonder who he is. Young Seo then attacks with the Great Sun Golden Light Array, which deals some damage to Singyang-kun. Singyang-kun rises again and attempts another attack, but Kian-duo casts a coin spell that captures Singyang-kun. Singyang-kun activates Martial Intent form, Phantom Massacre, and directs the attack to Chuan-duo, but he disperses the attack with a powerful Lixuan weapon, which shocks Singyang-kun. Young Seo uses the 5-line tripod again and promises to refine Singyang-kun into a human pill. He activates the Phoenix True Flames and the Terrant Body Tempering Body technique, Crystal Body. Singyang-kun dashes at him, but Young Seo attacks back with the Heaven Destroying Flame technique, which fires the Phoenix True Flames at Singyang-kun. The people watching the fight wonder if this is really a fight between a martial master and a martial grandmaster. A martial master isn't even supposed to have a chance at all against a martial grandmaster, but the fight has defied logic. Singyang blocks the flame with his innate chi, but Young Seo tells him he will ensure he turns him into a pill even if he dies. Young Seo opens the cauldron and begins to draw Singyang-kun into it, but Singyang-kun summons the Demon Slayer and instructs it to destroy the cauldron. However, Kian-duo counters this move with the Invisible Wind and Moon technique. On seeing this, Singyang-kun gets very angry and resorts to using his primordial yin core to kill them, even if it would also lead to his death. Young Seo doesn't budge and continues to attempt to turn him into a pill. However, his crystal body suddenly begins to shatter as Singyang-kun tries to draw everyone with his primordial yin core. Dashing quickly steps in front of Young Seo to protect him from the effect of the primordial yin core. Dashing sacrifices his life for him and appreciates all Young Seo has done. He tells Young Seo he ought to have run when Singyang-kun decided to self-destruct, and he advises him always to be aware of his limits. Young Seo feels hurt as he sees Dashing fall from the battleship. Meanwhile, Singyang-kun is surprised that Young Seo is dead to die and immediately dashes toward him, attempting to kill him. But King Wang suddenly appears behind Young Seo. King Wang has just broken into the 1-star martial grandmaster realm using Young Seo's pills. Singyang is shocked to see someone as powerful as he is. On seeing King Wang, Kian-duo is shocked as King Wang was barely on his level a few days back and now is already a martial grandmaster. Singyang wonders how Martial Fame City has such powerful fighters. He reasons that he would have escaped earlier instead of self-destructing if he knew they had a martial grandmaster, as no one would have been able to stop him if he tried to escape. He starts to run, attempting to escape, but King Wang catches up with him and deals a lot of damage to him. Singyang resorts to completely self-destructing, and he dies. King Wang then commands Hong Bing to oversee the city's cleanup, and he carries Young Seo, now unconscious, to Square Inch Mountain. Young Seo and Meng Wu are placed in the Grand Array, but the array only condenses small amounts of life energy, which is inadequate for revitalizing them. Jimeng talks about the 6 sunset gold pills Young Seo used to save him when he was on the brink of death and asks if any are left. Zhang Qingfen brings out Young Seo's storage ring but says he can't crack its encryption. However, he and Shihan decide to give it another shot. Meanwhile, Lai Chunyang mourns Dashing's death, and Meng Bai runs out of the tower in tears, carrying the dragon egg Young Seo gave to him in his hand. He plans to go and train and eat the egg he has so much dreaded, so that he can become more powerful to protect Young Seo and Meng Wu. Shihan and Zhang Qingfen fail again in cracking the storage ring, and King Wang resorts to forcefully breaking it. However, the only problem is that this has a huge risk of destroying its content. King Wang has no other choice if they must save Young Seo. He breaks it and uses all his efforts to hold up the collapsing space while the others quickly gather some of the treasures they can. The space eventually collapses, but they are lucky to find the pill amidst what they can gather. They give Young Seo the pill, but only a minor improvement is seen, and they are surprised that even the 6 sunset gold pill couldn't save him. While Zhang Qingfen and Shihan sulk in their inability to save Young Seo, Shihan suddenly remembers a recipe Zhang Qingfen showed him in the Imperial Palace a long time ago, which is said to be a fourth tier, capable of bringing the dead back to life. They both quickly run to start refining it. Meanwhile, the city's cleanup has begun. Qian Duoduo searches for Yangxiu and the others using Universal Detect but can't find them. He is still in awe of Yangxiu's combat abilities and wonders what kind of person he is. Hongbing replies that he is also not sure as it's only been half a month since Yangxiu has been the city lord, but he believes Martial Flame City will become an amazing place under his leadership. He adds that the Martial Flame City will eventually become greater than the Dust Flame Empire and will be a first-rate power in Tianwu or even surpass it. Qian Duoduo mocks him for making such a statement. Still, Hongbing makes him realize that Yangxiu can lead them to the continent's peak. So Qian Duoduo decides to trust Yangxiu, too, by taking the adversity-destroying pill Yangxiu gave to him. Zhang Qingfen and Shihan return with the sincere snow pill after a while of being away. They are sure that this pill will save Yangxiu and administer it to him, but unfortunately, they don't see any notable improvement and think of refining more pills. As they go to refine more pills, the Grand Array suddenly envelopes Yangxiu and begins to function better than before. They just stand and wonder what is happening as the array activation continues for an entire day and night. Soon, Yangxiu regains consciousness, but Mengwu still doesn't wake up. Yangxiu tells them that although the snow pill didn't heal him, it helped him regain a shred of consciousness, with which he then controlled the array and activated it to heal his injuries. He adds that Xingyang Kun shattered Mengwu's spirit, and they would need to find the spirit-nourishing wood to save her. He goes to meet Lai Chunyang by Dashing's grave, while King Wang tells others to go and cultivate as they might face even tougher battles soon. In the next scene, Yangxiu is given a list of the people who suffered losses in the battle and instructs that their families be compensated, both the civilians and the army members. Yangxiu already sent Shen Zhen, Dashing's son, and Han Bai to Square Inch Mountain to train in seclusion as he promised Dashing to help his son become a martial lord within a year. While Churong reports on how much the Thousand Treasures Tower and the Tianyuan Commerce Guild lent them, someone comes to deliver a jade letter. Yangxiu reads it and discovers it's from the Tianyuan Commerce Guild, and that Danglinger knows everything that happened in the Martial Flame City. The jade letter contains detailed information on the Xingyang family and the Supreme High Palace. However, Yangxiu decides to visit the Supreme High Palace first with the invitation letter from Taingong, before destroying the Xingyang family. He instructs Hongbing on what to do and tells him to hand the leadership of Heaven's Core to Lu Yunsheng when she comes out of seclusion. Yangxiu disguises himself as another person to prevent Lai Di from recognizing him quickly, and heads to the Supreme High Palace. As he approaches the entrance of the palace, a guy named Shou Jian calls him and asks if he is also attending the palace's celebration and would like them to go together. Yangxiu perceives that the guy just wants some benefits from him. When Shou Jian realizes that Yangxiu is merely a martial master and that Yangxiu is from the Sky Locust sect, he is shocked and begins to despise him. Yangxiu is surprised and wonders what happened, and Shou Jian explains that the Sky Locust sect is the weakest of all the sects in the empire and doesn't deserve the invitation in the first place. He adds that the Sky Locust sect is arrogant for sending a martial master to the banquet and leaves. Yangxiu realizes that when sects send out invitations, the strengths of the disciples they send represent their attitudes toward the other sect. This is why the Supreme High Palace sent Fu Zhengkai, a mere martial master, to deliver the invitation to the Sky Locust sect. He reasons that the Supreme High Palace could get angry at him and kill him on the spot, or at best, humiliate him. He heads in, anyway, and as he approaches the Supreme High Palace, he realizes that the palace has a deep relationship with the Beaming family and that the buildings are structured similarly to that of the Beaming family. On getting to the queue, he sees someone from the Xingyang family, Xingyang Meng, also registering for the banquet. He discovers he is a 2-star martial lord, and his Yuan-Chi is faint, meaning he is stuck on the verge of a breakthrough. Reaching his turn, he introduces himself and reveals the sect he is from. The greeter is shocked and feels it is ridiculous of the Sky Locust sect to send a martial master to the banquet. He reasons that if he doesn't handle this correctly, it'd be a great embarrassment for the Supreme High Palace, so he asks for the gifts Yangxiu brought. Yangxiu considers that his old storage ring got destroyed, leaving him with only the 5-line tripod and tiger tusk sword, which he can't let go of. He tells the greeter he has no gifts, and he is disappointed. Third Zhu then takes Nuncio in through another entrance different from the main entrance and takes him to the firewood room to prevent any potential embarrassment. However, Young Seo sees this as an opportunity to do what he plans to do without getting spotted. He uses Universal Detect to scan the whole palace and realizes that the entire Supreme High Palace is similar to the Blaming Palace. He infers that the treasury will also be located at the same place, and he heads there immediately using his knowledge of the terrains of the Blaming Palace. On getting to the treasury, he attempts to go in but suddenly discovers someone is coming too, so he quickly hides. It turns out to be Lai Yi. Lai Yi, now a martial lord, came to steal the heavenly obsidian jade from the treasury. He makes leg movements as he approaches the treasury to crack the encryption. Young Seo sees this and is surprised that there are strong encryptions there. Had he gone earlier in ignorance, he would have been blasted. Lai Yi makes some other hand movements and cracks the subsequent encryption. Happy that he has finally gotten access to the treasury, he attempts to go inside, but Young Seo quickly runs, cracks all the encryptions easily, and enters before him. Lai Yi wonders how he got past the encryption so quickly, as he got the hang of it after secretly watching the Vice Master Ma Feibei do it more than a dozen times. He soon discovers that it is Young Seo and becomes scared. He tries to calm himself, reminding himself that he is now a martial lord. He asks Young Seo how he got the encryption, and Young Seo appreciates him for showing it to him when he did it earlier. Lai Yi doesn't believe him, but Young Seo tells him that the key to solving this encryption is a dance move called the Soul Sword Tap Dance, which was popular in ancient times. He begins to dance, and Lai Yi is so angry. Young Seo says he feels like taking all the treasures in the treasury, but Lai Yi objects and starts negotiating with him. However, Young Seo disagrees, which makes Lai Yi even angrier, and he launches an attack, but Young Seo hits him backward. Lai Yan is disappointed that he can still not beat Young Seo, even after becoming a martial lord. He attacks with the Frost Chi, but Young Seo counterattacks with the Lotus Sword Song, which overwhelms him and causes him to flee. Young Seo begins to collect the treasures into his storage ring. He reasons that he shouldn't stay there for long, as Lai Yi could have gone to report. He collects all the treasures but doesn't find the heavenly obsidian jade. Hence, he uses the Universal Detect to scan the treasury and finally locates it underground in a dragon bones box, which is supposed to block Universal Detect. After seeing the obsidian, he realizes it is only the size of a palm and infers that someone must have cut it out from the piece the Beaming Palace has. He wonders if the Ma family are traitors of the Beaming Palace as he leaves the treasury. On getting outside, he sees no movement from the Supreme High Palace and concludes that Lai Yi didn't report. He then uses private sound transmission to communicate with Xing Yingming at the banquet. Xing Yingming is shocked and quickly excuses himself from the banquet and heads out immediately to search for the person who talked to him. Young Seo had communicated a very profound technique of the heart, which loosened the bottleneck Xing Yingming's cultivation was stuck at. He wants the complete technique, so he is on the move to find Young Seo. Xing Yingming gets to the treasury, and when he considers this a forbidden place to be, Young Seo uses the private sound transmission to tell him how to break the encryption. Xing Yingming decides to risk it. He gets in, and the voice stops. He finds it off and quickly decides to leave. But it is already late, as the Supreme High Palace officials are already there. He tries to explain, but they don't listen. He hears the voice again instructing him on how to escape. The Palace Master tries to break the encryption but burns his leg. The encryption has been modified. He is shocked as not even he can modify the encryption. As Xing Yingming escapes into the forest, he reasons that the guy that framed him isn't a regular guy and wonders why he is being targeted. Young Seo suddenly replies that it's because he is from the Sanjing family. Xing Yingming is shocked that Young Seo can read his thoughts. Young Seo activates the perception arts. Demon Moon summons the 5-line tripod and kills him with the universe guarding eastbound purple mists. The Supreme Palace officials soon arrive and ask him if he saw Xing Yingming. He kills them all, too, and leaves. Soon, the Palace Master Matiani arrives at the scene with the Vice Palace Master, and he is enraged with Xing Yingming, thinking he is responsible for the massacre. On getting back to the martial Flame City, Young Seo goes into seclusion immediately in the World God Monument to train, and within a day, he breaks through to the Great Martial Master level. He then tells the others he plans to go and attack the Xingyang family in Hysan City. They find this ridiculous, as the Hysan City is Duskflame Empire's capital, occupied by noble and imperial families filled with many martial grandmasters. However, Young Seo tells them it's inevitable, as if they don't attack, the Xingyang will eventually still attack them. He adds that he has a plan which he will carry out with just 11 other people. While King Wang talks about the impossibility of defeating a noble family with just 12 people, Qian Duodua walks in, declaring that he should be counted in on the plan. King Wang and Chunying are shocked to see he is now a martial grandmaster, and even is at a level above King Wang. Neng Faichen soon arrives to pay respects to Yang Xiao, as he is now a martial grandmaster also. Chunying is in awe of 3 martial grandmasters, a realm he never dared to think of, standing before him, all paying their respects to his grandson. Yang Xiao lists the names of the 11 that will follow into Hysan City, and says they will be performing the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array, which attracts thunderbolts from the 9 heavens and causes lightning to strike. He adds that the strengths of the thunderbolts attracted are based on the strength of the people setting it up. If 12 martial sovereigns used it, it could attract the strongest Brahma's periwinkle world-destroying thunder, capable of destroying even the immortal golden body. He tells them it will take just 6 hours to set it up, the same amount of time it will take to reach Hysan City. They set out, and on their way, Yunqing meets Nuncio to ask about Gu Faiyang, but he tells her he will tell her about him when they return from their mission. He tells her to return to her battleship to familiarize herself with the array. She tells him she already knew about the array since she was part of the Heavenly Night Palace, and although her master never let her use it, she imprinted the entire array in her mind. Yanxiao tells her he estimates they can attract one of the 5 elements Divine Thunder if they combine the powers of all 12, which should be enough to contend with the Xingyang family. An issue soon arises on how to fly the battleships above the Hysan City without attracting the attention of the experts in the Duskflame Empire. Yunxiao then activates a secret art of concealment, which makes their battleships invincible. However, it can't fool everyone but will make it clear that they aren't there to cause trouble. They head for the Xingyang family. Nuncio brings out the heavenly obsidian jade, hoping to frame the Supreme High Palace and fool the Xingyang family into thinking it is them. Meanwhile, in the Xingyang family meeting room, Xingyang Yi, the Xingyang family patriarch, is worried that Xingyang Kun is yet to return from the Martial Flame City. Xingyang Cheng asks if they should send someone else to the Martial Flame City to check, but Xingyang Yi refuses, saying the Cheng family should send someone too since Cheng Feishi also died, and not only Xingyang Ji. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes the building, and Xingyang quickly runs outside to check what's happening. He observes a tremendous power mixed with bone-chilling frost and realizes it's the Supreme High Palace's extreme yin frost qi. However, he reasons that not even Ma Tian, the palace master, has qi of such high purity and wonders if Xingyang Ming is in trouble. Yang Xiao reveals himself and activates the Yang Gold Divine Thunder. This blasts the whole place, turning everyone into ashes except those with a high cultivation base. Xingyang Yida gets very angry and calls all the elders of the Xingyang family to attack and eliminate them. Shockingly, they discover that the battleships are empty and Yunxiao has escaped with the others. They then see the heavenly obsidian jade mid-air, oozing out tremendous energy. Meanwhile, as Yunxiao and the others escape, Zhu Jin, a 7 constellations realm martial emperor, intercepts them. Yunxiao reasons that this old man must be a top-tier expert in the empire and have a dangerous level of authority. Zhu Jin accuses them of being spies. Yunxiao reasons that this can be Zhu Jin's justification for killing them on the spot, and he quickly takes the initiative to ask him for what he wants. Zhu Jin laughs and requests the array they used above the Xingyang family, but pretends not to be amused by it. Yunxiao tells him that their palace master told them that the array is not to be taught to outsiders, and if they do otherwise, they will be heavily punished. However, he adds that they can hand over the array if Zhu Jin would be willing to give some compensation for it. He pretends and his associates cooperate with him in convincing Zhu Jin to pay for the array. Yunxiao plays on his ego and gets to negotiate the price with him until he eventually pays a sum of 300,000 high-tier primordial stones. Zhu Jin plans to use the array to attract thunderbolts to assist his cultivation and help him make significant advances. Yunxiao gives him the array and leaves. Meanwhile, while Xingyang Yi and the other elders of the Xingyang family think about the situation, the battleships Yunxiao and his associates left suddenly start to self-destruct. The heavenly obsidian jade explodes, releasing a large amount of frost qi. Shortly before the explosion, as Yunxiao and others left in their battleship, Zhu Jin observes that they are headed towards the Supreme High Palace and wonders if they are from there. However, he wonders why the Supreme High Palace is feuding with the Xingyang family. Suddenly, Odijia, a Dusk Flame Empire shrine elder, also appears and asks about the array Jin just got. He was watching the transaction between him and Nunxio. Jin responds in anger, and while he speaks, they see an explosion at the Xingyang estate and immediately head there. Other elders also come to see what's happening, and they behold a massive glacial structure that has covered the Xingyang estate and eliminated all the people within it. All the elders wonder which sect could be responsible for this. After much argument and deliberation, Jin is told to investigate the issue as he is the one who met the people responsible for the destruction. They then seal the frost chi being released from the glacial structure to prevent it from spreading and affecting other people in the empire. The news about this occurrence soon spreads across the empire, with different rumors flying around. All attention shifts to the Supreme High Palace after the notification of the hatred between the Supreme High Palace and the Xingyang family due to what happened at the banquet. With the appearance of the extreme Yin Frost Chi, the people are almost certain of who had attacked the Xingyang family. However, Ding Linger of the Tianyuan Commerce Guild believes that it was all Yunxio's doing, even though it doesn't make sense to her. Manhwa finds this unreasonable and lists why it can't be the Martial Flame City. Ding Linger still believes it was Nunxio, and that they might be missing an essential piece of information. She tells Manhwa that Martial Flame City will be their #1 VIP from now on, and they will support them as best as they can no matter what they ask. Manhwa finds this insane, but Ding Linger says this might be the best investment she will make. Manhwa thinks Ding Linger is already following Yunxio, and she becomes embarrassed. The next day, at the Cheng family, Cheng Feng takes the Heaven and Earth Go position to Bailey Gongjin, asking him to explain it to him as he hasn't been able to solve it after analyzing it for half a month. Bailey Gongjin tells him that he has also been analyzing for half a year and has not found a solution too. The royal throne marshal sovereign Teng Guan set the position, and he challenged that if anyone could solve it, he would pass down his 800 volumes on formations. Thousands of people have been analyzing it, but no one has been able to understand it. After a while of discussion, Bailey Gongjin remembers that a youth in Tianshui solved the mystery around Yang Di's poem and painting and suggests that Cheng Feng should try him out. However, Cheng Feng says it must have been by luck and adds that he was planning to send people to find Yunxio for killing a disciple of the Cheng family and the heir of the Xingyang family. However, they can't mess with the Martial Flame City and can only observe as the Thousand Treasures Tower may be backing them. Cheng Feng and Bailey Gongjin also analyze the destruction of the Xingyang family and conclude that the Supreme High Palace, with the Beaming Palace's backing, may have done this since Xingyang Ming was said to have stolen their treasures and killed their men. In the next scene, Zhu Yangbio of the Zhao family also suspects that Yunxio might be a puppet of some force trying to bait the Zhao family into making a move. One of the members says that investigating the matter can get them into a bad situation, and Zhu Yangbio replies that they don't need the 5-line tripod anymore as he has already gotten cauldrons to raise Yushin's cultivation by force. Cauldrons comprise 2 experts consuming their true yuan to raise a martial artist cultivation base by force. The elders of the Zhao family then agree to send someone to investigate the Martial Flame City and the Supreme High Palace. Meanwhile, after Yunxio left Zhujin, he traveled around the Supreme High Palace before silently returning to the Martial Flame City to confuse the imperial families. On returning to the Martial Flame City, Nunxio gathered Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment, and brought them into the World God Monument. He tells them the place will be used for training and explains all they need to know about the World God Monument. He also says he will supply all they need, pills, weapons, techniques, and primordial stones, as long as they train hard. He adds that they are all entitled to take as many resources as they want to reach the next level. They don't become shocked as the limitation of resources is the major challenge of martial artists in their cultivation journey. Chumiang raises that such a massive resource drain can't be sustained for long and asks what would be done if they used it all. Yunxio tells them they will do the same thing they did to get their present resources. They will rob, loot, and use many other ways to take more. They are all surprised, and he tells them that all the superpowers in Tianwu, holding places in energy-filled mountain ranges, all use the same rule: the strong always prey on the weak. As soon as he finishes talking to them, he heads to where Mengwu is. He reasons that the spirit-nourishing wood needed for her recovery can only be found in possession of the great royal families and the Bo family, but he doesn't have enough power to force himself in and take it now. He leaves her and prepares to leave, but he sees that the beast hasn't woken up since it took the second adversity-destroying pill, and as he observes it, he suddenly perceives some energy coming from deep inside the cave and follows it. He sees Meng Bai in a vegetative state. He discovers that Meng Bai ate the whole egg raw in one go. He decides to find a primer to help him come out of that state, and then heads to Hyson City. At the Duskflame Empire, as he walks along the streets, he discovers the entire capital is in a state of high alert because of the incident with the Xingyang family. He goes to the Alchemist Association, and while entering, he detects a 6th-tier Grandmaster class refiner there. Walking in, he finds the place unusually quiet and walks over to the receptionist, who tells him to maintain silence as an instruction convention is ongoing. Bai Quanjin has just advanced to a 3rd-tier refiner. The Invention Convention is a tradition of the Alchemist Association, where every refiner has to host a public seminar when they get promoted to share their insights into alchemy and breakthrough experience. The receptionist asks him what he came to do and gives him a book to write his request and payment offer. He writes that he needs the poisoned blood of a demon beast above the 4th tier and asks to discuss the price in person with whoever is willing to take the order. She is surprised and tells him the material he listed is scarce and will be tough to purchase if he doesn't indicate the price. Youngxiao reasons that he will have to ask the association master to get what he needs as it is extremely hard to get. He suddenly perceives an odd smell from the X1 weapon being refined at the convention and predicts it will soon explode. He tells the lady to leave immediately so she won't get hurt by the explosion, but she is surprised, not understanding what he means. Youngxiao approaches the convention and boldly claims that the 3rd-tier refiner's abilities can't keep up with what he is trying to do. Everyone turns to look at him, wondering what nonsense he is spitting. A 7-star martial grandmaster nearby challenges what he just said, saying the refining is pretty good and is about to take shape. Youngxiao is shocked to see a 7-star martial grandmaster. He suggests they make a bet on the refining, and whoever loses will serve the other for 1 year. The 7-star martial grandmaster is shocked that Youngxiao could bypass the secret technique on his body and could tell the level he is. Youngxiao sees this as an opportunity to win him over to his side, which is very important to Martial Flame City. The sword being refined suddenly becomes unstable, and everyone looks at Youngxiao, wondering how he knew it would explode in advance. Zhang Hua, another 3rd-tier refiner, decides to support Bai Quanjin in managing the situation, and they decide to form a conversion technique to stabilize the violent energy. While this method seems to work, Youngxiao rebukes the refiners for trying to suppress the violent energy and using the form conversion technique. He then says that the X1 weapon will explode in 10 breaths with strength many times greater than before. Everyone finds him ridiculous and insults him, but he starts to count anyway. Soon, as he reaches the count of 6, the refining goes out of hand, and they are all shocked. The 7-star martial grandmaster wonders how a teenager saw through it so early on. Bai Quanjin instructs everyone to leave the room as the X1 weapon is about to explode, and everyone runs out in fear. Youngxiao moves closer to the refiners, saying the X1 weapon can still be saved in the count's left. He commends them for risking their lives to buy time for others. He adds his spirit power and starts to control the refining process so that the violent energy dissipates. The refiners and the 7-star martial grandmaster marvel at the techniques and movements. With dropped jaws, the martial grandmaster never thought he could lose to a teenage boy. Meanwhile, the others outside wonder what is going on inside, and being scared to go inside, they bully Miss Fang, the receptionist, to go inside and check. She tries to resist, but they push her inside, and as she sadly walks to the convention room, she is shocked by what she sees. She sees the top-tier refiners gathered around Youngxiao, while he teaches them how he solved the problem that arose. Bai Quanjin sees her and immediately orders her to get water for the master, Youngxiao. They all start to scold her as she serves Youngxiao. Youngxiao gets angry and rebukes them. They immediately begin to treat her well, give her gifts, and even offer to increase her pay from their pockets, acting on what Youngxiao just told them, that to be a true refiner, one must first have a heart of gold. He continues to teach them about alchemy and explains how he could suppress the violent energy. They are shocked to discover some new things they had never known in their refining experience. Everyone starts to bombard him with questions, but he tells them he is very busy and has to go. He asks them to submit not more than 3 questions each to Miss Fang, who would now select the questions she prefers, not more than 50, and he will answer them when he returns in a few days. As he leaves the Alchemist Association, the other refiners that have been outside rush inside to see what has happened. However, they are shocked to see a commotion of refiners trying to submit their questions to Miss Fang, and they wonder what happened here. One of the guys that bullied Miss Fang to go and check what was happening inside sees her sitting down and gets angry. He attempts to kick her, but Zhang Hua quickly intercepts and takes the kick instead to protect her and win her favor so she can give his questions to young Xiao. He then turns to the guy that attempted to kick her and beats him up. While this is on, Young Xiao meets the 7-star martial grandmaster, who introduces himself as Duan Yu. Young Xiao offers to pay him 100,000 high-tier primordial stones in 1 year of serving him. Duan Yu reasons that Young Xiao's alchemy knowledge is exceptional, and building a good relationship with him right now won't be a loss, so he accepts to serve him for 1 year. He then tells Young Xiao he knows where he might be able to get the poisoned blood of a 4th-tier demon beast. He tells him about the small region in the South Sea, next to the Heavens and Empire, which contains many types of sea monsters, including 4th tiers. He adds that hunting down one that carries 4th-tier monster blood would be a piece of cake. Young Xiao reveals that it is not as easy as he portrays it, as one would need to go 1,000 miles into the region to find 4th-tier monsters, and without a sea locator, it'd be impossible. Duan Yu is shocked that this kid knows too much for his age and brings out a sea map. Young Xiao looks at it and is shocked to see the Kungo divine tree from which the spirit-nourishing wood can be obtained. He observes the map and reasons that they should be able to find a few monsters with poisonous blood, as there would be some high-tier monsters guarding the Kungo divine tree. Duan Yu is surprised by Young Xiao's knowledge and wonders if there's some old geezer in his body. Duan Yu went to the Alchemist Association so Bai Kuanjin could help, but discovered that he wasn't good enough, so he is now considering Young Xiao. However, he thought he could deceive and use him, but soon realized that Young Xiao was more experienced than he thought. He then begins to tell Young Xiao about the southern region. Near the region lies a small town called Verdant Seaport, which is one of the busiest places in the region, with merchants, hunters, many large powers, and Commerce Alliance representatives doing business there. The hunters, including himself, hunt sea monsters for a living. In one of his hunting adventures in the deeper region of the sea, he met a team while hunting and saved them from a wipeout. The leader of the team gave him the rainbow fog map in appreciation. A sea rainbow fog is a weird occurrence that covers a wide area and is thick enough to block universal detect. The sea loses its original form once the rainbow fog appears, and a tunnel is created, which causes anyone who goes in will be transported to another random part of the sea. Also, wherever rainbow fog appears, there will be pinkish crystalline dust which causes anyone who sniffs it to begin to see abnormal illusions. The only way to discharge it is to have a large amount of spirit power. The reason Duan Yu needs Young Xiao. Young Xiao already experienced the rainbow fog before when he was Gu Fainang, and was luckily saved by it when many seafolk chased him for 4,000 miles in the sea. They both begin to negotiate what their share would be after they return from the mission. After many disputes, they finally agree to split 5-5 on the condition that Young Xiao will refine a Taixu Emperor gold pill for Duan Yu when the time comes. Young Xiao and Duan Yu set out on their mission in a Tiger King battleship. Duan Yu worries that they shouldn't be attracting attention as the entire capital is in a state of alertness due to the recent occurrence with the Xingyang family. However, Young Xiao tells him that this is what he is trying to achieve. He then activates an array that reinforces their speed and gets them past the martial experts in the capital. He did this to distract them and buy more time for the martial flame city. On getting to the Verdant Seaport in the Heavens and Empire, they look around the city. Young Xiao observes that the patrol teams have a team leader at the Martial King level, and that even the lowest-ranked team members are great martial masters. He then reasons that he has to develop Martial Flame City's power to be even stronger than Verdant Seaport's, such that his own team members will be martial grandmasters. They head to the Verdant Seaport Thousand Treasures Tower, and on meeting Xiaoya, the receptionist, he asks to see the leader of the tower immediately. Xiaoya is shocked and asks why he wants to see the tower master, and he tells her that he has a business deal worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. She becomes more shocked and quickly shows him the way to the tower master's office. Before the master arrives, Duan Yu is shocked and thinks Young Xiao is fooling around and will put them in trouble. Yu Kangshan, the tower master, soon arrives and asks about the great business deal he wants to propose. Young Xiao shocks everyone when he says he just wants to borrow items worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. Yu Kangshan observes that Young Seo is not scared and wonders if a strong force sent him to cause trouble. He asks Young Seo to elaborate, thinking it's a joke, but Young Seo tells him he isn't joking and shows him the 1,000 Treasures Tower VIP card Yin Choyang once gave him, asking how much the card can borrow. On seeing this, Yu Kangshan is shocked. He realizes it is a first-tier VIP card, which is even higher than the one he has the authority to give. He begins to treat Young Seo courteously while wondering why he came to borrow primordial stones, as only the heads of powerful forces or powerful individuals can become first-tier VIPs. Young Seo tells him that he will make things less difficult for him by selling the VIP card, which should get him a few 100,000 high-tier primordial stones. Yu Kangshan thinks about the havoc it could cause to the entire southern region's prices if another commerce guild gets its hand on it. Then, Young Seo offers to sell it to him at a discount and stands up to leave, asking him to take his time to think about it before he returns in a few days. After Young Seo and Duan Yu leave, Yu Kangshan tells Shuoya that he will visit the Heavens and Empires branch and instructs her to do whatever Young Seo asks if he returns before he does, anything but lending money. As Young Seo and Duan Yu continue to look around the sea verdant port, a guy named Ma Wendy calls Duan Yu and begins telling him about a group unit he is forming to hunt down a treasure he recently found. Duan Yu initially says he is not interested, but becomes interested when he discovers the treasure is a violet 9-struck moth, a 6th-tier beast. Young Seo asks if it is a young moth, and Ma Wendy is surprised by how he knows. Young Seo talks about its features and potential, and Ma Wendy reasons that he must be from an exceptional family to have such knowledge. He first thinks Young Seo is Duan Yu's disciple, but soon realizes that Duan Yu, known for not listening to others, is listening to him. Young Seo asks Duan Yu how the treasure will be shared when they succeed. Duan Yu tells him that the normal distribution method in the sea's verdant port is that the organizer gets 2 shares, and the other participants get 1 share with additional primordial stones each. Young Seo then asks about his strength compared to the other group members, and Duan Yu tells him that there is a guy named Hanyo with similar strength to him, but the others are insignificant. Young Seo agrees to participate, and they soon meet the other members to plan the mission. On meeting them, Duan Yu introduces everyone to Young Seo, and they wonder if he is Duan Yu's disciple. Ma Wendy brings out the sea map, and checking it, Duan Yu is shocked to see that the moth is in the same direction as the rainbow fog and within 30 miles of each other. Even though Duan Yu tries to pretend, Han Yi observes this and asks what the problem is. Duan Yu plays ignorant, but Han Yi insists that the mission is dangerous if he isn't willing to share information. Duan Yu thinks of how to avoid revealing information about the rainbow fog. Young Seo comes to the rescue by suggesting that it was the same place Duan Yu found the bloodfish fungus in his previous hunt. Duan Yu embraces the lie and starts telling the group about it. He tells them he went hunting with a group of 7, but only he survived. They then ask him what he did with the bloodfish fungus, since it's a treasure known to increase one's strength once consumed. But his strength has not increased. He tells them he decided to give it to Young Seo, because Young Seo is very important to him. Young Seo, already feeling that he is talking too much, quickly interrupts and starts acting up, calling Duan Yu his half-brother from different fathers. The others are shocked that Duan Yu's mother screwed another man at such an old age to give birth to a young teen. Duan Yu feels embarrassed and reasons that he can't show his face in the verdant seaport if this news spreads. Henny asks him what challenges he faced the last time, and Duan Yu lies and says that it was just a mere underwater vortex, hiding the fact that the rainbow fog is a major challenge. But when he says they will use the 7-star striking array against the purple 9-struck moth, and that they should start practicing pending when they arrive. Young Seo separates himself from others to practice independently. He hasn't had time alone since he broke through to a 1-star Great Martial Master. A day later, they reach their destination. Ma Wendy's men prepare to lure the moth out, and they pour the snake scent solution into the sea. Young Seo recognizes this immediately, which Ma Wendy finds amusing. Young Seo tells him that although it is good for luring out the moth, the challenge is that the moths are already akin to half-dragons, and the seawater will also dilute and dissipate most of the smell, which will make it difficult to lure the moth out. Ma Wendy is shocked at his level of knowledge and teases Duan Yu that his younger brother is a genius, making Duan Yu feel more embarrassed. Ma Wendy's men activate the cloud drop array, and everyone is surprised, except Young Seo, of course. Soon the clouds begin to spread, and the mist disperses. The purple 9-striped moth appears. They immediately activate the 7-star strike array and trap the moth while Yunseo watches from the battleship. However, when they think the moth is already trapped and cannot escape, Yunseo observes that something is off about the beast. It has awakened its innate ability and attempts to use the Seabed Draconic Thunder. Yunseo reasons that if the moth doesn't die this time, it should be able to reach the 7th tier and wonders if they will be able to block it. Suddenly the beast attacks the other members, causing the array to break and releasing it from the trap. Du-Wen-Yu attacks, thinking the other 6 have died or been wounded. Du-Wen-Yu decides to at least kill the beast since he will die anyway. Yunseo yells at him to get back on board, calling him foolish and telling him that the others had already escaped and gone into hiding the moment the array broke. Du-Wen-Yu is surprised that others left him alone while he tried to play the Messiah. Yunseo tells him to come on board, but he tells Yunseo to leave first while he stays behind and buys him some time since their 5th-tier battleship can't outspeed the purple 9-strike moth. Yunseo accepts and speeds off, and Du-Wen-Yu quickly yells that he didn't mean what he said. On getting on board, Du-Wen-Yu asks Yunseo how they plan to deal with the moth as it almost reaches them, and Yunseo tells him they will just find someone to take the hit. Du-Wen-Yu sees this as a great idea, and they both jump off their battleship onto Wendy's men's battleship. When the moth beast gets to the battleship they left behind, Yunseo activates an explosion and quickly jumps off Wendy's men's battleship to another with Du-Wen-Yu, causing the moth to come from Wendy's men's battleship. Du-Wen-Yu begins to praise Yunseo, but Yunseo tells him not to celebrate too early and to start healing himself immediately, as he might need to fight later. Du-Wen-Yu is surprised and says they shouldn't have a problem escaping at their current distance, but Yunseo tells him they are not escaping. Yunseo reveals that the other 6 are still lurking around, hiding with some secret techniques, and are only waiting for someone else to make a move first and come out later to reap the rewards. Du-Wen-Yu observes Yunseo's demeanor and is surprised at his calmness in such a situation. As the moth approaches their battleship, Yunseo summons the 5-line tripod and activates the True Soul Phoenix's flame. The moth becomes scared on seeing this, and Yunseo draws it into the 5-line tripod, trapping it inside. Du-Wen-Yu is shocked, and the other 6 members return to the battleship to congratulate them. They soon demand a share in the reward, explaining how they contributed to the mission's success. An argument begins over how they will share as the others try to bring in a new agreement instead of their initial agreement. Yunseo playfully asks if he will get a share too, since he is the one who trapped the moth in the tripod, but they refuse, saying he wouldn't have been able to if they hadn't set up the 7-star strike array beforehand. He agrees but points out that the previous distribution method was for a dead violet 9-strike moth, whereas what he captured is still living. He asks if they are going to cut it up. They are shocked and think that a living moth's value is worth many times more than a dead one, especially since it has the bloodline of a true soul and can evolve on its own. Hania offers to trade his share if someone can offer him a fair price. Yanfeiyu then offers his 6th-tier ancient talisman made by the Rune sect, which can block an all-out attack from a 1-star martial emperor. Everyone thinks about this, but no one chooses to accept it. Wendy then suggests they use primordial stones to settle it instead. Suddenly, Yunseo perceives that the moth inside the tripod has adapted to the suppression due to the tier difference of the phoenix's energy, and will soon break out of its trap. So he quickly tells Yanfeiyu that he and Du-Wen-Yu will release their share if he gives them the ancient soul talisman and another 100,000 high-tier primordial stones. He also gives him the 5-line tripod, and Yanfeiyu happily adds his dragon and phoenix dual rings to the deal as compensation for the tripod. Yunseo and Du-Wen-Yu quickly board another battleship and leave the rest to settle their distribution. He also gives them his Tiger King battleship. Du-Wen-Yu thinks they are heading for the Rainbow Fog, but Yunseo tells him they are still going after the purple 9-strike moth. Du-Wen-Yu is shocked and wonders what Yunseo's plan is. Yunseo activates encryptions to conceal them while they wait for what is about to happen to the other guys. The moth suddenly escapes from the tripod and begins to attack the 6. They then decide to team up to combat the beast. Yunseo, watching them from afar, comments that they wouldn't have been in such a precarious situation if they had cooperated earlier. He adds that even if they kill the purple 9-strike moth, they will exhaust most of their energy, and the profits will belong to both of them. Yunseo suddenly senses danger looming but finds it difficult to tell what exactly it is with his universal detect. He tells Du and Yu to prepare to flee at any moment as there's a change of plan. Yunxiu continues to wonder what it could be, and suddenly a large hand appears from the sky and captures the purple nine-struck moth at once. It's Hang Yuan, a Peak Six Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, one of the guardians of the Star Mansion sect in Verdant Seaport. He plans to make a pill from the moth for his master, Shifeng, as a gift for his upcoming 500th birthday. He tells them to scram, and when Han Yi tries to tell him that he has a connection with Master Shifeng, Hang Yuan throws him into the mouth of a fish in the sea with his power. He then sends his aides to kill all of them and turns to go after Yunxiu and Du Yu, whom he perceives to be hiding. Yunxiu and Du Yu become terrified. Yunxiu asks Du Yu if he can injure Hang Yuan by attacking him with his full strength, and he replies that he can injure him heavily if he fully lands an attack. But the challenge is that Hang Yuan won't just stand there and let him hit him. Yunxiu tells him that when Hang Yuan is 10 meters away from them, he will restrict his movement so he can launch his full attack on him, and he also tells him to start gathering momentum when he is 100 meters away. Du Yu is shocked at this statement and wonders how a mere great martial master can restrict a peak martial grandmaster's movement. As Hang Yuan draws nearer, Du Yuan begins to gather momentum, and on seeing this, Hang Yuan offers Du Yu the opportunity to join the Star Mansion sect. Yunxiu suddenly uses the Universal Spirit Suppressor, Exile, and Hang Yuan's movement becomes restricted, being held by the Endless World Star's Shine, Ghost Hold. Hang Yuan breaks out of the hold after some time, but that's when Du Yu lands him a powerful attack using the White Flame Ghostly Killer, Six Evils Halberd technique. Du Yu returns to the battleship, and they speed off immediately. Meanwhile, Hang Yuan takes the 6th-tier Holy Medicine Pill and considers chasing after them again. And just as he attempts to do so, he enters the rainbow fog and quickly shields himself from the pink crystalline dust. Also, Yunxiu shields himself and Du Yu from the dust in the battleship while they rest to recover their powers. A few days later, they get past the seas of the Verdant Seaport to a different region. Yunxiu tells Du Yu that he notices they are surrounded and says they must have wandered into the territory of a seafolk tribe. Suddenly, many seafolk from the Blazefish tribe, full of martial grandmasters, emerge from the sea and threaten them for intruding on their territory. Yunxiu tries to plead with them, saying they intruded by accident. However, the seafolk do not listen and try to attack. Yunxiu then pleads that they capture them instead and spare their lives, which the Blazefish tribe master sees as a great idea. They captured Yunxiu and Du Yu and give them the water warding pills to survive in the sea. They take them into the sea, and on their way to the chief of the Blazefish tribe, one of the seafolks tells them about a strong human that intruded on their territory not too long ago and injured 3 of their leaders, so the chief ordered them to capture the guy. Realizing it was Hang Yuan, Yunxiu also declares his hatred for him so they would know they are unrelated. He also reasons that for Hang Yuan to have injured the 3 leaders, it means there are also 8 or 9 Star Martial Grandmasters, and he concludes that there should be hope for an escape as long as there isn't a martial emperor in their midst. The Seafolk Tribe Master begins to tell them about the Seafolk world. According to the Seafolk strength, the tribes are divided into 7 tiers, with the first being the strongest and the 7th being the weakest. The Blazefish tribe is a 5th-tier tribe whose reign covers a 1,000-mile radius. Yunxiu reasons that this is bad as the tribe must have a martial emperor, being 5th tier. The Seafolk further naively reveals that they have a 1-star martial emperor, but unfortunately, he will soon die, and the strongest they have left is Tai Fan, who just became a 9-star martial grandmaster recently. However, Tai Fan got heavily injured by Hang Yuan, and if he cannot break through to a martial supreme before the chief passes, the Blazerfish tribe will become weaker and fall back into the 6th tier. Yunxiu reasons that since all 3 leaders of the Blazerfish tribe are injured, the last remaining pillar supporting the tribe is the martial emperor tribe leader. Yunxiu and Du Yu are taken to the tribe leader, Tai Pan, and when he discovers that they are humans, just like Hang Yuan, who attack the tribe, he orders that they be fed to the fishes. Yunxiu yells in arrogance, stating he will wipe out the whole tribe. Tai Fi, a seafolk, gets angry at this outburst and attempts an attack on Yunxiu, but Du Yu quickly dashes at him and hits him off. Tai Pin rages in anger but becomes calm when Yunxiu reveals that he is on his last breath and will die if he attacks them. Yunxiu tells him to apologize or he will kill Tai Fi before he can do anything. Tai Fi gets angry and dashes at Yunxiu, but Tai-pin stops him and tells Young-seo and Du-en-yu to leave their territory and never return since they don't have any ill intent. Young-seo replies that he doesn't want to leave yet and wants to make a business deal instead. Tai-pin first rejects a business deal, but becomes interested when Young-seo tells him that the deal can give him an additional 100 years of life and help the heavily injured tribe head break through to the martial emperor. Then, Young-seo talks about the Congo Divine Tree. Tai-pin gets disappointed and tells Tai-fi to tell him about the situation of the Congo Divine Tree. Tai-fi narrates how a more powerful tribe, called the Razor Clan Tribe, came to take it from them forcefully. Young-seo asks them if they have a method to go straight into the Divine Tree, and Tai-pin replies that there's no way to do that without alerting them. But it could be possible if they can break the Razor Clan Tribe's seal and break in by force. Young-seo says this would be easy and asks that the tribe leader lead the way, but Tai-fan soon arrives and interrupts, attempting to attack Young-seo. Du-en-yu quickly jumps in to block the attack. Tai-fan attempts another attack, but Tai-pin stops him. Tai-fan tells Tai-pin not to allow himself to be tricked by the humans, but Tai-pin replies that he has his certainties. Tai-ling, too, runs in, warning her father of the same, but Tai-pin says this could be their last chance to avoid being devoured by the Razor Clan tribe. Tai-ling raises different points to persuade her father not to listen to the humans, but Tai-pin counters all of them. Young-seo asks what region the Razor Clan tribe came from, and Tai-fan tells him they didn't only come from a different region, but a different sea entirely. Tai-fan further reveals that the Razor Clan tribe was originally from the East Sea and was second tier, but they fell to 6th tier when they faced a powerful human who slayed hundreds of their martial sovereigns. Young-seo finds this familiar, realizing he is the human who caused the massacre, Gu Fainang. The sea folks express their hatred for Gu Fainang, and Young-seo quickly changes the topic. Soon, Tai-ling demands that Young-seo shows them what he is capable of before they trust him on his claim that he can extend Tai-pin's life and help Tai-fan break through to a martial emperor. Young-seo reveals that he is a refiner and would like to contest with Tai-ling, their best refiner, adding that he will follow whatever they say if he loses and vice versa. He asks Tai-ling to pick her area of expertise, and her father advises her to choose fire manipulation. Young-seo is quite surprised since, logically, the thing sea folks fear the most is fire. The contest soon begins. Young-seo tells Tai-ling that he will demonstrate a few actions, and if she can imitate them, she wins, but if not, he wins. Young-seo demonstrates his first move with fire manipulation, but Tai-ling imitates it easily, even on her first try. Young-seo comments that her talent is very strong and better than his for her to pull that off on her first try. Young-seo goes on to display his highest attainment in fire manipulation, the Phoenix's advent of 100 birds, using the Phoenix's true fire, and even breaks through to a 2-star Great Martial Master. Everyone becomes startled at his skillfulness and wonders if he is a god. Tai-pin suddenly falls to his knees and bows to Young-seo. The other sea folks are surprised and wonder why their chief is suddenly bowing to the human, and Tai-pin urges them to bow too. He begins to refer to Young-seo as the Holy Emissary, and Young-seo wonders what he means by this. Tai-pin then narrates the origin of the Congo Divine Tree and the Blazefish tribe. The Blazefish tribe used to be a tribe of normal sea dwellers, and a time came when a true soul phoenix reached nirvana on the Congo Divine Tree. The flames of its reincarnation accidentally spread onto an ancestor of the Blazefish tribe, changing his body massively and making it suitable to train with fire. The ancestor went on to become a martial sovereign and brought the tribe up as a powerful force from the mere sea dwellers it was. Tai-fi then asks why the tribe has been unable to break through the Nine Heavens realm for the past 10,000 years. Tai-pin tells him it's because of the weakening bloodline and adds that they don't have to worry anymore since the Holy Emissary is now here. He tells Young-seo that he felt the dormant ancient power in his veins beginning to rise as he projected the phantom of the phoenix. Tai-pin tries to hold a welcome ceremony for Young-seo, but he stops him, and they soon set out for Congo Divine Tree. They kill some Razor Clan tribe guards and soon reach the Congo Divine Tree. After seeing the condition of the Divine Tree, Young-seo deduces that the Razor Clan tribe is using the tree's sap to directly increase their whole tribe's strength, and they would be much stronger than the Blazefish tribe already. As they enter the tree, they are intercepted by some sea folks from the Razor Clan tribe, but they kill them easily and head inside. Within the Divine Tree, Young-seo thinks about the spirit nourishing wood he needs, which can be found near the core of the Congo Divine Tree. However, they can't just cut their way into the core to avoid attracting the enemies. Yunxiu begins to feel his realm rising again due to the unlimited Yuan Qi in the Kungo Divine Tree. Suddenly, another powerful sea folk from the Razor Clan tribe attacks, and Taipin goes all out in combating him. After killing the sea folk, Taipin is exhausted and thinks he is about to die. He turns to Yunxiu and commits the future of the Blazefish tribe to his hands. Yunxiu suddenly uses the golden acupuncture needles on him and gives him some pills, telling him not to talk like that. Taipin instantly feels better and fully recovers, surprising the other sea folks. Yunxiu tells him to lead the way, and as they all move on, he uses private sound transmission to tell Taipin that he must not attack again before they reach the core of the Divine Tree, as he only temporarily suppressed the deterioration of his body, and would set up a formation to help him recover 100 years of lifespan as soon as they reach the core. Some moments after Yunxiu and his party leave, some Razor Clan tribe members discover some intruders are within the Divine Tree, but don't bother pursuing them as they perceive that they are not that strong, so they shouldn't be a threat. On getting to the inner parts of the Divine Tree, they are faced with the challenge of which path to take to access the core, as even Taipin does not know it since the Blazefish tribe never really understood the internal structure of the Divine Tree when it was in their possession. Yunxiu surprisingly locates the path, and they all wonder how he could get it. Yunxiu, too, is surprised that he could locate it that easily and reasons that it must be related to the Phoenix's true fire. They head inside, and on reaching the core, Yunxiu and Tai Ling set up a simplified version of the Creation Link formation. This ancient formation can directly absorb soul qi from worldly treasures and convert it into true qi. They'd all get into the formation and start cultivating. They become amazed by the amount of true qi they can absorb and wish they could continue to enjoy this experience for as long as possible until they break through to the top martial levels. Yunxiu reasons that this won't be possible even with many Kungo Divine Trees around, as the trees won't withstand the Creation Link formation's absorption. The formation extracts soul qi directly from worldly treasures, completely ruining them, which is more destructive than the method the Razor Clan tribe is using. However, Yunxiu doesn't tell them this as it might affect their reaction, and they can't afford to care about it now. Yunxiu also cultivates and soon breaks through to a 3-star Great Martial Master, but he notices that Duan Yu is having difficulty cultivating and absorbing the Yuan Qi. He asks what the problem is, and Duan Yu reveals that his body has been sealed. Yunxiu is shocked and removes his clothes immediately to see the seal mark on his body. He recognizes that it is the Three Directions Gostate Curse seal and discovers it was placed by Holian Xiuwang, one of his disciples. The curse gradually reduced his cultivation level and weakened him. Duan Yu asks him if he knows how to remove it, and Yunxiu tells him he has to castrate himself to remove it. Duan is shocked and pleads for another method. Yunxiu later reveals that the seal requires the caster's blood to be undone, but he can teach him a secret technique to break it for an hour each day. He then teaches Duan Yu the technique, and they soon continue to cultivate. Yunxiu sees this as an opportunity to have Dua continue to follow him, and silently commends Holian Xiuwang for what he did. Meanwhile, in Mercenaries, King Forest, Holian Xiuwang suddenly remembers Gu Feiyang while having fun with some ladies. It's almost his master's death anniversary, and he is determined to go to the Tanding Mountains to find the truth when he breaks through to the Nine Heavens realm. A few days later, Domain, a 2-star martial emperor and Razor Clan tribe leader, walks into the core of the Kungo Divine Tree, where Yunxiu and his party are, and demands the diagram of the formation they are using from them. Yunxiu tells Taipin through private sound transmission to try to hold off Domain, while Taifan uses that time to break through to a martial emperor, and Taipin launches an attack immediately. Yunxiu instructs the others to focus and increase their strengths as much as possible, while Taipin buys them more time. Taifan begins to panic and finds it hard to break through, but Yunxiu guides him on what to do. Taifan follows Yunxiu's instructions and soon breaks through to a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Then he goes to assist Taipin. Yunxiu also breaks through to a 4-star Great Martial Master, and he instructs that they all get going as the Taipin and Taifan can't hold off to Meng forever, and the other members of the Razor Clan tribe may soon arrive. However, Duan Yu tells them to leave it to him while Yunxiu and the others stay back and continue cultivating. Outside the Divine Tree, Taipin and Taifan are in a heated fight with Demeng, and Taipin is already severely injured. Duan Yu suddenly appears as Demeng proceeds to end Tai Pin and Tai Fan. When Demeng discovers it's a mere 7-star martial grandmaster challenging him, he laughs and launches a brutal kick attack on him. However, shockingly, Duan Yu blocks it, holds his leg, and suddenly begins to rapidly break through new cultivation levels, while the 3 directions Gostate curse seal on his body clears off. Duan Yu breaks through to a peak 1-star martial emperor, the level he once was before his body was sealed, and tears Demeng's leg off his body. Demeng's leg regenerates immediately, and he launches another attack. However, Duan Yu uses the White Flame Ghostly Killer, Divine Demon Extermination to cut Demeng's arms, making it impossible for him to regenerate. Demeng starts to release some vibrations into the water to alert other members of the Razor Clam tribe, but Duan Yu attacks quickly and kills him with his white flames. The Razor Clams soon troop in and start to attack them. Yangxiu tells Duan Yu and Tai Pin to kill all of them and not mind him as he cuts through the tree's roots, heading for the spirit-nourishing wood. On getting to the spirit-nourishing wood, he discovers it has not fully matured and reasons that it is probably because of its large size. He could locate it because Demeng's spirit flew in faintly after he was killed. The divine tree absorbs the spirits of the dead. He thinks of waiting until Duan Yu kills all the Razor Clams so the divine tree can absorb their spirits, which could be more beneficial to the spirit-nourishing wood. Suddenly, he hears a voice from within the divine tree but can't detect who it is with his universal detect. Soon, the spirit of the Kungo divine tree appears and tells him he needs his help to be reborn through the Phoenix True Fire. However, Yangxiu declines, telling him he can't control the Phoenix True Fire and is afraid he might consume himself. The spirit tells him he will guide him through it and teach him how to control it as long as he is willing to help him. The spirit also offers to transfer all his remaining soul chi to Yangxiu, which will help him break through to a martial lord. He further tells Yangxiu that his body tempering technique will be raised by at least 1 stage. All these benefits tempt Yangxiu, and he considers helping the Congo spirit. Then the spirit adds that when he is reborn, he will return to his original seedling state, in a state of deep sleep, and tells Yangxiu to ensure to take him and plant him in a place with abundant soul chi. He promises to give Yangxiu a trace of his Taiyi mystic chi if he can protect him till he wakes. On hearing this, Yangxiu is shocked and immediately agrees to the deal. He reasons that obtaining a trace of the Taiyi mystic chi can greatly increase his probability of reaching martial deity. Yangxiu takes the spirit nourishing into his storage ring and starts the rebirth process with the spirit of the divine tree's guidance. As they proceed with the rebirth process, Heng Yuan appears and realizes that Yangxiu is messing with the divine tree. So he tries to attack him but backs off when he sees that the Phoenix True Fire is too dangerous for him. After a while, the soul chi completely vanishes from the Kungo divine tree, and Duan Yu and the others continue to slaughter the Razor Clams massively. Delay, the Razor Clam tribe elder, quickly goes to Yxi to plead for his help in assisting them in the battle. Yxi gets angry, asking her when he became the Razor Clam tribe's fighter, and stating that his agreement with the Razor Clam tribe was limited to helping them obtain the Kungo divine tree in exchange for helping him break through. However, when Delay mentions that the Kungo tree will die and he won't be able to continue cultivating, he decides to help but kills Delay and uses her as his supplement, absorbing her Yuan Chi for his nourishment. He uses many other Razor Clam as supplements, and while Tai Pin and Tai Fan celebrate the breakthroughs of Tai Fi and Tai Ling, Yxi appears and poses a threat. He is the only martial supreme in the region, and none of them matches his power. Unfortunately, Duan Yu's curse seal mark reappears, and he degrades to his usual form. Yxi demands to know why the soul chi in the divine tree has vanished, and threatens to kill them if they don't speak up. Suddenly, he hears the voice of the Kungo spirit from within the Phoenix True Fire and wonders who it is. He dashes toward the fire to attack the person behind the voice and meets his doom. The fire consumes him instantly. The flame continues to burn all the Razor Clam tribe members and spreads throughout the sea region. The fire gets so intense that it begins to boil the sea's surface and even splits the water apart. The Lord of the South Sea, Kinming, also senses the ongoing chaos in the water thousands of miles away, in the depths of the South Sea. He orders the sea-taming Yaksha to go and investigate who is displaying such extraordinary power, and he tells him not to offend the person at all costs. 7 days later, the Kungo divine tree has completely burned off. The fire still keeps burning and almost dries up the surrounding seawater. and the Blazefish tribe begins to worry that their tribe chief has not returned. Duan Yi and the others wonder where Yunxiu is but soon see him amid the fire at a distance. Yunxiu senses someone spying on him and instantly calls him out. The sea-taming Yaksha, a one-star martial sovereign, reveals himself and is shocked to see that Yunxiu is only at the level of a martial lord, but emits a great aura and pressure strong enough to make his soul tremble. He respectfully asks Yunxiu for his name, so he can report back to Qin Ming, but Yunxiu tells him to tell Qin Ming to come by himself if he wants to know his name. He then scares him off. Suddenly, his body begins to crack up, and his tempering body technique upgrades to the second stage, the unyielding Terran physique, just as the Kumgo spirit promised, making him much stronger than before. With this body, he can match a martial lord in strength without using any true chi. He also discovers that he has broken through to a 4 quadrants realm martial lord. Duan Yu and the others are shocked that Yunxiu caused the scene, and they wonder how he could even scare off a 9 heavens realm martial sovereign, a second-tier being. Duan Yu soon realizes that Yunxiu is now a martial lord. He is shocked and thinks he is dreaming. Yunxiu tells them they should get going before the sea-taming Yaksha returns with Qin Ming. As they attempt to leave, the seabed that the Kumgo divine tree used to be rooted on suddenly begins to collapse, and a strong whirlpool hits them. However, when the whirlpool ends, Yunxiu is surprised that his body can withstand the whirlpool due to the unyielding Terran physique. He scans the environment with his universal detect to know if the others are fine, and then he discovers that Hang Yuan is around and trying to escape. He quickly pursues him and attacks him. Hang Yuan, who got severely injured in the whirlpool, is shocked to discover that Yunxiu doesn't even seem injured. He becomes more shocked when he realizes that Yunxiu is now a martial lord. Hang Yuan begins to run away, and when Yunxiu tries to chase him, Tai Ling calls him to come and check on her father, who has gotten severely injured and is on the point of death. Even though he hasn't retrieved the purple 9-strike moth, he decides to attend to Tai Pin, leaving Hang Yuan to escape. Yunxiu checks Tai Pin and breaks the news that he has reached his limit, and that death is inevitable since there is no Kumgo divine tree anymore to save him. Tai Pin gives his final words, appointing Tai Fan as the new tribe chief and Tai Ling as a tribe elder to support him. He commits the tribe's future to Yunxiu's hands, but Yunxiu rejects it, saying he has finished what he has come to do and has to return to the Tianwu continent. Tai Pin tells his children to always remember Yunxiu as a friend of the Blazefish tribe. He soon dies and Yunxiu bids them farewell. Tai Ling tells him that she wishes to learn the art of refinement from him, and he tells her to come and find him at the Martial Flame City when the Blazefish tribe settles down, so he can teach her all that he knows about alchemy. They appreciate Yunxiu and Duan Yu for helping them greatly in the past few days, and Tai Fan takes them back to the sea surface. While they wait for a rainbow fog to reappear to take them back to where they came from, Duan Yu heads further into the island to hunt for treasures, and Yunxiu admires the newly reborn Kumgo seedling. The Blazefish tribe suddenly reappears with Yunxiu's Tiger King battleship, full of treasures. He stores them in his storage ring, and the long-awaited rainbow fog appears. They wait for the perfect time to enter, and Yunxiu suddenly notices that Hang Yuan is in the rainbow fog, so they begin to chase him. As they close in on Hang Yuan, Yunxiu launches an attack with the roaring tiger Terraquake and destabilizes him. Yunxiu then controls the pink crystalline dust and attacks him with it. Surprised, Hang Yuan quickly blocks it with the Boundless Realm, Star Mesh Shield, and boasts that no matter what Yunxiu does, he is still a martial emperor. Yunxiu uses spirit power manipulation to make the crystalline dust war axe and attacks again. Hang Yuan reinforces his defense with the threefold Star Mesh Shield with all his Yuan energy. However, the crystalline dust war axe maneuvers itself around the defense and heads for him. Hang Yuan makes another shield to block the attack, but the war axe breaks through his defense. Remember to like this video and subscribe to our channel. See you guys in the next video.